Chapter 705. There's no need for you to tell me. I'm almost certain just now. Upon hearing Anderson Hood's words, Klein muttered inwardly with a calm expression. From a moment he first encountered Rionette Tynker in the spirit world, seeing her massive true body and Gothic castle, Klein believed that she wasn't simple. And just now, Miss Messenger's performance of nearly killing the strongest hunter with ease made him believe without a doubt that she was a demigod, at least a sequence 4. A demigod is helping me deliver letters for a gold coin each time. It's obvious that things aren't that simple. Miss Messenger definitely has other motives. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that I keep encountering strange things that amuse her. She happens to be free, so she's acting as a messenger. Similar situations include a Rhodes's attempts to curry favor with me and Snake of Mercury will Septon's kindness. Regardless, I have to be wary and not trust her too much. Before I have a chance to discuss the corresponding matters, I shouldn't consider whether I should play the harmonica when I encounter danger. Who knows, Miss Messenger might just tear me apart when she comes out. Klein instantly thought of many things, but his expression remained indifferent. Facing the astonished Anderson, he only nodded slightly. This has nothing to do with you. This fellow is really mysterious. He actually has a demigod-level spirit world creature as his messenger. Furthermore, he casually knows a life school of thought counselor. It's no wonder he's so calm and composed after provoking the King of Immortality. It's no wonder the King of Immortality didn't seek revenge or even appear. Anderson suddenly came to a realization as he couldn't help but size up the German sparrow. Oh, Klein swept his gaze at the strongest hunter without any emotion. Anderson hurriedly retracted his gaze and laughed dryly. I realize that you're very suitable to be the main character of a portrait, the kind with a dark and gloomy background. It accentuates your bearing very well. How about it? Do you want to consider it? I can help you draw a portrait. Believe me, I'm a master in this aspect. Klein didn't listen to his nonsense at all. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. Return to your room. I'll find you in 5 minutes. Okay, Anderson replied with a smile. After the strongest hunter left, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle and Septon's paper crane, turned around, and entered the bathroom to set up the ritual. After bringing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's pearl earring above the gray fog, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote a simple divination statement. Edwina Edwards's whereabouts. Holding the piece of paper and the earring, Klein leaned back in his chair. As he silently recited the divination statement, he entered a dream through cogitation. First, a gray world occupied his vision. Then, a plain covered in ice and snow entered his eyes. The howling blizzard shrouded everything, and the surrounding fog was so deep that it did not look like a real border. Klein quickly saw Edwina's figure. Her long brown hair was tied into a simple knot in her mind before dancing wildly in the snowstorm. She was wearing a white shirt with complicated patterns on her collar and sleeves, as well as a pair of dark-colored trousers. In such an environment, it gave off a feeling of frailty. Edwina's leather-booted feet constantly moved across the snow, leaving behind a row of obvious footprints. However, in the raging blizzard, all of this was easily buried. The scene gradually shattered as Klein opened his eyes. He realized that he was unable to decipher Vice Admiral Iceberg's exact location from the divination revelation. The polar regions? Faceax plains of Evernight? There's no way to confirm it. Apart from the blizzard, there's no other symbol. Klein sat up straight and put down the pearl earring and the piece of paper with the divination statement. He considered for a few seconds and confirmed something else. Edwina Edwards was indeed missing and wasn't on the Golden Dream. This also eliminated the possibility of it being a trap. Klein cautiously did a divination on the matter and obtained the conclusion that there were no traps on the Golden Dream. After some thought, he left the mysterious space above the gray fog. After some work, he brought back the pearl earring. Recalling the map of the waters around Oravi Island and the Golden Dream's present location, Klein chose a deserted island where fishermen took shelter from the storm. In the letter, he instructed Donna's and company to steer the ship to a place that wasn't too far away. After folding the letter, he blew the harmonica and once again saw Miss Messenger holding 4 heads. As he handed the letter over, Klein coughed lightly. "Can you still determine Donna's location?" One of the heads in Rionette Tinker's hand nodded as the rest spoke one after another. "Yes, as long as it doesn't exceed the range." Seeing that Miss Messenger was still floating there without any signs of leaving, Klein looked to the side. "That gold coin will be paid by Donna's." "All right." Rionette Tinker's figure quickly faded away. "Phew!" Klein exhaled. After meticulous preparations and cleaning up the scene, he carried his packed luggage out of his room and knocked on Anderson Hood's door. "Let's go somewhere else first before heading to Byam." He calmly informed the strongest hunter of his decision. He calmly told the strongest hunter his decision. "You can choose to wait for me in Byam or follow me," Anderson said with a chuckle. "I can feel my adventurer blood burning. I can feel my adventurer blood burning. I'm very curious about what that messenger will bring. I originally thought I wouldn't have a chance to understand, but who knew that you would invite me? I didn't. I'm only giving you 2 choices." Klein coldly turned around and walked to the staircase. Anderson hurriedly picked up his newly bought luggage and quickly followed behind. After leaving the hotel, Klein took a carriage and left the port city. Then, he walked to the edge of an uninhabited cliff on Mount San Draco. Looking at the waves that were constantly slamming into the mountain walls, Anderson looked around in surprise. "This is our destination?" Klein ignored his question. He took out a charm made of tin and chanted the incantation of storm. He injected his spirituality and split the charm into 2. He gave half to himself and half to Anderson, leaving only one to be thrown down the cliff. Underwater breathing, deep seawater membrane. Anderson identified the additional supernatural effects on his body in surprise. At this moment, there was a loud splash from the bottom of the cliff as a behemoth that resembled a whale emerged from the seawater. Its body was dark blue in color as it suddenly opened its mouth, revealing white teeth and a blood-colored interior. Klein walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. With the help of the charm's power, he gently landed in the mouth of the gigantic seabed creature. Anderson first looked at it blankly before he jumped down in excitement and landed beside Klein. The gigantic seabed creature closed its mouth, turning the interior pitch black. Then, it sank into the water and swam towards its predetermined target. In its mouth, Klein's eyes flashed with lightning as he saw through the darkness. He found a tooth to lean on and leisurely sat down. Due to the protection of the deep seawater membrane, he wasn't worried that his clothes would get dirty. "Man, interesting." Anderson surveyed the area and asked curiously, "How did you think of this? How'd you do it?" "Of course, it's by praying to myself and then using the sea god's scepter to pull a suitable seabed creature that's nearby over." Klein didn't answer Anderson's question. He half closed his eyes as though he was resting. "It's just a little stuffy." Anderson took out a cigarette box and matches from his pocket. "Can I have a smoke?" "Ask it." Klein didn't open his eyes. Anderson laughed dryly and put the cigarette and matches back. "I don't think it likes the smell of cigarettes." In the dark sea, the gigantic creature swam quickly. From time to time, it would use its special organs to efficiently extract oxygen from the surrounding water. After an unknown period of time, it surfaced. Ahead of it was a deserted island. After using the charm's power to land on the deserted island, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the seabed creature. "You're very polite," Anderson said in amusement when he saw this scene. "I've always been polite, even when facing prey." Klein glanced at him as though he was saying, "For example, you." Anderson laughed dryly and pointed to the other side of the deserted island. "There's a ship there, the Golden Dream." At that moment, Klein also saw the clean sailboat that was dozens of meters long. The main cannon that shouldn't have appeared had overlapping runes on it as lights swirled around it. He immediately carried his luggage and approached it. Before long, he arrived at where the Golden Dream was anchored. Then he saw Donna's jump off the deck and run over while wading through the water. Just as Donna's came in front of the German Sparrow, and was deliberating over how to speak, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Anderson Hood! He pointed at the strongest hunter and shouted. Anderson immediately roared with laughter. You didn't expect that, right? Although he didn't know why he had encountered the Golden Dream, it didn't stop him from forcefully taking the initiative. We know each other? Klein swept his gaze at Donna's indifferently. Donna's instinctively shuddered as he forced a smile. This fellow isn't a good person. Over at the Fog Sea, he's always being pursued by a bunch of pirates. Then, for some baffling reason, those pirates became bounty hunters. You might not know this, but he came from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Later, he was chased out because he repeatedly failed his exams. This is what I heard from Captain. They were once classmates. He wore a look of contempt for Anderson's intelligence. On the ship, Flowery Bow, Ty Joe Deason, and company also showed similar expressions. Anderson's gaze slowly swept across their faces as he'd sked. That's not the point. The point is that I once pulled your captain's hair. The scene instantly turned extremely silent. Donna's expression couldn't help but warp. P.S. Update first, then change. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 706. Seeing that the Golden Dream's crew was about to focus fire on Anderson, Klein took a step forward and said to Donna's, Take me to the captain's cabin. Take me to the captain's cabin. Okay. Donna's retracted his furious glare at Anderson Hood. It's most important to save Captain first. It's most important to save Captain first. He constantly reminded himself. A small boat was lowered from the Golden Dream before a gangway was lowered. This allowed Klein to easily step onto the deck without the need to use a charm. Anderson followed behind him, completely ignoring the greedy gazes of the Golden Dream's crew. He strolled around with a smile, looking around as though he was returning to his own home. His mental fortitude is definitely top-notch. Yes, even if he offended a demigod and was forced to apologize in public, he can still turn around and laugh at himself while having his meal happily after accepting a mission. Klein sighed inwardly as he walked towards third mate Jodson and company. Hello, Mr. Sparrow. I'm this ship's first mate, Brew Walls. A 1.8-meter-tall man wearing a monocle politely bowed. A gourmet with a bounty of 6,200 pounds. Vice Admiral Iceberg's bounty is clearly lower than Admiral of Stars, as expected of treasure hunters who moonlight as pirates. Klein used the polite manner and words unique to German Sparrow. Hello, I've heard of you. Haha, it's my honor. I'm just a treasure hunter who dreams of becoming an artisan, but I have no choice but to take the path of a gourmet. Brew Walls made a self-deprecating remark as he pointed to a man beside him. Our second mate, singer Orpheus. Bounty of 5,500 pounds. The Beyonders on the Golden Dream all have strange nicknames. If I didn't know that they were subordinates of a pirate admiral, I would have definitely thought that they were a maritime tourist group, singing, eating delicacies, holding bonfire parties, and searching for legendary treasures. It's just too wonderful. Klein cast his gaze at Orpheus and nodded casually. This singer had a deep contour like a stone sculpture and a head of resplendent blonde hair. At that moment, he had a melancholic smile. With a melancholic smile, he said, In fact, I was only praising the sun. And now my sun is gone. Klein nearly had goosebumps. Fisk, as expected of someone with Intis. He speaks like he's singing. Unfortunately, I grew up in Seeger in Lemberg. I didn't learn such an ability, Anderson said with a laugh, unsure if he was praising or disparaging him. After all, he was half Intis. He was born in Seeger and later went to Lemberg to study. Yes, it should be a church school. He was a classmate of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. Mr. Orpheus can confirm that he's from the Sun Pathway, but there's a high chance that he's not from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. From his bounty, he's likely a Sequence 6 notary. I almost forgot to inform Little Sun that he already has the formula. I wonder what he can use to exchange for it. Before Gourmet Brew Walls could introduce him, Klein turned his head to Flowery, Bowtie Jodson, Bucket Daniels, and company. We've met. Let's not waste any more time. All right. Brew Walls heaved a sigh of relief. He stroked his short beard and led the way to the cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that German Sparrow's crazy reputation was resounding on the ship, he wouldn't have acted so politely. At this moment, Anderson deliberately lagged a few steps behind, walking alongside Donna's, Orpheus, and company. He looked to his left and right, ignoring the gazes of Danitz and company that looked like they wanted to tear him apart and swallow him whole. He chuckled. He chuckled and said, "The one you should be wary of isn't me. That's right. We aren't wary of you. All we want to do is stuff you in. See? In that cannon barrel, Donna's wasn't afraid that the other party was the strongest hunter. After all, this was the Golden Dream. There were quite a number of pirates, and there was no lack of Sequence 7 or 6 Beyonders." The corners of Anderson's mouth curled up. "A person like me is actually not a threat. Think about it. Your captain must hate me, and won't even speak to me. Isn't that the ideal situation?" Donna's opened his mouth, but didn't say anything because he suddenly felt that what that piece of SH*T said seemed to make sense. The way Orpheus, Jodson, and the others looked at Anderson subconsciously softened. Anderson snorted and looked ahead. His tone was slightly erratic as he said, "That's right. The one you should be wary of is actually the German Sparrow." "Why?" Donna's blurted out. "Although he's a lunatic and I do need to be wary of him, he's not an enemy right now." Donna's added silently in his heart. Anderson smiled. "I'm assuming that if Gehrman succeeds in finding your captain and rescuing her, would your captain have a good impression of him because of this? Besides, he looks pretty good. He has a cold beauty, and he's strong. He's at the level of a pirate admiral, and his background is especially mysterious. He's a good match." "How is that possible?" Donna's wanted to retort, but he couldn't bring himself to say a word. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Orpheus and company's expressions crumbled bit by bit as they looked at the German Sparrow's back with a baffling sense of wariness and wariness. "Resolved. The provocation from before has been resolved." Anderson held back a smile as he walked into the cabin. When he arrived at the captain's cabin, the first thing Klein saw was a bookshelf that surrounded him. It was filled with all sorts of books. Typical captain's cabins are filled with wine cabinets, he muttered silently as he walked straight to the desk in front of the window. According to Donna's description, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had vanished during her research. Therefore, searching for traces of her research was Klein's goal. Once he gathered enough information, he could once again head above the gray fog for a divination. At that moment, there were many items scattered messily on the desk. There was white paper, a fountain pen with a round belly, an ink bottle with a protruding belly, a copper knife, and some books that weren't neatly stacked. And in the middle of the desk was a book bound in goatskin. Its dark brown surface had the words "Gu Rosel's Travels" written in ancient Fasak. Isn't this Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection? Its origins are mysterious, and it's suspected to be related to dragons and the City of Miracles, Liveseed. Edwina was researching this before she vanished? Klein looked at the book and instinctively made a guess. Seeing German Sparrow size up the ancient book, Donna's forced a smile and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. We've checked it." "Is that so?" "I'm doubtful of your meticulousness. This is because someone has already flipped through it, and there's clearly nothing abnormal about it." After using his spiritual intuition to confirm that Donna's wasn't lying, Klein reached out his hand and casually asked, "Have any of you read this book, Gu Rosel's Travels?" Donna's shook his head. Blue Walls, Orpheus, Jodson, and company shook their heads as well. Their expressions seemed to be saying that studying every day was tiring enough. They didn't want to read any more books during their break. His fingertips slid across the yellowish-brown goat skin as Klein carefully and seriously flipped through the pages. Soon, he flipped to a spot where the sticky pages couldn't be opened. He swept the contents through the corner of his eye. That's not right." Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he hurriedly flipped 2 more pages. He remembered very clearly that he had only seen the giant Roselle and his team about to challenge the King of the North, the Frost Dragon. There was nothing else after that. Now, there were 2 more pages. This also meant that the sticky pages had thinned, and the book had 2 more pages open. After a 1,000-year hiatus, it's being continued again. This is a result of Vice Admiral Iceberg's research. This also resulted in her disappearance. As Klein lampooned, he frowned slightly as he read the additional content compared to the previous time. The 2 pages mainly described a lost female pirate. She encountered the King of the North in a blizzard and was nearly killed. She used all her strength to successfully escape and encountered the main character's team that had come to challenge the Frost Dragon. There's an additional female pirate. Female pirate. Klein ruminated over this title as an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this be Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? She entered the book and became a character in the story. With this thought in mind, Klein quickly found a few problems. Rhodes mentioned that many of the previous owners of Roselle's Travels had gone missing. In Roselle's Travels, there were giants and elves who were active in the Dark Epoch, which was also the Second Epoch. There were also ascetics from the Third and Fourth Epoch, nobles from the Solomon Empire, and Rouen soldiers from the Fifth Epoch. The times were extremely chaotic. If they're the previous owners of Roselle's Travels who have gone missing, the problem can be explained. They don't belong to the same era, but they have been devoured by the book, becoming a member of the story. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found his theory ridiculous, but in fact, it contained a very high possibility. In a mysticism world, this isn't impossible. I have to confirm it. Besides, what did Edwina and the previous owners do to be devoured by the book? And what should I do to release them? Klein retracted his gaze and thought for a few seconds. He quickly looked up and glanced at Donna's and company. Prepare candles and other items for me. I want to pray to a secret existence for an answer. That secret existence is me. Klein immediately gave a self-deprecating remark. As expected of a professional, as expected of a lunatic. Gourmet Brew Walls and company didn't dare to speak further. They hurriedly provided the items and left the captain's cabin. They didn't dare watch such a dangerous ritual unless German Sparrow requested it. In the captain's cabin, Klein locked the door and closed the windows. He quickly set up a ritual and brought Roselle's Travels above the gray fog. After placing the ancient book at the end of the long bronze table, he sat down and conjured a pen and paper. He scribbled a divination statement. Edwina is in this book's story. Chapter 707. Putting down the fountain pen in his hand, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist. He held it in one hand and suspended it above the piece of paper, nearly touching it. Edwina is in the story of this book. Klein closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was in Roselle's Travels. It's really the world in the book. Furthermore, the situation inside should be very special. Without newcomers joining in, the story can't continue. Klein nodded indiscernibly and wrapped the silver chain with the topaz pendant around it. He picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement. The method to enter Roselle's Travels. This time, he used dream divination. In a hazy world, he saw blurry figures. Some of the figures were huge, while others were slender. The common characteristic was that they were holding a book made of yellowish-brown goat skin. Following that, 2 different situations occurred. Some of the figures that had been carrying Roselle's Travels silently disappeared, while some of the figures that would occasionally pick up the book and place it to the side would either accidentally or intentionally drip their blood onto the cover before suddenly disappearing. The scene shattered as Klein opened his eyes to look at the long modeled table in front of him. He frowned slightly as he began his interpretation. To enter or activate Roselle's Travels, one either has to be in contact with it for a long period of time and reach a certain limit, or drip one's blood onto the cover. Isn't this too simple? Perhaps it's really that simple. The Rouen soldier in the story appears as an ordinary person. He doesn't even know mysticism, and with the help of his companions, he slowly grows into a disciplinary paladin. Therefore, the activation method isn't complicated. Most people can complete it. The small number of researchers from before, including Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, were all beyonders with sufficient mysticism knowledge. They knew very well that they couldn't simply drip their blood. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. This was just like ordinary people using magic mirror divination. It was very easy for them to provoke powerful, unknown existences. Therefore, they didn't have any problems. In addition, Edwina had placed Roselle's travels in her collection room most of the time, only occasionally coming into contact with it. Therefore, it was only recently that she came up with a new research train of thought and came into contact with it for a long period of time. Only then did the book meet the conditions to be unlocked. Yes, even Rhodes only knows that there's something strange about this book. Many of its previous owners have gone missing, and it's suspected to be related to the dragons and the City of Miracles, Liveseed. This means that when Roselle's Travels is activated, it will interfere with the surrounding environment and wipe out the corresponding clues. Therefore, most of its past collectors don't know that there's something wrong with it and don't have any thoughts of studying it. The missing owners likely aren't limited to the few in the story. The rest might have died due to various reasons, preventing them from leaving their names in the book. Klein reined in his thoughts and did another divination, hoping to obtain a way to leave Roselle's Travels. This time, he saw an even more violent snowstorm in the hazy world of dreams. He saw a gigantic figure standing at the peak of an icy mountain. It was a translucent dragon that was nearly 5 meters tall, even when standing on all fours. It looked like a close relative of lizards. It had an ugly face, ghostly blue eyes, and a thick and powerful tail. On its back was a pair of gigantic wings covered in skin. Just spreading them made it feel like they were blotting out the sky. Its scales were like ice crystals as they swirled with a translucent glow. It was the most beautiful and dreamy part of its body. Suddenly, the dragon that looked like it was carved out of ice raised its neck and body, letting out a terrifying roar that penetrated the snowstorm. At that moment, it was more than 10 meters tall when standing up. King of the North, that frost dragon. Klein left the dream as he tapped the armrest of the high-backed chair. His interpretation of the revelation from the divination was, the key to leaving Roselle's Travels lies in the King of the North. Klein had a preliminary suspicion that he needed to kill the frost dragon to allow the main character, Roselle, to achieve his goal. Only then would the story come to a perfect end and open a path to leave the book. However, I can also try to see if I can forcefully break through the gap between the world in the book and the real world. With his rich experience, Klein quickly came up with the idea of giving it a try. He first picked up the Black Emperor card on his right hand and fused it with his spirit body. Suddenly, Klein's body was covered in black full-body armor. A heavy crown appeared on his head, and his aura became noble and dignified, preventing others from looking at him directly. Following that, he stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to the greatest extent, making them flow over like water. Upon seeing this scene, Klein didn't hesitate. He beckoned for the sea god's scepter from the junk pile and injected his spirituality into it. The blue gems at the tip of the white bone scepter lit up one after another, emitting a dazzling luster. Countless silver bolts of lightning appeared, circling around the magnificent palace as though they had formed a sea of lightning. Finally, Klein used the suppression and balance of the Black Emperor card's level to pour all the power he stirred into the lightning storm. Rumble. Thunder rumbled above the gray fog as it went straight into the distance. Thick bolts of lightning struck down at the same time, or one after another, striking the book, Roselle's Travels. A blinding light enveloped the entire palace for a full 20 seconds. When everything calmed down, Klein looked at his target again and realized that the long, mottled table was in tatters. As for the dark brown book with a cover, it was completely intact. Only the corners were slightly rolled up. It's even more powerful than I imagined. That's right. How can an item that can create a world in a book be simple? Buying it for £8,000 definitely wasn't a loss. It can be used as a shield, and it can definitely withstand attacks at the saint level. The only problem is that the area is too small and the coverage isn't enough. As Klein's thoughts flashed, the long bronze table rapidly returned to its original state. Since he couldn't forcefully break through the barrier between the world in the book and the real world, he could only begin considering how to enter through normal means. I'll first get some blood and bring it here, smear it on the cover, and use my spirit body to match the Black Emperor card and see God's scepter to enter. This way, there's no need to worry about encountering the King of the Five Seas, Nast. This is because he can't sense him, nor can he enter the world in the book. But the problem was that after saving Vice Admiral Iceberg, she was certain that German Sparrow was hero bandit Black Emperor. Yes, there's another important problem. Using my spirit body to enter means that my body is in the outside world, in the Golden Dreams captain's cabin. And I don't know the flow of time in the world in the book. It's very easy for me to be gone for days. If that happens, my body might encounter an accident. After all, I lack protection and am in an unfamiliar place. When the time comes, I might realize that I have disappeared after rescuing Edwina. That would be a huge joke. Klein quickly rejected the idea of using his spirit body to enter. He didn't trust most of the people on the Golden Dream. He was also wary of the strongest hunter, Anderson. After attempting to divine if there would be any danger when entering the book to save Edwina, but he failed, Klein pondered for a moment before returning to the real world. Then, he unhurriedly took back Roselle's travels and got rid of the remnant traces of the ritual. Looking at the sky outside the window that was nearing dusk, he walked to the captain's cabin, unlocked the door, and opened it. Gourmet Brew Walls, Songster Orpheus, and company were all outside. None of them had left. Even at the stairwell, there were crew members peeking their heads out. "Are there any clues?" Brew Walls blurted out a question, but he didn't hear his own voice. This was because everyone at the door was asking the same question. Klein swept his gaze and nodded. At that instant, he heard layers of cries and saw all kinds of delighted and excited expressions. If I were to disappear one day, who would be like them? Klein's thoughts raced as he looked at Donis. I need an assistant. With that said, he turned around and walked to the desk. All right. Donis hurriedly followed and skillfully locked the door. What do you need me to do? He asked anxiously, as though he could already see the scene of his captain being rescued thanks to his hard work. Klein stood by the desk and said with a serious expression, "What happens next will be very dangerous." Very dangerous? Donis instinctively bared his teeth. You might disappear from then on, or even die on the spot. Klein gave him the worst-case scenario. You might disappear from then on, or even die on the spot. Klein gave him the worst-case scenario. Seeing how the madman, German Sparrow, was so serious, Donis instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. His heart sank as he subconsciously turned flustered. What has this got to do with saving Captain? It's directly related, Klein answered succinctly. Donna's expression was warped as he fell silent for 2 seconds. What will happen if I don't do it? Your captain might stay there forever, or he might die in the next second, Klein said truthfully. Donna's opened his mouth, but he closed it again without saying a word. His eyes darted around for a few seconds before finally landing on German Sparrow's face. He gritted his teeth and said, That's right. He gritted his teeth and said, Let's begin. Dogsh asterisk T. He then cursed himself softly. Klein picked up a pen and paper on the table, scribbled a note, folded it into a square, and handed it to Donis. Put in your pocket. Read it after we go in. Go in? Danitz asked in a daze and confusion. As he spoke, he automatically took the note and stuffed it into his pocket. Klein didn't answer. He pointed at Roselle's travels on the table and said, Get some of your blood and smear it on the cover of this book. Get some of your blood and smear it on the cover of this book. This? Donis had a vague guess. He picked up the copper dagger beside him and nodded heavily. All right. Chapter 708. Donis held the copper knife and made a few strokes on the back of his left hand, hesitating to exert force. He looked up and squeezed out a smile. Although I've been injured many times, pain still leaves me fearful. Get to the point, Klein replied coldly. Donis laughed dryly. Ha! I'm just a little afraid of pain. Just as he said that, he exerted force in his right hand and used the copper knife to cut a wound on the back of his hand. His words seemed to be to divert his attention and relieve his emotions. Blood rapidly seeped out as Donis hurriedly put down the knife. He used his right hand to dip his finger in the blood and smeared it on the dark brown cover of Roselle's travels. After completing this step, he held his breath and waited for the changes. Suddenly, snowflakes the size of goose feathers appeared in front of him. He heard howling winds, and right on the heels of that, a bone-chilling cold drilled into his body. Although Donis was already mentally prepared, he was still alarmed. He instinctively looked around to determine his location. He realized that he had left the Golden Dream's captain's cabin at some point in time. He was in a land of frost that was enveloped by a snowstorm. As the environment was extremely harsh, he couldn't see far into the distance. He couldn't even determine if he was on a mountain or a plain. I've really entered a strange world. Captain is here too? Donis raised his hand to cover his face, afraid that the snow would blind his eyes. He calmed his emotions and recalled German Sparrow's instructions. He hurriedly took out the square piece of paper from his pocket and carefully unfolded it. During this process, he was especially afraid that an accident would happen, causing the piece of paper to shatter or be blown away. That would make him lose all hope. Thankfully, none of that happened. He saw the content written by German Sparrow. In Hermes, preferably ancient Hermes, recite the following honorific name: the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Burn after reciting. This is a secret existence at the level of a deity? Due to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's strict teachings, Donis wasn't illiterate when it came to mysticism. He even had a pretty good foundation. Looking at the note in his hand, he subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air, inhaling the bone-chilling wind and icy snowflakes. Immediately, he coughed continuously, his expression twisted. He could now confirm one of his previous guesses. German Sparrow really belonged to a very powerful and secretive organization, and that organization believed in a god-level existence known as the Fool. Indeed, there's no way such a powerful and crazy fellow doesn't come from nowhere. Donis tugged at his collar and tightened his clothes. Looking at the piece of paper that was fluttering in the wind, an obvious look of hesitation appeared on his face. He knew very well how dangerous it was to recite a secret existence of unknown origin, good or evil. This might lead to an ending even more terrifying than death. The captain is also trapped here, and there's no way to get out. Donis clenched his fist in front of his mouth. He suddenly waved his hand and chanted the honorific name of the Fool in ancient Hermes. In the captain's cabin on the Golden Dream, Klein witnessed Donis turn illusory for no reason before disappearing. He no longer had any doubts about the method to enter Roselle's travels. After patiently waiting for a while, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. Furthermore, it was clearly from a man. Phew, from the looks of it, Roselle's travels isn't able to cut off the gray fog. The world in the book can still connect to that mysterious space. This way, even if I were to follow him in, I wouldn't be without a way out or a trump card. Klein heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. To confirm it, he took 4 steps counterclockwise again, recited the incantation, and went above the gray fog. He saw the spot of light representing Donis spreading out beside the Fool's high-back chair. It's entering with his body and soul. The world in the book is very stable. There's no way to shatter it by pulling out a spirit body. That's right. If it was possible, there would have been a corresponding revelation from the divination. The Sea God Scepter is too dangerous. Directly bestowing it to Donis will only cause him to die quickly. Klein half closed his eyes and emanated his spirituality. After sensing for a while, he came to many conclusions. Without any delay, he immediately returned to the real world, picked up the copper knife, and used a piece of paper to wipe away Donis' blood. After folding the paper and putting it in his pocket, he began to consider what to do next. From the looks of it, I have to smear the blood and enter it directly. That way, I don't have to worry about any accidents happening to my body. Furthermore, I can quickly resolve the problem. But I can't be careless or negligent at the same time. I have to be wary of other dangers. If there's a problem on the ship, they can find an opportunity to sneak into the captain's cabin after I enter Roselle's travels and sacrifice the book to the true creator, primordial Demonis, or hidden sage. Then, I'll be in deep trouble. I'll definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Most of the crew members of the Golden Dream seem to admire Vice Admiral Iceberg. For Anderson's superficial instigation to be effective, it's enough to explain many problems. Therefore, I can tell them that this concerns Vice Admiral Iceberg's life and get them to supervise each other. No one is allowed to enter, so I can be at ease. The problem lies with Anderson. He's the strongest hunter, stronger than any Beyonder on the ship. Furthermore, he's good at ambushes and infiltration. There's a high chance that he can avoid the supervision of others and sneak into the captain's cabin. His origins aren't too clear either. I can't really trust him. I have to think of a way to get him to enter Roselle's travels with me. While thinking, Klein flipped through the ancient book made of yellowish-brown goatskin again. He found that there was no more content this time, and the story lacked any traces of Donna's existence. In other words, I have to survive successfully and meet the main characters team before I can truly become a part of the story and have more pages appear in the book. Klein made a preliminary judgment. He walked to the door again and opened it. Did we succeed? Floral Bowtie Jodson and the others asked in unison. Klein shook his head and calmly said, "There will be a long ceremony. No one is to enter and disturb her. Otherwise, it will cause Edwina Edwards to disappear forever or directly die." After explaining the main matters, he looked around and said straightforwardly, "I suspect that there is a problem with any of you. Next, you guys will supervise each other." Gourmet Brew Walls was about to retort out of habit when he suddenly noticed that the captain's cabin was empty. Donna's, who had just entered, was nowhere to be seen. Recalling the captain's disappearance, he was certain that the German Sparrow had found the root of the problem and was attempting to save her. Hence, he nodded, "I'll be in charge of this matter, and they will supervise me." Klein didn't waste his breath as he turned to look at Anderson Hood, who was leaning against the opposite wall. "Come in for a moment." Anderson curled the right corner of his mouth and sked. "People who don't know might think that I'm your subordinate. Your attitude is the epitome of a provocateur." Although he grumbled, he straightened his body and slowly walked into the captain's cabin. After closing and locking the door, Klein turned to face Anderson. "Are you interested in participating in a rare adventure? You might be able to achieve the achievement of hunting a dragon." Based on his observations over the past few days, he believed that Anderson Hood was a hunter with a curious and adventurous spirit. He was very willing to see new things and experience excitement that he had never experienced before. Anderson stared at German Sparrow's face and sized him up seriously for a few seconds before revealing a smile. "Not interested." He shook his head firmly. Then, before Klein could speak again, he chuckled and said, "I smell the scent of danger. I smell the scent of danger." A conceited, crazy, and powerful adventurer actually invited me to go on an adventure with him. What does this mean? It means that the matter is extremely troublesome and dangerous. I thought you would be interested. This is different from your usual behavior. You really know how to hold back. I'll try using intimidation again. If that doesn't work, I'll throw this fellow on a deserted island and let the Golden Dream sail away. I'll come back to pick him up. As a hunter, survival on a deserted island shouldn't be a problem for him. Klein quickly made up his mind as his gaze turned cold. He looked at Anderson and said, "I won't leave any latent problems for myself." Anderson was stunned for a second before he quickly forced a smile. I was just joking. I am very interested in the title of Dragon Hunter." "You've changed way too quickly. Just hold on a little longer, and you'll be able to enjoy the treatment of being able to eat even after losing your head." Klein nodded and walked back to his desk. He said to Anderson Hood, "Use your blood to smear the cover of this book. You don't need too much. Smear it." Anderson sized up Roselle's travels out of curiosity before surveying the area. "Edwina's disappearance has something to do with it?" The disappearance of the failed hunter was the same? All right, Blazing Donis. I almost forgot his name. Fortunately, his bounty is quite high now. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he calmly replied, "Yes." "Interesting." Anderson glanced at the desk, picked up the copper knife, and casually made a cut on his hand, causing blood to flow. Right on the heels of that, he carefully put down the knife and smeared the blood on the dark brown cover of Roselle's travels. After observing for a few seconds, Anderson was just about to pick up the copper knife to wipe away the remaining blood when he was suddenly enveloped by a raging blizzard. Seeing Anderson and Donna's vanish, Klein picked up another piece of paper, wiped the blood off the copper knife, and placed it in his pocket. He wasn't sure if the three of them would be in the same place after entering the world in the book, so he had prepared the ingredients for dowsing rod seeking. After doing all of this, Klein held the knife and gestured at the back of his hand. The muscles on his face twitched as he looked down diagonally. After a few seconds, he suddenly exerted strength. His body twitched as his head turned to the side. The corners of Klein's mouth involuntarily curled up. After the blood flowed out, he grabbed his cane while still holding the knife. He quickly smeared the liquid on the goatskin book's cover. It didn't take long before Klein suddenly found himself in a white world of ice and snow. P.S. Thank you, Gu Ichuan, Silver Alliance. Special thanks. I remember that you were the Alliance leader back in the Arcane. You supported me when I was still a rookie in Luck Annihilation. Yes, I hope I didn't disappoint a friend I like along the way. Chapter 709. The strong winds that brought with them ice shards and snowflakes slapped Klein's face and body. As he sized up his surroundings, his body involuntarily tensed up as he hunched and trembled. It's cold. He nearly cursed as he confirmed that he was in a land of ice and snow with extreme visibility. He originally believed that Bakelin's cold and humid winter was the most terrifying, but now he finally understood that the combination of absolute low temperatures and knife-like winds was a lethal combination. Even though he had added a sweater and a thick coat before coming over, he still couldn't take it. This time, he didn't wear the brooch of sun because it produced heat at the mental level. It could temporarily resist the effects of the intense cold and prevent his body from turning stiff. It was effective, but against an environment of ice and snow that existed for long periods of time, it was equivalent to suicide. The heat at the mental level would make a person's pores open up, allowing them to be in a state of summer. They would remove their final layer of defense against the low temperatures and even take the initiative to welcome it. Therefore, Klein had thrown the mystical item above the gray fog, planning to bring it down when there were special occasions that required it. He didn't dare delay in the harsh environment. After a preliminary observation of his surroundings, he immediately burned the blood on the copper knife and stuffed it into his pocket. Following that, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and tried blowing it. Amidst the howling winds, he, who had secretly activated his spirit vision, failed to see Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker appear. Indeed, this place isn't connected to the spirit world. Or rather, this place might have its own unique spirit world. From the looks of it, praying to see God is useless. Only incantations that point to the mysterious space above the gray fog can penetrate the barrier. Then, here comes the problem. As a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, Edwina knows this true God's honorific name. Why didn't she try praying for help? Or did she try, but to no avail? Not every deity will personally respond to their believers. Most of the time, they give corresponding feedback according to certain laws. There's no other hidden existence, like me, who personally accepts requests. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he made a preliminary judgment. He then put down the harmonica, took out a piece of paper stained with Donna's fresh blood, and wrapped it around the tip of his cane. Donna's position. Klein spoke in a low voice as he used the dowsing rod searching method. Then, according to the results, he stepped on the thick snow and quickly tore through the raging winds under the gloomy sky. From time to time, he would divine again and adjust his direction. After all, Donna's wouldn't just stand there and wait. That would turn him into an ice sculpture. About 10 minutes later, Klein discovered a scarlet flame. Phew! He exhaled deeply and took a few steps forward. It was indeed Donna's. This famous pirate was dressed rather thinly. He was walking forward with his arms crossed. However, he didn't seem to be cold. This was because he was surrounded by scarlet fire ravens. They evaporated the snow and blocked the wind, bringing a warm feeling like spring. At such times, Klein was especially envious of a pyromaniac. Although a magician could also summon flames, It was an offensive ability that couldn't be maintained. It could only be used for an instant. To rely on it for warmth, one had to constantly summon it, and it would quickly tire out. As for the flame-controlling ability, it relied on existing flames or ignitable materials. Both were extremely scarce in the world of ice and snow. Looking at the flaming ravens that soared into the sky, Klein quickened his pace and approached them. Donis was shocked when he sensed someone approaching. When he saw through the snow and saw who it was, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then he put on a strange smile. "Haha, I can't even see the stars here. It's inevitable to get lost." Klein ignored his words and directly asked, "Have you burned it?" "Burned it." Donis hurriedly nodded, his entire being exuding an indescribable sense of fear. Klein stared at Donis for a few seconds and confirmed that he wasn't lying. He then pulled out a polite German sparrow smile. "Remember, recite his honorific name, and you are his believer." Donna's expression contorted as he squeezed out a smile that looked uglier than crying. "I don't want to change my faith. I don't want to believe in an unknown existence of unknown origins at all." He screamed inwardly, but he didn't say a word. He suspected that if he were to retort, he would be buried in the snow by the lunatic German sparrow. With a maniacal smile, Klein added in a normal tone, "That's right. Remember, keep it a secret. Once it's leaked, both you and your captain will die." "What has it got to do with captain?" Donis blurted out. Klein maintained his previous expression and smiled at Donis. "What do you think?" Donis' mouth turned agape as he already knew the reason. All he could do was laugh dryly. "Do I look like someone who can't keep a secret?" Klein nodded. As he took out the piece of paper with Anderson's blood, he chuckled and said to Donis, "Believe in him and serve him. Believe in him and serve him. Perhaps one day you will become a chosen like me. When that happens, your name will spread throughout the 5 seas. You will be in no way inferior to the pirate admirals." As he spoke, he wanted to add a hand gesture of a believer of the fool, but sadly, he realized that there was no such thing. All he could do was comfort himself inwardly. A secret organization has to be secret. There's no point in doing such superficial things. "Mister, the hanging man is right, in no way inferior to a pirate admiral." Donna's eyes suddenly lit up. "Anyway, I've already recited the honorific name of the secret existence. From a mysticism perspective, it's indeed difficult to escape from it. I might as well take this opportunity." He thought of many things, and had even decided on a name for his child. If it wasn't for the German sparrow's persona, I would have directly said it. When the time comes, you will have the reputation and strength that matches Vice Admiral Iceberg. Of course, whether she likes it or not is another matter. According to my observations, there's a high chance that you don't have much hope. The partner Edwina wants is one who can learn and improve with her and discuss all sorts of knowledge with her. Klein mumbled, and once again used dowsing rod seeking. "Anderson Hood's location. He's here too?" Donis was first taken aback before he asked in surprise. After Klein finished reciting the sentence, he released his cane and confirmed the direction in which he had fallen. He nodded and said, "I'm worried about him outside." "So you're also wary of that fellow, Anderson Hood?" Danitz couldn't hide his smile as he echoed, "That's right. That's right. He's the kind of person who smiles on the surface, but turns around to stab you. He has a terrible reputation in the Fog Sea. All the pirates don't like him. He even deliberately slandered you just now, hoping to make us wary of you and view you as an enemy. If pirates like him, it only means that the title of strongest hunter isn't much." I heard Anderson's instigation. Klein didn't respond. He picked up his cane and trudged through the snowstorm. Donis followed closely behind as he used a fire raven to disperse the snowflakes and block the cold, preventing the duo from freezing. Not bad. Very self-aware. At that moment, Klein once again felt the benefits of having a servant. There was someone to hold an umbrella on rainy days, and there was someone to heat the house in a snowstorm. In the vast white world, the duo were like black dots. They creaked through the snow and walked forward bit by bit. After nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at the spot indicated by the dowsing rod. Nothing. Donis surveyed the area and failed to find any traces of Anderson Hood. He didn't doubt German Sparrow's dowsing rod method at all, because he was the last person found. Klein frowned slightly as he activated his spirit vision and strengthened his spiritual perception. Suddenly, he sensed something. He jabbed his cane forward, causing the snow on the ground to collapse. The collapse revealed a cave. The rocks inside were dark and reflected the light from the fire. Klein squatted down and peeked inside. He discovered a narrow path extending out of the cave, and at the end of the path, on a pile of red rocks, a strange underground plant was slowly burning. Anderson Hood sat beside it, leisurely roasting a creature that looked like a rabbit. The fragrance of the fat emanated a warm feeling, drilling into Klein and Donna's noses. "You're here? Do you want to give it a try? There's actually a strange rabbit that can survive in the snow here." Anderson crouched down and looked at the entrance of the cave, as though he was greeting a companion on a picnic. Although he didn't say anything provocative, I really want to beat him up at that moment. Klein leaped into the cave expressionlessly and came to the side of the fire, feeling the long-awaited beauty. Donnas followed in and looked at the fire roasting the rabbit before looking at the fire ravens beside him. He silently removed all of them. "H, how did you find this cave?" Donnas asked as though he refused to admit defeat, but his body very honestly moved closer to the fire. Anderson flipped the rabbit that was stabbed into the pitch-black dagger and shot a glance at Donnas. "The first lesson of a hunter is to observe the environment, familiarize yourself with it, and make use of it." Donna's expression immediately froze. Anderson then looked at German Sparrow and chuckled. "I blasted out a cave. How is it? Not bad, right?" The strength was controlled very well. As he spoke, he took a whiff of the air. "How fragrant. It looks like it's done roasting. Do you want to give it a try? Although I didn't bring any seasoning, there's rock salt here. It's just a little astringent." "Are you sure it's edible? If it's a beyonder creature, you might lose control the moment you take a bite," Donnas said with a TSK. Anderson shot another glance at him. "The second lesson of a hunter is to distinguish what can and cannot be eaten in the wilderness." He carefully reached out, pulled off a leg, stuffed it into his mouth, and ate with relish. Klein was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a crazy and tyrannical aura approaching from afar. The pressure from a high-level creature seemed corporeal, making Donna's body tremble uncontrollably. The aura swept across the sky and didn't notice the strangeness of the cave as it quickly left. King of the North. This title flashed across Klein's mind. P.S. Friendly recommendation of a book, Lucky God. This is a book filled with love and is filled with positivity. This is the story of a nobody who finally becomes the god of luck that all humans worship. Chapter 710. As the tyrannical aura flew past, Anderson's chewing came to a sudden halt. Only when it was far away did he gulp down the remaining rabbit meat. He looked up at German Sparrow. "Is this the dragon you were talking about?" Klein nodded slightly, confirming Anderson's guess. The corners of Anderson's mouth slowly curled up, revealing an expression that was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. "I thought you were talking about an adult or even a young dragon. That one just now. I probably can't be a dragon hunter. I can only be dragon feces." The King of the North's crazy and tyrannical feeling is indeed a little terrifying. It's much stronger than the patchwork monster I encountered on the future that could wildly grow its hair. Perhaps it's a sequence for, at the level of a demigod. Klein calmly made a judgment without any panic or fear. He remembered very clearly that it was written in Roselle's travels that the female pirate had been attacked by the King of the North. She had used all her strength to successfully escape and encountered the main team, led by Roselle. As for Edwina Edwards, she clearly wasn't a demigod. She was a Sequence 5 of the Reader Pathway. Furthermore, as she had been suddenly swallowed into the book, the mystical items or sealed artifacts that weren't convenient to carry around were left in the captain's cabin. She only had 1 or 2 items on her that she could use. Under such circumstances, she was able to resist the King of the North and survive. Klein, who had just advanced and adjusted his glove configuration, believed that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Furthermore, he could connect to the gray fog and use the sea god's scepter to respond. This was also the reason why Klein dared to directly enter after confirming that Donis was in a normal state during his prayers. The King of the North doesn't seem like a demigod of the ordinary pathway. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg, it's an out-of-control monster that has gathered many ice-type Beyonder characteristics. It can match a demigod in a particular domain, but it's definitely flawed in other aspects. It's not impossible for me, Edwina, Anderson, and the Beyonders of the main team to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, we can use the Sea God Scepter. I refuse to believe that this book can guard against the items above the gray fog. If it could, it would have done so long ago. Standing beside the fire, Klein looked down at Anderson and grinned. Are you afraid? Anderson was stunned for a second before he smiled brightly. No, you seem very confident. After saying that, he looked at Donis, who was still trembling and trying his best to calm down. Do you know what's most important to a man? Danitz, who had just taken a deep breath, was taken aback when he heard that. He raised his right index and middle finger in uncertainty and pointed downwards. Anderson blinked and laughed out loud. Bastard, you really are a vulgar pirate. What I want to say just now. I can't remember. That's right, I want to talk about courage. The most important thing for a man is courage. Look at you. The giant dragon hasn't even attacked yet, but you're already so scared that you're about to hug your head and beg for mercy. Donna's face immediately turned red as he glared at the other party. That's not how you behaved in Toscarter. Klein couldn't help but criticize inwardly. Donna's was about to say that he was simply affected by the aura of a high-level creature when he suddenly remembered something he had just said. His expression immediately returned to normal, and he casually replied, I can't compare to dragon poop. Anderson's smile froze. He coughed lightly and pulled off another rabbit's leg as if nothing had happened. He passed it to German Sparrow. Don't you want to try it? Klein was silent for a few seconds before he slowly shook his head. This is a strange world. Before confirming that there are no problems, it is best not to eat any of the food here. Maybe just a piece of rabbit meat will make you stay here forever. Anderson brought the roasted rabbit leg to his nose and mouth, then slowly put it down. His expression gradually collapsed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein calmly replied, I just thought of this. Anderson's expression contorted for a few seconds. He lowered his head and quickly chewed on the roasted rabbit leg. Aren't you afraid that there's really a problem? The strongest hunter's actions stunned Donis. Anderson smiled helplessly. I've already eaten one. I've already digested what needs to be digested. Since there's no way to change it, I might as well focus on enjoying it. Klein and Donis were at a loss for words. After Anderson finished chewing on a rabbit leg, he deliberated and asked, Are you really not eating? I don't know how much time will be wasted. If we're starving, how are we to fight against monsters like the dragon from before? Klein didn't directly answer. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. It's 6:10 in the evening. In 4 to 6 hours, if there's nothing wrong with your condition, we can eat in small amounts. Anderson turned agape, unable to say a word. Klein ignored him and turned to Donis. Rest for 15 minutes before finding your captain. As he spoke, he took out the pearl earrings belonging to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. All right. Donis suddenly felt his blood boil as he completely forgot the cold outside. After 7 to 8 seconds, he shrank back toward the fire. It was 7 in the evening in the outside world. Klein pressed down on his hat and held his cane. Together with Donis and Anderson, they found a mountain peak according to the revelations of divination. They circled around a huge boulder covered in a thick layer of ice and saw a dark cave. A woman with an ancient bow stood guard at the entrance. The woman had a head of soft, lustrous black hair that was tied into a simple ponytail. Her facial features were very soft, different from the people of all the countries in the northern continent. She wore a brown, ancient-styled hunter's coat and trousers. Her sharp spiritual perception cast her gaze over. Upon seeing her slightly pointed ears, combined with the contents of Roselle's travels, Klein immediately knew her identity. She was the first female elf that Roselle got to know. Her name is unknown. If compared to Earth, the people of the northern continent are more European and American, while this elf has a clear Eastern charm. Klein quickly summarized the traits. Elf. She's identical to the elves in ancient religious paintings. Anderson suddenly turned excited. I have to discuss it with her. I'll get her to be my model so that I can draw a few paintings for her. By the side, Donis scoffed as he mocked simply. Vulgar. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten Anderson's mockery. Do you only know that kind of painting? Anderson shot a glance at him and sped up towards the female elf. Just as he approached, the female elf didn't hesitate to raise her bow. The arrowhead on it shimmered with silver lightning. Stop! Anderson immediately half-raised his hands. It's useless. Most elves belong to the storm pathway. They're easily irascible and rash. Klein secretly activated his spirit body threads, planning on using some basic control to make the elf listen calmly. At this moment, Anderson's vision blurred as he saw two thick and sturdy grayish-blue legs, as well as a terrifying greatsword that had stabbed into the snow. Anderson was surprised to realize that he was only slightly taller than the leg's knee. He instinctively traced the runes on the greatsword and looked up bit by bit. As he leaned back, he finally saw the nearly 4-meter-tall giant in front of him. The giant's skin was grayish-blue. His chest and waist were wrapped in thick beast fur, while the rest of his body was exposed. Even his feet lacked protection. With a greatsword that was wider than a human door, he looked down at Anderson, Klein, and the others with his iconic vertical eye, and asked with a rumbling voice. What's going on? He asked with a rumbling voice. Who are you? Why are you here at Roselle's camp? Klein was about to answer when a familiar figure suddenly walked out of the dark cave. Donna's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Dressed in a complicated shirt and dark-colored trousers, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina swept her gaze across the three of them. Her usually cold expression revealed a rather obvious look of surprise, as though she didn't expect Gehrman Sparrow and Anderson Hood to be here. She quickly returned to normal and looked up at the giant. Roselle, this is my companion. Roselle grinned and asked delightedly, Are you also here to deal with Jurision? Jurision? Klein didn't know how to reply. At this moment, he saw Edwina, who was standing in the giant's shadow, give him a look indicating for him to give an affirmative answer. Jurision is equivalent to the King of the North? Klein seemed to be deep in thought as he replied in a low voice, Yes. Ah, then we are friends. Roselle looked down at the three people in front of him and laughed. As he spoke, Anderson quietly retreated to German Sparrow's side and lowered his voice. This is the first time I've seen a living giant. It's impossible to hit his vitals. It's too high. I can give him a pedicure. Klein lampooned before replying calmly. That's right. A big target means it's easy to hit. That's right. Anderson agreed. At this moment, Edwina walked over and introduced the three of them. This is the leader of the camp, Giant Guardian Roselle. This is Elvish Songster Ciadas. Elven singers? Ocean songsters? Klein suddenly felt that there was hope for Mr. the Hanging Man's potion formula. Edwina then turned around halfway and said to Roselle and Ciadas, Don't worry, they are my companions. The strongest adventurer, German Sparrow. Treasure hunter, Anderson Hood. Famous sailor, Donis. I always thought that Vice Admiral Iceberg was a serious person who wouldn't lie. Famous sailor. Ha, in a certain sense, that's the truth. Klein took off his hat and bowed seriously. Anderson followed him in a rather undisciplined manner. Donis was delighted that his captain had introduced him as a companion and not a subordinate. He was a beat slower and appeared flustered. Roselle laughed and said, Let's enter the camp. We are about to engage in battle with that evil dragon. You listen. Very warm and amiable. But be it in the church's canon or the City of Silver's myths, giants are violent creatures with a strong desire for destruction. Yes, anything is possible in books. It just depends on the author's ability to make sense of it. Klein nodded slightly and followed Roselle into the wide cave. Upon seeing this, Edwina approached the trio without any abnormalities. She appeared to be leading the way, but in fact, she was whispering something. The history they speak of is a little strange. It's the same with the language. No matter what language they speak, they can understand each other. Chapter 711. Regardless of the language they speak, they can understand each other. Klein's focus skipped over Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's first sentence and focused on the second sentence that didn't seem problematic. Although this was the world created by Roselle's travels, and everything was possible, certain details still revealed certain problems. To Klein, what mattered wasn't the fact that they could understand each other, but the method of understanding. Does this world have a fixed rule similar to language proficiency, or is there a consciousness that stands above everyone else, assisting in the simultaneous interpretation, just like what I did on the tarot? If it's the former, the target who doesn't understand Jotun will clearly hear an unfamiliar language, but they will be able to understand the meaning. If it's the latter, they will hear a familiar language. As he had grasped many ancient or supernatural languages, Klein was momentarily unable to make an accurate judgment. He slowed down his footsteps and walked beside Donis. He suppressed his voice and asked, "What language did you hear Roselle speak?" Donis was taken aback for a second as he recalled and said, "It's a somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar language. It's a familiar yet strange language, but I can understand everything." The supernatural language he had completely grasped was ancient Hermes, followed by Elvish. He could only be considered a beginner in Jotun. A rule similar to language proficiency. Understanding at the mental level. This means that the underlying rules of the world in the book can be different from those of the outside world. It stems from one's own settings, but the changes can exceed a certain limit. This point is still questionable and needs to be verified. After all, I can't eliminate the possibility that there's an existence like the fool who uses mental communication to complete the translation. Edwina is indeed very sharp and good at observation. The problem she discovered points straight to the essence of this world in the book. As he pondered, Klein unhurriedly entered the large, dark cave. As for the strange history narrated by the main character's team members, he wasn't surprised at all. He was even waiting for the details to appear. Klein had long known that the churches in the various countries of the northern continent were consciously destroying or hiding information, hiding the true history of the fourth epoch, third epoch, and even the second epoch. The information that was circulated in the outside world was naturally different from what the members of the main character's team who had lived in those eras understood. This was also one of the reasons why Klein took the risk to enter the world of the book. In a spacious and airy cave, there were 3 humanoid creatures scattered around a bonfire that emitted light and heat. One of them was dressed in an extremely simple white robe. His back was facing the fire, and his eyes were closed as he focused on praying. He was a middle-aged man with wrinkles, but he wasn't old. He had short brown hair, and his shoulders, arms, calves, and feet were all exposed, covered with all kinds of old scars. Beside him was a young man who was sleeping with his head on a rock. He wore heavy and tough black full-body armor, and by his hand was a black sword that shimmered with a cold light. His facial features were rather deep, and he had obvious characteristics of Rouen. Sitting opposite the two was a strangely dressed man in his 30s. He made people feel uncomfortable. He wore a sharp and hard black hat, and his coat was buttoned up and down in a messy manner. It was neither symmetrical nor coordinated. In addition, he wore leather boots that pointed up high, making him look like a clown in a circus. This man had a rather good face. He had flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, and a high-nosed bridge and thin lips. Even though he was sitting, he exuded an arrogant feeling. Edwina pointed at him and said, "Viscount Mobit Zoroast of the Solomon Empire. Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobit Zoroast. A gentleman who can take away other people's ideals and dreams. There's no need to be so tactful. Nice to meet you. I'm a Sequence 5 of the Marauder Pathway, Dream Stealer," Mobit said with a chuckle, completely unlike the arrogance he exuded. "A member of the Zoroast family. Leonard has an angel from this family parasitized in his body. Perhaps he knows them? I know what the Marauder Pathways Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 are called, but I don't know the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 6. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind without batting an eyelid. At this moment, Anderson had already greeted the other party with a warm smile. He asked in a friendly manner, "To be frank, This is the first time I've heard of Dream Stealer. I only know Marauder and Swindler. There are two sequences missing in between. Are the Beyonders of this pathway so rare? Doesn't Edwina know? Sequence 7, Cryptologist. Sequence 6, Fire Thief. Haha, let me introduce you. He believes in the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. You don't have to care about him. He has completely sealed himself in his faith, the world. But in battle, he will be a very reliable companion. Sigh, Snowman, you should at least say something. Mobit, who didn't receive a response, rubbed his chin with a wry smile. This is the treatment I've always received. It might be hard for you to imagine that when I first entered this place, I was an arrogant, reserved, and cultured noble. But the long passage of time has changed everything. Hee, when your companion is a giant who only knows how to laugh and shout slogans. When he said this, Roselle, who was sitting on a rock, smiled in a simple and honest manner. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. That vertical single, I did not have the ferocity and brutality that all kinds of giants desperately tried to portray in the rumors. Mobit shook his head and pointed at the ascetic Snowman. As for him, he might not say a word for years or decades. Ciadas is a very violent woman. As long as there's the slightest fluctuation in her emotions, she'll beat me up. Sigh. As much as I admired her in the past, I'm now just as afraid of her. Therefore, I can only take the initiative to speak to them. Otherwise, I'll definitely go mad. Thankfully, Frunzier came later. He's rather talkative. Hey, Frunzier, wake up. We have new companions. The sleeping black-armored knight slowly woke up and opened his eyes to look at Klein and company. Suddenly, he stood up amidst the sound of metal clashing. He stared at Klein. Someone from Rouen? Yes. Klein nodded frankly. He realized that this former Rouen soldier who had been missing for more than 165 years didn't look old at all. His black hair drooped down, and his blue eyes were sharp. It made one subconsciously want to obey him. Frunzier clearly fell into a daze, but he quickly restrained his expression. Do you know of the Edwardians in Bakeland? There are many Edwardians in Bakeland, Klein replied simply. The Edwardians who live at 18 Delhare Street in the Northwest Borough, Frunzier pressed anxiously. Klein shook his head. There's no longer a Northwest Borough. There's no longer a Northwest Borough. Frunzier repeated softly as his voice gradually softened. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. I don't know how many years have passed outside, but it should have been many years. Edwina told me the exact year, but I don't remember which year I came in. I spend most of my time sleeping. Time here seems to be frozen. Mobit Zoros chuckled when he heard that. That's just your bad luck. Back when we were traversing the cities and villages, everything was perfect. He looked at Klein, Anderson, and Donis. Back then, we lived in a place with humans and intelligent races. We got married again and again, watching our wives age, weaken, and die. Before a new member joins us, we would forget our goals. We would lead an ordinary but happy and relaxed life for decades or centuries. The only bad thing was that we weren't able to have our own children. Then, Frunzier came. We entered this snow-covered region and hunted many monsters, but we gradually fell into a deep slumber. We were rarely awake until we met Edwina. This also means that time in the world in the book flows normally. What maintains the progress of the story is the influence of a particular force on the main character's team. Before a new member joins, before the book flips, they will remain at the previous node and do something else. This is similar to language translation at the mental level. Conversely, can it be said that the towns and villages in the world in the book are developing normally and truly? Yes, we have to find King of the North Ulyssen as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the passage of time, we will also suffer from that influence, falling into a deep slumber or forgetting our main goal. We will stay here for a very long time until a new member is swallowed into the book and finds us. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to speak, Edwina spoke first. There's no need to worry about this problem. We will soon encounter the King of the North. Why? Anderson and Mobit asked in unison. Edwina surveyed the area. Before I came in, there were only a few pages left of the travel notes that were glued together. And now, all of you have entered and found the camp. There will definitely be more pages that have been flipped. The story is about to come to an end. Mobit nodded indiscernibly, agreeing with Edwina's judgment. As for Anderson, he softly muttered the words adhesion. Edwina then introduced Klein, Anderson, and Donis. She then sat by the fire as a demonstration. Klein took off his hat and held it together with his cane. He slowly sat down and looked at Mobit Zurost, who loved to talk. Has he heard of the Tudor Empire and the Tluin Sastal Empire? He didn't beat around the bush and directly returned with a question. This was the persona of the German sparrow. No. Mobit shook his head. Edwina has already asked me. Back in my era, the Tudor and Tluin Sastal families were like our Zoros family. They were powerful nobles of the Solomon Empire, loyal to the Black Emperor. So the Tudor and Tluin Sastal families are traitors of the Solomon Empire. Klein thought for a moment. Apart from you, what other nobles are there in the Solomon Empire? Many. Mobit smiled as he glanced at Frunzier. Augustus, Abraham, Zeratul, etc. Wait. Back in my era, the Church of Evernight's nemesis was the Church of the God of Combat and the Southern Continent's Egger's family. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were at odds with each other, hoping to obtain the support of the Solomon Empire. He paused for 2 seconds as his expression gradually turned solemn. Back then, deities walked the land, not the astral world. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Chapter 712. Deities walk on land, not in the astral world. At the beginning of the 4th epoch, in the era of the Solomon Empire, there was no distinction between myth and reality. Deities walked on land without needing to descend. This is similar to the 2nd epoch recorded in the City of Silver's books. Places like the Giant King's Court and the real world are only separated by a door. They can pass through and return as they wish. Humans and gods are everywhere, and it's chaotic and dark. Also, the astral world really corresponds to deities. Upon hearing Viscount Mobit Zuro's description, Klein instantly made the connection. He subconsciously swept a glance at Roselle. This was because this giant was very likely someone who had personally experienced a particular part of the 2nd epoch's history. Roselle picked up a cup that was more exaggerated than a wooden bucket and gulped down a mouthful of melted snow. He laughed out loud and said, Mobit, isn't this very normal? Why are you so serious? I don't know why I'm being so serious either. Mobit Zurost revealed a smile bit by bit. Haha, what is very normal to us might be very terrifying and unbelievable to them. I have to use a suitable expression to narrate it to achieve a satisfactory effect. Do you still remember Frunzier's expression when he first heard our stories? It was as though he wanted to kneel down and repent to the Lord of Storms. Klein, Donis, and company were momentarily a loss as to what expression or words to use in response. Anderson leaned his body towards German Sparrow and suppressed his voice. I feel that he has the talent of a provocateur. He appeared to be controlling his volume, but his words could be heard by every creature present. Mobit didn't mind it as he chuckled and continued the topic from before. I know all of you don't believe in the matter of deities walking on land. It's very difficult for you to accept it, just like how Edwina was previously. I can give you 2 examples. The Abyss of Storm in Pasu Island and the Amantha Mountain Range's Tenebrous Heaven are respectively the divine kingdoms of the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess. The divine kingdoms on land are separated from the real world by an illusory door. Pasu Island? Isn't this where the altar of the Church of the Storm is located? Amantha Mountains. Amantha means tranquility in Hermes. Does this refer to the Holy Cathedral, the Church of Serenity? When the gods no longer walk the earth, their kingdoms become the headquarters of their respective churches. Klein instinctively felt that Mobit Zurost wasn't lying, so he made a judgment based on that. Donis, on the other hand, was a little confused and fearful. He subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but when he saw the focus captain, the contemplative German Sparrow, and Anderson Hood, whose face was filled with the words, I'm very interested. He could only force himself to hold back and search for a more comfortable sitting position. At this moment, elvish songster Ciadas, who was in charge of keeping watch, walked in. Don't mention that false god. The power of the storm belongs only to the Elven King. Her voice was clear and gentle, but her tone was filled with anger and irritation. It was as though she would raise her hands at any moment and shoot Mobit Zurost with an arrow. All right, I'll address him as a false god. Mobit raised his hand and stroked his sharp and hard black hat. Ciadas retracted her gaze and said to the shallow believer of the Lord of Storms, the former Ruan soldier, Frunzier Edward. It's your turn. Frunzier raised his head bit by bit, his expression still a little dazed. He didn't seem to notice the conversation and dispute from before. He pulled out the iron-black sword that was stabbed into the ground beside him and walked towards the cave's entrance. Klein observed for a moment and took the opportunity to ask Ciadas, the elf, "Do you know Queen of Calamity, Kohainum?" In fact, he wasn't certain that Kohainum was Elf King Saniathrim's subsidiary god, Queen of Calamity. He was asking in such a manner because he was waiting for elvish songster Ciadas to give him an answer. Ciadas's gentle and exquisite face immediately revealed a dazed look similar to Frunzier's. I haven't heard her name in a long time. She is the queen of us elves. Mobit and Frunzier don't even know of her existence. Where did you encounter her? No. Learn of her situation? As she spoke, Ciadas's tone turned anxious. At this time, Donas looked at the German sparrow in astonishment. He was amazed that this lunatic was so knowledgeable that he could even have a common topic with the elves who seemed to belong to the ancient times. I didn't expect you to be a scholar. I couldn't tell. Anderson sighed and shook his head. Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, similarly cast her gaze at Klein. Her clear blue eyes were filled with a strong thirst for knowledge. Klein calmly replied, "That's right. I entered a ruin that belonged to the Queen of Calamity, Kohainum, and obtained some items." Ruins? Ciadas ruminated over the word softly, her tone as though she had lost something unimportant, but she couldn't bear to part with it. Judging from the situation there, he might not have really died. When Klein saw Ciadas's eyes light up, he went straight to the point and asked, "Do you have the ocean songster potion formula? What can I give you in exchange?" He felt that it was best to be frank and direct when dealing with Beyonders of the Storm Pathway. Ciadas thought for a moment. "Let's exchange one of the Queen's items. I only obtained a wine cup made of gold. It has already been flattened, and its surface is engraved with complicated patterns, and the two words Calamity, Kohainum in Elvish." Klein didn't hide anything. "I know that cup. It's the Queen's favorite cup," Ciadas said, unable to hide her excitement. "Deal." The cup is outside. Klein had no intention of going above the gray fog in front of everyone. Ciadas nodded. "I understand. Once we leave this book, we'll complete the deal." At this point, she clasped her palms together. "The storm shall belong to the elves." Without waiting for the others to speak, she asked curiously, "What else did you find there?" "Some murals depict the battle between the Elf King and the ancient sun god." Klein glanced at the ascetic, Snowman, who was said to believe in the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. The middle-aged man with his back to the fire and his face to the stone wall finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "No, he isn't just the god of the sun god. He is our Lord, the Father of all things, the source of greatness. He isn't fighting the Elf King. He is only taking back the authority that belongs to him." Just as Snowman said that, Ciadas stood up and aimed her arrow at him. Suddenly, the elvish songster's long, raven-black hair that was tied into a ponytail spread out. It went against the laws of nature as it flared upwards and in all directions. The strands of hair were distinct, and there were silver-white bolts of lightning swirling around them, emitting a strange dark blue luster. Just as Ciadas was about to release the bowstring, a gigantic grayish-blue palm suddenly appeared in front of her. It blocked the arrow tip, unafraid of being pierced through. This was none other than the giant Roselle's palm. One of the traits of this race was that their limbs were exaggerated in proportion, making them look abnormally long. Therefore, all he did was sit and stretch out his arm to stop Ciadas. All right, Snowman, cut it out. As you know, Ciadas is an elf who likes to use actions instead of words. Roselle first said to the ascetic before turning to look at the elvish songster. Ciadas, we are companions. We have experienced many dangers together, and we can leave our backs to each other's companions. You can retort Snowman, or even beat him up, but you are not to attempt to harm him. As expected of the protagonist of a travel book, he's filled with positive energy. However, what's the difference between beating him up and harming him? Klein couldn't help but mutter. Ciadas grunted and sat back down. There was a moment of silence and awkwardness. The giant Roselle surveyed the area with his vertical eye and chuckled. Then, I'll also talk about my past experiences. Before entering this book, I lived in the Giant King's Court and was one of the guardians of the Waning Forest. Only our king can enter that place. It's said that his father and mother are buried there. They are also the origins of us giants. The Giant King's Court is made up of many parts, and the Waning Forest is one of them. It's where the most ancient ancestor of the giants is buried. Klein listened very seriously, wishing to ask more. To him, this was more valuable than the history of the fourth epic. This was because the city of Silver's Hope was likely to lie in the Giant King's Court. However, before he could say a word, Edwina had already asked, Gurosel, what was the book like when you received it? Gurosel raised his hand to rub his cheeks. There was nothing in it. It was like a blank book waiting to be filled in. I previously guessed that Gurosel might be a character from a book. Klein deliberated for a few seconds and didn't directly inquire about the details of the Giant King's Court. He turned to look at Mobit Zorost. He turned to look at Mobit and said, Do you know Blasphemer Amon? Blasphemers refers to the entire Amon family. They are the mortal enemies of our Zorost. It's said that they have an extremely powerful and terrifying ancestor. Even Lord Ouroboros and Lord Medici regard him with great importance and even fear him, but no one knows his exact name. Mobit explained in detail. Ouroboros? Medici? Back then, the true creator and Rose Redemption were supporting the Solomon Empire. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately asked, What's going on? Have you heard of the name Sasser? Mobit was taken aback as he slowly shook his head. Never heard of it. Dark Angel Sasser's name disappeared after the cataclysm? Was it buried? From this, Klein confirmed a fact. At this moment, Snowman, who was facing the stone wall, spoke in a hoarse voice. Sasser is a dark angel, the leader of the kings of angels. He's the one closest to the Lord. I'm waiting for your answer. Klein looked at the ascetic monk and asked in a low voice, Apart from Ouroboros, Medici, and Amon, which other kings of angels are there? There's no need to say their names. Klein was afraid of causing an unnecessary reaction, just like the penitent in Afternoon Town. Edwina, Anderson, and Donis had been in a daze from the beginning. This was because the content of the conversation between German Sparrow and the few ancient figures was something they had never heard of. They couldn't believe that this crazy adventurer had grasped so many secrets and knowledge. Snowman fell silent for a few seconds. Also, Angel of Imagination, Adam, just as he said this name, the entire cave suddenly shook. The familiar crazy and tyrannical aura rapidly descended. King of the North Ulyssan had come. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Requesting for monthly recommendation votes. Chapter 713. The former Rouen soldier, Frunzier Edward, who was guarding the cave entrance, had just moved when he saw a massive figure descend from the sky, landing on a huge boulder that was covered in thick layers of ice. The wings that were covered in skin didn't retract as they continued spreading out, nearly blocking out the surrounding light. The illusory armor that seemed to be made of ice crystals and the extremely berserk deep blue dragon eyes were immediately reflected in Frunzier's eyes. He instinctively sensed danger and immediately leaped to the side with his iron-black sword in hand, rolling far away from where he had originally been standing. Almost at the same time, the frost dragon, king of the North Ulyssan, opened its mouth and spat out a distorted, quiet, and ostentatious icy blue flame into the cave. Wherever it passed, the void turned transparent and froze. Moments later, the icy blue flame stirred up a wave of dreamy light that surged into the dark cave, freezing everything in its path. Although the words "angel of imagination," Adam, still flashed in Klein's mind, and he couldn't help but recall Roselle the Great's description of the Twilight Hermit Order. Their mission is to revive the original creator, a high-ranking being of the spectator pathway, or even a uniqueness. The method of gathering members is through a true dream that connects the east and west ends of the continent. Furthermore, as long as their names are mentioned, they will immediately sense it. However, he still instinctively reacted to the impending danger. He pounced to the side and quickly dodged to an uneven spot in the cave, attempting to use the boulder in front of him to block the subsequent attack. However, the surging icy blue light was like a tidal wave that drowned every spot, freezing everything. In the cramped environment of the cave, there was no safe zone for the target. Just as the surroundings were about to turn into an ice coffin, a gigantic grayish-blue figure appeared in Klein's vision. The giant, Roselle, silently stood right in front. He knelt down on his left knee and bent his back forward, stabbing his broadsword into the ground in front of him. The light of dawn lit up, forming an illusory wall to Roselle's left and right, protecting everyone behind him. The icy blue tidal wave surged over, but it was first split apart by the vertical broadsword before slamming into the light of dawn on the two sides. In the vision of Klein and the others, the cave suddenly darkened, and then half of the light was restored. They could clearly see that the bonfire had already been extinguished. The dim light from the outside world penetrated the layers of ice crystals and shone in, making it exceptionally dim. At this moment, every inch of space in front of Roselle was frozen. This giant seemed to have become a bug in amber. Then, the giant's sword that was stabbed into the ground shone like the first rays of the morning sun. They converged together and enveloped Roselle. Then, they transformed into a storm of light that swept outwards. Silently, a huge crack appeared on the layer of ice that seemed to have been melted, and it spread all the way to the outside of the cave. Roselle's grayish-blue figure disappeared from where he stood. Elvish songster Ciadas, who had yet to tie her hair up, held her bow and arrow. Under the swirling winds, she charged out of the cave without any delay. Wearing an asymmetrical black coat, the Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobit Zerost mumbled to himself, "Don't be in a hurry." He ran with large strides, following closely behind Ciadas. The ascetic snowman, who was facing the rock wall, stood up as well. He tapped his chest 4 times, as though he was drawing a cross. "May the Lord bless me." With a hoarse and dry voice, he stepped on the cold ice with his bare feet and ran out of the cave through the crack. Klein similarly didn't hesitate. Without drawing his revolver, he quickly entered the crack in the ice with Anderson, who was holding Death Brachyderm tightly. Edwina Edwards, who was wearing a complicated shirt, looked at Danitz, who was trembling under the aura of a high-ranking Beyonder. She said with a gentle but emotionless voice, she said, "Stay here." With that said, her light blue eyes suddenly turned dark. Immediately, a strong wind howled around her, propelling her out. "Stay here." Donis was taken aback for 2 seconds as he subconsciously surveyed the area. He saw the rock wall covered in frost and the completely extinguished fire. The cave was silent. He was the only one there. Donis' trembling calmed down bit by bit as he turned Agape, but he didn't say a word. All he could do was watch his captain's figure disappear into the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, the former Rouen soldier, Frunzier Edward, who had rolled to avoid the first round of attacks, saw the king of the north Ulyssin flap its wings and soar into the sky to open up a distance from the Beyonders to ensure his safety. He hurriedly stabilized his body and pushed out his left palm diagonally. Right on the heels of that, he announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying is prohibited here." Suddenly, the frost dragon's wings that seemed to blot out the sky seemed to be hung by an invisible object that was 100 times its weight. Flapping them became extremely difficult. The king of the north immediately let out an angry roar. A loud sound wave drilled into Frunzier's ears, causing him to involuntarily sway. With a whoosh, the wings that seemed to blot out the sky finally flapped down, stirring up all the snow and frost around them, scattering them into the air. Although it was difficult for Ulysses, it still succeeded in flying. At this moment, disciplinary paladin Frunzier's expression turned extremely solemn. He once again spoke in ancient Hermes. "Violators shall be punished." Just as he said that, his figure shot up, moving even faster than the frost dragon Ulysses. It was as though he had been enhanced by an unknown power. Ding! Frunzier spread his body in midair as he brandished his iron-black sword, cleaving at the king of the North's neck in a manner that was certain to hit its target. Clear cracks appeared on the ice crystal-like armor as they spread to the surroundings. However, this didn't cause Ulysses to bleed or be injured. This frost dragon didn't even feel any pain. Its ghostly blue eyes locked on a Frunzier as it wore a cruel and brutal expression. It raised its front claws, and Frunzier was in midair with nowhere to dodge. At that critical moment, a hurricane blew over, forcefully pushing the black-armored disciplinary paladin away. Ulysses' strike struck the void, producing an explosive sound as it failed to hit its target. The moment elvish songster Ciadas rushed out of the cave, she didn't hesitate to take action and save Frunzier's life. Right on the heels of that, her hair spread out once again in violation of the laws of nature. Each strand was wrapped with lightning. She used the tip of her arrow to aim at the gigantic king of the north that was flying slowly in midair. She firmly pulled back the bowstring. The sky instantly turned gray as though dark clouds were gathering and lightning was leaping. Due to the influence of the disciplinary paladin, Ulysses' flight wasn't that smooth. Suddenly, it retracted its wings and swooped down, slamming into Ciadas like a high-speed train. At that moment, the grayish-blue figure that made one feel safe rushed over and blocked the king of the north's swooping path. The giant Roselle knelt on one knee once again, stabbing the broadsword that humans couldn't use in front of him. A light that resembled the first rays of dawn appeared, erecting an impenetrable, invisible wall. Boom! The frost dragon and Roselle's collision was like a terrifying explosion. It pulverized the surrounding snow and ice as it was pushed to the periphery. Roselle failed to defend himself as he flew out like a ball, rolling past Ciadas and slamming into a mountain wall with a bang. He slammed into the snow and ice above him, nearly creating an avalanche. As for Ulysses, it didn't retreat. All it did was stand in its spot. Having its dive interrupted, it stepped on the ground with its hind legs. Its body leaned forward as it craned its neck and opened its mouth at elvish songster Ciadas. The Solomon Empire's noble, Mobid Zurost, had long arrived beside Ciadas. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly extended his right hand and quickly twisted his wrist. Jurision's mouth was completely agape, but he seemed to have forgotten what he wanted to do. He stood there in a daze and did not follow up. Mobit suddenly turned his head and spat to the side. Bah! The saliva was ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Seizing this opportunity, the ascetic snowman, who had followed them out, raised his arms, as though he was embracing the grace of God. Then he said to elvish songster Ciadas in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "God said it's effective." With a sizzling sound, the silver lightning on Ciadas's hair brightened and surged out, intertwining with the arrow. She let go of her wrist, and the arrow shot out. Rumble! Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down, superimposing on the arrow. The arrow turned completely silver-white, as though it came from the god of thunder. It struck Jurision's forehead at an unavoidable speed. The layers of ice crystals vanished as the dreamy armor cracked. The arrow stabbed into the king of the north's head, causing it to let out a deafening scream. Light blue blood flowed out and quickly coagulated. The frost dragon's ugly head shook crazily as silver darted about. At this moment, Klein and Anderson ran out of the cave. Disciplinary paladin Frunzier landed on the ground and tumbled a few times before standing up again. As for Roselle, he reached out his palm from the snow and rubbed his head. He didn't seem to be injured. With so many teammates, I don't need to take the initiative to attack. I can attempt to control Jurision's spirit-body threads. From what I saw, it doesn't seem to have the defenses of a demigod. Of course, it's much stronger than a sequence 5. A 5-meter range. That's a little dangerous. Klein looked at the frost dragon and quickly had an idea. P.S. Update before making any changes. Chapter 714. King of the North Ulyssen's tragic cries rapidly turned into a roar. Following that, a blizzard blew outside the cave, preventing anyone from seeing beyond 5 meters. The howling wind swept up the densely packed goose feathers, filling every inch of space. At the same time, an icy blue halo rapidly expanded, sticking close to the ground and extending outwards. Wherever it passed, everything that came into contact with it froze into an ice sculpture from the bottom up. Klein, whose vision and hearing had been affected by the blizzard, immediately had a corresponding scene surface in his mind. He hurriedly bent his knees and exerted strength with his ankles, jumping straight up, allowing the icy blue halo to sweep past him. And when Mobit, who wasn't adept at combat, discovered the icy blue halo, it was already very close to him. He didn't even have the time to jump up. At that moment, someone grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up. Beneath his feet, a violent hurricane soared into the sky. With the combination of the two, he was forced to jump up high, avoiding the outcome of being sealed in ice. Mobit turned his head and, as expected, saw the stone-faced Ciatas. As flying was forbidden here, this elvish songster could only control the strong winds to slowly glide forward. Anderson, Edwina, Snowman, and Frunzier reacted and jumped up in time, dodging the attack without much of a thrill. Only the giant, Roselle, had just lifted his broadsword and struggled out of the snow when he encountered the icy blue halo. Unable to dodge in time, his feet were touched. A thick layer of ice instantly surged up as Roselle froze in his spot, as though he was a corpse that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Whoosh! The exaggerated blizzard obscured the Beyonders' vision, causing them to completely lose their lock on Ulyssen. All they could do was passively defend against any attacks. At this moment, the ascetic snowman, who had yet to land, spread his arms out once again and solemnly said in ancient Hermes, "God says it's ineffective." The raging blizzard suddenly calmed down a lot. Whether it was the raging hurricane or the dense goose feathers, all of them had either weakened or disappeared by half. Vaguely, Ciatas saw a huge, ugly face that resembled a lizard's. The broken arrow was still stuck in its forehead. The frost colossal dragon Ulyssen had already taken the opportunity to close the distance between them. Ciatas didn't panic. The strong winds suddenly changed directions, pushing her and Mobit backward. At the same time, her lips, which had turned white from the cold, parted as she sang in ancient and difficult Elvish. Reefs will be torn apart by the waves. The big tree will definitely be struck down by the storm. The mountain will be destroyed by the lightning. As every word in Elvish was rich in meaning, the sentences formed were very short. Therefore, the lyrics did not take much time for Ciatas. Furthermore, from the first word, from the beginning of the beautiful and forceful melody, the wind in the blizzard changed. The howling wind turned chaotic as it dispersed in all directions. The King of the North Ulyssen's massive body reappeared in front of Klein and company. By the time Ciatas sang the third word, disciplinary paladin Frunzier had already pushed out his right palm and said in ancient Hermes in a deep voice, "Imprison." In an instant, the frost dragon that was about to charge at Ciatas and Mobit froze in its spot. Layers of transparent walls seemed to appear around it. And at the same time Frunzier muttered, Edwina, who had just found her footing, suddenly had her light blue eyes turn black. A sticky liquid that seemed to be formed from all the evil thoughts in a living being's heart flowed out of her eyes. With a gentle clench of her right palm, the King of the North Ulyssen roared as it stood up, instantly tearing apart the effects of imprison. The frost dragon's ghostly blue eyes were filled with confusion and pain, as though it was still immersed in its sudden outburst of madness and violence. Even though this was its usual state, It felt terrible to be completely detonated. Without a doubt, it was a dragon that had poor emotional control. Seizing the opportunity of Ulyssen's momentary pause, Anderson Hood condensed a blazing white flaming spear in his hand. Then, with a forward swing, he threw it out. Without looking at the outcome, the flames beneath the strongest hunter's feet surged and condensed into a liquid state. So, the blazing white flaming spear accurately hit the frost dragon's half-open mouth, rapidly melting the thick ice crystal armor. It still had enough strength to penetrate its upper jaw. Ulyssen cried out tragically once again. It kicked off with its hind legs and pounced forward without a care. Sticking close to the ground, it charged at Anderson at a terrifying speed. The only thing left in its eyes was the tiny worm that had dealt it significant damage. Rip! The snow parted as a deep and wide ravine was plowed into the ground. This ravine extended all the way to where Anderson was and extended outwards. Bang! With terrifying inertia, the frost dragon slammed into a rock covered in thick layers of ice, shattering its outer shell and cracking its innards. If it had struck Anderson, the strongest hunter would definitely have been reduced to a pulp. Even if it was just a graze, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. However, somewhere in the ravine, where Anderson was originally standing, there was an additional black hole that led straight down. It was just the right size for a person to crawl through. Pah! With a hand placed on the hole's entrance, the disheveled, strongest hunter jumped out. After he threw the flaming spear, he didn't dodge in a panic. Instead, he directly used his Beyonder powers to melt the snow beneath his feet and burn the soil, silently creating a hole that wasn't too deep. Following that, he sank into it and squatted down, perfectly avoiding the king of the North Strike. At that moment, a pure beam of light descended, striking Roselle's body and quickly melting the ice crystals on his surface. Snowman had used an offensive method to remove the restrictions on the giant guardian. The light of dawn erupted as Roselle raised his greatsword and charged in front of the frost dragon, slashing out in a frenzy. Bang! 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 Roselle's height was only a meter shorter than Ulyssen's non-humanoid form. His strength was equally exaggerated. Although he staggered and retreated after clashing with his opponent's front claws, he quickly recovered and took another step forward, entangling his opponent. With the giant guardian blocking the front, the others calmly made their own responses. The ascetic snowman maintained his open arms, and a halo that resembled the scorching sun appeared around him. This halo quickly spread outwards, warming up every one of his companions present. It brought them great courage, and, as if it was being controlled precisely, they avoided the king of the north. Not far from him, Ciaraz's hair fluttered as she pulled back her bowstring. She shot out arrows that seemed to be condensed from wind blades or lightning. As the target was massive, every arrow of hers hit its target. Furthermore, it was nearly at the same spot, the frost dragon's shoulder. Mobit Zorost matched up perfectly with Roselle. At times, he would steal the idea that the king of the north was about to put into practice, causing it to fall into a momentary daze. At other times, he would attempt to steal its powers, but despite the limited number of attempts, he had yet to succeed. With his pitch-black short sword in hand, he carefully circled to the side, as though he wanted to attack a particular spot. Disciplinary paladin Frunzier brandished his iron-black sword and used the prohibition decree and imprison judgment to assist Roselle in his melee with the frost dragon. If not for him restraining the giant, he would have long been sent flying despite being a guardian. He would then be trampled or spat at to his death. Klein looked at Edwina and raised his hand to point at himself. Invisibility! He didn't know if she could replicate such an ability. If she couldn't, he would have to consider other means. Edwina didn't ask why. Her light blue and clear eyes immediately reflected German Sparrow's figure before losing its color and turning transparent. Klein's body turned transparent as he vanished. After confirming his condition, Klein quickly ran towards the dragon and giant who were engaged in an intense battle. With a roll, he arrived at the king of the north's left hind leg. Then, as he dodged Ulysses' stomps in battle, he used his spirit body threads vision that he had long activated to emanate his spirituality to control the illusory black threads. Right on the heels of that, he would roll and leap from time to time as he searched for a safe space beneath and around the frost dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver lightning arrows and pure blue wind blades landed in a small area, shattering the ice crystal armor and tearing apart the tough skin. Soon, the frost dragon's right shoulder turned pale blue. Correspondingly, the swing of its front claws slowed down imperceptibly. Disciplinary paladin Frunzier acutely noticed this as he leaped to the side to dodge the icy blue breath. He pointed at the spot and solemnly declared in ancient Hermes, "Death." With a poof, Ulysses' right shoulder, which was covered in light blue blood, instantly shriveled. It tore so much that translucent bones could be seen. At that moment, Edwina took out a palm-sized bronze mirror and reflected Ulysses' body. She reached out with her right palm and grabbed the mirror's surface, pinching the image within. Then, with a forceful tear, she pulled it outwards. Ulysses' wound instantly became exaggerated as it kept spreading. It was as though it was about to lose a front claw. It let out a shrill cry as it suddenly raised its body and stood up like a human. A pale blue light that was close to white surged out of the dragon's body as the temperature within 100 meters plummeted. It was accompanied by an irresistible feeling. Suddenly, all the Beyonders seemed to be sealed in ice for an extended period of time. Their bodies turned extremely cold as they turned extremely stiff. Furthermore, they couldn't help but tremble. It was the same for Ciata's Mobit, Edwina, Klein, Roselle, Anderson, and Frunzier. Only the ascetic snowman, who had been tempered by the cold countless times, could barely move. He kept his arms wide open, half closed his eyes, and said solemnly, "Don't worry." He solemnly said, "God loves the world." Sunlight tore through the snowstorm and shone in. The warmth began to melt the frozen feeling. Bang! Ulysses sent Roselle flying with a swipe of its claw, causing the giant guardian's chest to cave in. He was severely injured. It temporarily ignored the others as it aimed at Snowman and charged at him at high speeds. Snowman doesn't have anyone protecting him. He's about to leave my 5-meter radius. Klein's body was still stiff as he watched this scene. He had the urge to run into the cave and pray to himself before heading above the gray fog to respond with the sea god scepter. At this moment, a scarlet fireball landed beside the ascetic monk before the frost dragon could. Then it exploded and sent the ascetic monk flying. It came from the strongest hunter, Anderson. At that moment, Edwina condensed a fireball in her hand and threw it at Ulysses' back, but it didn't seem to hit. She was creating a passageway for Klein to flame flash. Chapter 7:15. The frost dragon Ulysses charged to where ascetic snowman had been standing, but it did not hit anything. It slid past, leaving behind a long ravine. Behind it, fireballs exploded one after another, creating fireworks. Klein's body stiffened as he used the flash jump. He didn't allow the king of the north to open up a distance between him and him. He remained within 5 meters of it. When Ulysses stopped, he, who was still in his invisible state, suddenly had an ominous feeling. A corresponding scene appeared in his mind as he hurriedly lunged forward, sticking close to the ground as he burrowed beneath the frost dragon. At the same time, Ulysses' thick and powerful tail lashed out, lashing at the nearby elvish songster Ciatas and the Solomon Empire aristocrat. Mobit. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Mobit was sent flying, dodging the frost dragon's tail. As for Ciatas, she was a beat too slow. Although she had used the strong winds to retreat with the sweeping momentum to dissipate the force, she was still struck to the side. It shattered the thick, illusory scales that had surfaced on her body and fractured her ribs. She was sent flying backward, and with the wind support, she didn't land too heavily on the snowy ground. If it were Mobit or Anderson, this strike would have been enough to kill them on the spot. Thankfully, the storm pathway had the corresponding illusory scales to protect them. Furthermore, every sequence would receive a corresponding enhancement. Ciata's was only seriously injured and didn't fall unconscious. She didn't even completely lose her mobility. At this moment, the king of the north Ulyssen's neck moved as it opened its mouth and spewed out a pale blue wave of light. The wave of light swept past Snowman, freezing the ascetic into an ice sculpture. Edwina, Frunzier, and Anderson were either blocked by the massive dragon's body, using other Beyonder powers, or being too far away. They couldn't save him in time. Bang! The frost dragon leaped and turned around, causing the ground to tremble. At that moment, its condition had clearly deteriorated. The wound on its right shoulder was abnormally gruesome. Although the frozen pale blue blood had barely stopped the injury from worsening, its corresponding front claws were nearly paralyzed, making it inconvenient. Many of the illusory scales on its body had shattered, turning abnormally dim as though it had lost a large amount of vitality. But no matter what, it had managed to severely injure or restrict 3 of its opponents, and its situation was much better than before. Especially since the giant Roselle was severely injured, it was no longer being held back, and it could attack as it pleased. Upon seeing this scene, Edwina's light blue eyes turned dark once again. Viscous malevolence slowly flowed in them. She suddenly clenched her right fist. Ulyssen raised its head and roared again in extreme pain. Light blue liquid flowed out of the corners of its eyes and mouth. At this moment, the frost dragon's mind was filled with explosive emotions. Seizing this opportunity, Edwina's eyes lit up, turning extremely pure. The light of dawn around her rapidly appeared and condensed into a sword. She had to play the role of a guardian and stop the king of the north. She believed that the German sparrow must have his reasons for hiding beside Jerision. All he lacked was time. Right at this moment, a figure shrouded in the light of dawn rushed to the front of the frost dragon. It was the giant Roselle. His chest was caved in as his grayish-blue skin turned pale. The broadsword in his hand had cracks that resembled spiderwebs, but he still bravely faced his enemy. Roselle appeared to be burning his life as he emitted light and heat as he cleaved at his target. Giants never retreat. Amidst the angry roar, Roselle blocked the frost dragon's strikes time and time again. Furthermore, due to one of its front claws being crippled, it still had the strength to dodge the icy blue breath. Imprisoned, disciplinary paladin Frunzier ran over and began restricting the king of the north's actions. Edwina also found a tacit understanding. She waited until Jerision broke free of its restraints and anger before detonating its emotions, allowing the control to continue, preventing high-speed collisions from happening. Anderson would occasionally throw out a blazing white spear or produce condensed fireballs at times. He repeatedly dealt the greatest damage to his opponent. After Mobit recovered, he continued stealing thoughts and powers to interfere with the frost dragon's attacks. Jerision attempted to spread its wings and flap the snow to fly into the sky twice, but it was affected by Frunzier's superimposed flight restriction. It became difficult and slow, so it could only give up. By its feet, Klein, who was constantly changing positions, slowly controlled the spirit body threads. He had long reached the limit of 20 seconds, but he still failed to succeed. This was because the King of the North spirit was powerful and crazy. After a while, there was a loud clang. After the broadsword in Roselle's hand was stained by the frost dragon's breath, it was struck by its front claws. Immediately, it shattered into countless fragments that flew in different directions. Amidst the sounds, the invisible wall in front of Roselle that was nearing its limits was penetrated. A few fragments stabbed deep into his head and chest. Disciplinary paladin Frunzier, who was closest to him, similarly failed to dodge in time. The side of his armor was shattered as the corresponding spots were mangled. Giants never retreat. Roselle roared once again as the light of dawn bloomed from his body, as a pure sword of light appeared in his palm. As dark red blood flowed down his face, he blocked another strike from the frost dragon. At this moment, Klein controlled the spirit body threads like he was plucking a zither string. He finally saw the dawn of initial control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. King of the North Ulyssen's actions came to a halt. Every joint in its body seemed to be covered in rust. The frost dragon immediately turned alert and sensed that the source of danger came from beneath it. Before its mind completely slowed down, it instantly made the decision to sit down. It wanted to reduce that sinister and vicious fellow to mincemeat. Suddenly, its mind went adrift as it forgot what it wanted to do. As for Mobit Zurost, who was more than 20 meters away, his legs went limp as he strangely sat down on the snow. Klein took the opportunity to move his feet, neither too fast nor too slow. He walked to the side of the frost dragon's hind legs. His invisibility began to fade. After all, the simulation was definitely inferior to the original. He extended his hands as his spirituality leaped, as though he was controlling a gigantic puppet. Bang! Ulyssen, whose mind had already slowed down, found its previous decision. Its hind legs slowly bent as its body slammed down like a collapsing mountain, but all it did was stir up the snow and dust. No, not good. I have to do that. Thoughts flashed through its mind in a clear sequence as its heart contracted, condensing a terrifying pale blue light that was close to white. This was a beyonder power that stemmed from its life. It could create a hell of extreme cold. Previously, it had used this to freeze Klein and company. If not for Snowman's experience and powers restraining such a state, there would have been more than 1 or 2 Beyonders who died. However, at that moment, under Klein's control, everything Ulyssen was doing had clearly slowed down. Edwina acutely sensed the source of danger that she couldn't grasp previously. She immediately clenched her right palm and once again ignited the frost dragon's fluctuating emotions. The King of the North's body trembled in slow motion. The pale blue light that was about to condense dissipated uncontrollably, failing to interfere with its surroundings. Ah! The frost dragon slowly opened its mouth as it let out a stuttering scream. Elvish songster Ciadas had recovered slightly as she barely managed to stand up. Upon seeing this, she immediately endured the pain and pulled back her bowstring. Her hair spread out again as thick leaden clouds appeared in midair. 2 different silver-white bolts of lightning intersected and surged into the bow, forming a terrifying arrow with layers of lightning coiling around it. Ciadas's face contorted as she released the bowstring. The silver-white bolt of lightning whizzed into Ulyssen's abdomen, tearing open a gruesome wound. Inside the wound, sparks splattered as the lightning bolts darted about, causing even more damage. At that moment, Anderson's eyes lit up as his body was covered in a layer of scorching white flames. Then he transformed into a stream of light and accurately shot into the wound. Pitch-black marks quickly appeared on the chest and abdomen of the frost dragon, as if someone had scribbled there. Jerision's thoughts were no longer as slow under the intense stimulation. It struggled to flap its wings and soar into the sky. Flying is prohibited here. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier added more restrictions in a timely manner. Bang! The King of the North landed once again as the pitch-black marks on its abdomen split open. Light blue blood and damaged organs surged out like a waterfall. Anderson jumped off the dragon's body. The flames on his body had been extinguished, and he was covered by a thin layer of transparent ice. It's cold. It's cold. He held Death Brachydion as he stiffly jumped out, his body constantly trembling. Klein, who had nearly had the frost dragon break free from his restraints, regained the feeling of initial control. It slowed down Ulyssen's desire to bury everyone present along with him. At the same time, it suffered from theft and detonation. Its slender neck slowly stretched up as it let out a sluggish wail before its body collapsed inch by inch. During this process, Klein didn't attempt to stop Ciadas and company from continuing their attacks. This was because he knew very well that it would take more than 5 minutes to turn the frost dragon into a puppet. There were too many accidents that could happen during this process. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier panted as he stood up straight. With the side of his body in a bloody mess, he once again pushed out his hand that wasn't holding a sword and solemnly declared in ancient Hermes, "Die." Ulyssen's body trembled as it collapsed to the ground like a tiny mountain formed from ice. Light blue light that was close to white burst out from its body, stirring its flesh and quickly flowing around. Soon, the gigantic dragon corpse turned into a thick, tall, and snow-covered door. Without needing anyone to remind them, all the Beyonders present knew that this was the door that led to the outside world. Finally succeeded. Roselle laughed out loud as his voice became softer and softer. Bang! His nearly 4-meter-tall body lunged forward as he propped himself up on one knee. The light of dawn on his body quickly dissipated as his aura instantly vanished. Groselle, Ciadas and company approached him with great difficulty or speed. Roselle slowly surveyed the area as he clenched his fists and smiled in a simple and honest manner. We did it. Giants will never retreat. His voice came to an abrupt halt as his single vertical eye drooped down. Chapter 716. Roselle. Frunzier, who was closest to the giant, ran forward and held onto Roselle. Then, he released his grip bit by bit and slowly stood up straight, as though he had just had a confusing dream. Ciadas broke free from Mobit's support and ignored the pain in her body. With the help of the wind, she quickly ran to Roselle's side. She bent down and carefully observed for a moment before pushing him and shouting at the top of her lungs. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! We should leave. Her voice gradually weakened and slowly turned silent. Mobit stood by the side and saw the giant's body sway as he found it difficult to maintain his balance. Finally, he plopped to the ground. He fell silent for a few seconds before slowly exhaling. At this moment, Anderson and Edwina had already run to the frozen ascetic, Snowman. One used flames, while the other simulated holy light to help him quickly thaw. Only Klein came to Roselle's side as he was nearby. His spirit body thread's vision told him that Gu was already dead. Only his spirit remained, but was also beginning to dissipate. This prevented his damaged transferability from being of any use. From the moment he burned the light of dawn and entangled the frost dragon for the second time, Roselle should have been prepared to die. Klein fell silent. Mobit glanced at him and smiled bitterly. To be frank, I haven't seen many giants. Most of my impressions come from books, teachers, and parents. I've always believed that this race is cruel and violent, closer to monsters than intelligent creatures. However, Roselle isn't like that. He's frank, honest, and optimistic. Although he looks a little silly, he knows better than anyone what's right and wrong. He told me that this is because he's not one of the most ancient giants. He's not even the second or third generation. The cruel, violent, and crazy giants also have the instinct to mate. They will give birth to descendants, and from time to time, there will be more rational types among the descendants. These descendants will reproduce, allowing the entire race of giants to break away from the category of monsters. I don't know if I should believe him, but his existence proves a possibility. As Mobit spoke, he suddenly paused, as though he had sunk into the past. At that moment, Edwina and Anderson helped the clearly stiff snowman over. The ascetic struggled to walk to Roselle's side. Looking at the closed vertical eye, Snowman drew a symbol that resembled a cross on his chest. He half closed his eyes and prayed softly. Father of all things, great source, there is an honest and pure spirit here. May he enter your kingdom and receive eternal salvation. Ciadas opened her mouth as though she wanted to say that Roselle believed in the giant king, Ormer, but she ultimately didn't say a word. She silently watched Snowman complete his prayer. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. No one knows how long that door will last. The elven songster looked around. She appeared rather irritable due to her grief and pain. She looked down at the giant again and added in a low voice, We can't let Roselle's spirit dissipate in this illusory world. We have to make him return to reality. All right. Mobit immediately agreed. Klein and company didn't have any objections. Edwina turned her head and shouted at the snow-covered cave. Donis, you can come out now. At that moment, Ciadas' eyes darted around as though she had thought of something. She turned her head to Klein. Do you have a pen and paper? Yes. Klein took out the fountain pen and paper he carried with him. This was the professionalism of a seer. Ciadas took it over and began writing. She didn't stop even after Donis ran out of the cave. Donis remained silent. He seemed rather depressed, and he didn't show any obvious joy or excitement from leaving the world in the book. Finally, Ciadas stopped writing and returned the pen and paper to Klein. The formula you wanted. Wasn't it only done after we leave? Klein mumbled silently in puzzlement as he received his fountain pen and the ocean songster potion formula. As though sensing his puzzlement, Ciadas turned her head and looked at Roselle on the ground. She said in a deep voice, "We are now companions. That's why she can directly give me the potion formula." Klein put away the items and nodded indiscernibly. "I'll give you the wine cup after we leave." Ciadas didn't respond. She nudged Mobit. "Carry Roselle." Mobit looked down at his not-so-muscular body and his leather boots that had their tips pointed upwards. He smiled bitterly in exasperation and walked to one of Roselle's thighs. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier followed in silence as he bent down to hug the giant's left shoulder. Anderson looked around and clicked his tongue. "All of you are injured and weak. Let me do it." He then hugged Roselle's other shoulder. Just as Klein was about to head for the remaining thigh, Donis had already rushed over and snatched the spot. Upon seeing this, he stopped and watched Anderson and company lift Roselle and walk towards the illusory, snow-covered door. He, Edwina, and the staggering Ciadas and Snowman followed silently by the side. They arrived at the exit manifested from the frost dragon, Ulyssen's corpse. At this moment, Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the King of the North's light blue blood had completely vanished as though it had never existed. Indeed, it's a conjured monster that's almost real. Klein landed behind as he watched Edwina take a few steps forward, bend her back slightly, and press her palms on the door. Then, this Vice Admiral Iceberg suddenly exerted strength and pushed open the snow-covered door. Without a sound, everything everyone saw became illusory. Soon after, it became transparent and disappeared. Rows of brownish-yellow bookshelves quickly appeared in front of them. The orange sun outside the window had already fallen to the horizon. A table with pens, ink bottles, and paper appeared in front of them. This was Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina's captain's cabin. Klein and the others quickly turned their attention to the center of the table, where there was a book made of yellowish-brown parchment paper. The pages of the book were flipped by an invisible wind, and when they reached the last page, Klein and the others saw the ending. With the help of the crazy adventurer and the powerful hunter, Roselle fulfilled his promise and led his teammates to kill the King of the North. However, he also fell into eternal slumber in the Frost Kingdom. They didn't give us an ending. Ciadas, where do you want to go next? Mobit put down Roselle's thigh and turned his head to ask the elvish songster. Ciadas's eyes were lost for a few seconds before she firmly said, "That's right, to search for my clansmen." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw Mobit's flaxen-colored hair rapidly turn white. She saw that his originally smooth face had obvious wrinkles. In just a few seconds, Mobit had aged to the point of death in her eyes. Ciadas's heart tightened as she was about to pounce over, but she was surprised to realize that her legs had turned weak at some point in time. With a plop, she fell to the ground and realized that the back of her hand was covered in spots that only an old man would have. She instantly understood what was going on as the tears in her eyes flowed uncontrollably. She struggled with all her might in an attempt to crawl towards Mobit. Mobit had similarly collapsed to the ground and was similarly squirming towards her as he extended his right palm. Ciadas extended her right palm and held the thin and shriveled hand. They looked up with great difficulty, and their eyes reflected each other's present appearance. The corners of their mouths curled up at the same time before weakly relaxing them. Their eyelids drooped down, blocking out the light. Klein, Edwina, Anderson, and Donis were unable to react in time to such a change, nor did they know what they could do. All they could do was watch helplessly as Roselle's corpse rapidly rotted away. His flesh and blood evaporated, leaving behind only his bones and beyonder characteristics. They watched as Mobit, Ciata's snowman, and Frunzier aged and died in just a few seconds before they stopped breathing, repeating everything that had happened to Roselle's corpse. Their clothes either vanished or turned to dust. Their spirits dissipated at an extraordinary speed, and soon they were gone. The one with the shortest time has already lived inside for more than 165 years. Edwina muttered to herself as she turned to look at the skeleton that was looking out at the sea and the sun. This was none other than disciplinary Paladin Frunzier. He sat on a chair and looked west, in the direction of Bakeland. Snowman sat cross-legged by the side, his corpse maintaining a praying posture. That's right. They've lived for centuries or even millennia in the book's world. From the rules of the outside world, they, who aren't even demigods, should have long died. I should have thought of this problem. Why wasn't I wary at all? Could it be? Klein suddenly recalled the influence that the world had on Mobit, Roselle, and company's minds. He vaguely made a judgment. He looked down at the parchment book again, believing that there were many more secrets in it. This fellow is rather interesting. He died just like that. Anderson looked at Mobit's corpse and curled his lips. At that moment, all the Beyonder characteristics were slowly condensing, but disciplinary Paladin Frunzier didn't produce anything of the sort. Edwina observed for a moment before calmly saying, "The potion he consumed was fake. The potion he took was fake, and so was the power he obtained, just like that frost dragon. It's likely a manifestation of the world in the book. It's close to turning the fake into the real." Klein sighed silently, momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was maintain his German sparrow-style silence. In the next 10 minutes, no one spoke in the Golden Dream's captain's cabin until the 4 Beyonder characteristics took form. One of them was the size of a fist, resembling a heart. It was covered in holes and shimmered with the light of dawn. Another was like a jellyfish, its transparent outer layer enveloping azure-blue seawater. At times, there would be whirlpools caused by winds, and at other times, there would be flashes of silver. There would also be faint melodious singing. One was a pure and shiny crystal that exuded a sense of holiness. Another was like a baby's palm. Its 5 tiny fingers were spread open, constantly changing the color of its skin depending on the environment. "Sigh, we can't keep watching like this." Finally, Anderson broke the silence. "Let's split these Beyonder characteristics." Just as Edwina's light blue eyes were dyed with anger, the hunter shrugged her shoulders and smiled bitterly. "I believe this is also their wish. This is because we are companions who fought together." Chapter 717. Seeing Edwina's gaze soften, Anderson curled the corners of his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. "You're always so inflexible. That's why you'll never become an artist." After sighing with emotion, he looked at the corpse on the chair on the ground. "We can't keep watching. We have to do something. Isn't Ciata's searching for her people? Bury her near the elven ruins on Sonia Island." Mobit looked like he wanted to be with Ciata's, so he would be placed in the same grave. Didn't Frunzier want to return to Bakeland? He was burned to ashes, placed in a box, and brought to the big city. If we had the time, we could also look for his descendants. As for Snowman, we didn't know whether he believed in the ancient sun god, the original creator, or both. It was all the same to us. We definitely wouldn't be able to find the corresponding church or altar, so we could only bury him next to Roselle. Go Roselle. He probably wants to return to the giant king's court, but this is a city that only exists in myths and legends. It can't be found in reality. However, there are some giant ruins in the northern and southern continents. He could be buried in those places and truly rest in peace. Giant King's Court. Bakeland. Klein listened in silence and deliberated for a few seconds. Give me the ashes of Roselle, Snowman, and Frunzier. He believed that it wouldn't be too long or short before the city of Silver explored the Giant King's Court. When the time came, he could hand the ashes of Roselle and Snowman to Little Sun, allowing him to bury these 2 ancient figures. As for Bakeland, it was a place Klein wanted to return to. It was the end of his journey, and it was perfect for him to bring Frunzier, who had left his hometown for more than 165 years. Edwina followed up. The Golden Dream often goes to Sonia Island. I'll be in charge of Ciata's and Mobit's corpses. All right, you'll be in charge of the cremation later. Anderson turned to look at Donna's and sighed with a smile. You see, everyone has their own role to play. There's no need to feel inferior. He thought that Donna's wouldn't understand his consolation and would glare at him angrily. Who knew that the famous pirate's expression only dimmed a little, and he nodded silently. Ahem, as companions who face the King of the North together, let's each pick one. Consider it as inheriting their will. Anderson used his chin to point at the shimmering items on the floor. Haha, these Beyonder characteristics definitely have remnants of their psyche. I wonder what kind of effects it will bring. Be it concocting them into potions for consumption or finding an artisan to refine them into items. There should be some special effects. The former can be digested through the acting method, but there's nothing I can do about the latter. Ah, you don't seem to know the acting method, so pretend I didn't say anything. His last words were directed at Donis. Klein wasn't in the mood to criticize Anderson as he looked at the 4 Beyonder characteristics. Give me Ciata's. This was the main ingredient of the ocean's songster. Edwina thought for a moment. I took Snowman's. This corresponded to a priest of light. Klein already had one, so he didn't choose it. Anderson scanned the remaining 2 Beyonder characteristics, his gaze pausing on the strange object that resembled a baby's palm. I told you, this guy is very interesting. Perhaps he can make a mystical item that can chat with me. That way, no one will be lonely. At that moment, the giant's heart was still unclaimed. Klein glanced at Donna's and said indifferently, Yours. Me? I didn't do anything. I didn't participate in the battle. Donna's was very surprised. Klein said succinctly, You explored the path and took a risk. To Klein, this was actually a form of compensation. This was because Donna's had recited the fool's honorific name and learned of German Sparrow's secret. Therefore, he had to be forced to become a believer of the fool. Otherwise, it would leave him with huge latent problems. Although this was one of the risks Donna's was willing to take, Klein still wanted to make up for it. Of course, he hoped that Donna's would view it as a gift from the fool. And be it exchanging Roselle's Beyonder characteristic for money, buying the corresponding formulas and ingredients, or making it into a defensive mystical item, they were all very useful to Donna's. Take it. Edwina looked at Donna's as well. All right. Donna's fell silent for a few seconds before nodding heavily. After the distribution was done, Klein took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Ciata's. He saw the blue seawater in the transparent membrane gently sway, and he could vaguely hear the elf's beautiful singing. Just as he stood up straight, he saw Donna's nod as though he was responding to someone's question, but no one had spoken. Klein's gaze swept across Edwina's expressionless face, suspecting that this mysticism tutor was communicating with Donna's in a voice that others couldn't hear. Seeing Donna's give an affirmative answer, Edwina reached out to close Roselle's travels and handed it to Klein. This is my thanks. Without me, you could have defeated the Frost Dragon. Klein didn't extend his hand as he looked at the yellowish-brown goatskin book. No, we will die together. We can't stop the King of the North's final madness. Besides, you're taking a huge risk by entering the book. Edwina was like a teacher as she seriously explained the reason. My only request is that if you figure out its origins and principles, tell me the answer. Klein was very curious about the secrets contained in Roselle's travels, so he no longer refused and reached out to take the magical book. All right. At this moment, as the importance of the giant king's court was becoming more prominent, he even wished to buy the black iron key that was worth 5,000 pounds that belonged to the giants. However, he didn't immediately raise the request, in case Edwina thought that he was blackmailing her. He planned on borrowing the key from Vice Admiral Iceberg in a few hours or the next day. He would first head above the gray fog to divine its value before paying to buy it. Seeing that Anderson and Donna's had picked up their Beyonder characteristics, Edwina looked at the darkening sky and said to Klein, Let's go. Where are you going next? Buy 'em, Klein answered frankly. Edwina nodded. You could take the Golden Dream over. We have plenty of empty rooms. Klein nodded indiscernibly and agreed. Who wouldn't like to take a free ship? After dealing with the skeleton and tidying up the captain's cabin, Edwina walked to the door and opened it. Immediately, there were sounds of pleasant surprise as the atmosphere in the corridor quickly boiled over. "All right, it's fine." Edwina surveyed the area as a smile unknowingly appeared on her cold expression. With a boom, the crew cheered. The loud sound made Anderson pucker his lips and scrunch up his face. "It's more exaggerated than I imagined." His words were undoubtedly drowned out by the revelry. After all of this calmed down, Klein and Anderson left the captain's cabin under Donna's lead and headed for another room on the same floor. Half turning his body to look at where he was, Anderson suddenly sighed. "Is it over just like that? Although I've known them for less than half an hour, fellows who fought alongside me always leave a deep impression. Yet, they died for no apparent reason. They're all dead." Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. "This world is filled with baffling deaths to begin with." "That's true." Anderson revealed a smile. "That's why I have to be optimistic and enjoy life. If I were to face death one day, I would definitely be calm, suave, and not lose my poise. I would use my most handsome stance to welcome it. Don't raise flags for yourself." Klein didn't say a word as he entered the room Donna's had opened. Anderson stayed opposite him. Inside the room, Klein stood by the window and silently looked at the darkening sea for nearly 10 minutes before heading to the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited an incantation, and went above the gray fog. Sitting in the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he conjured the world's figure and made him put on a pleading posture. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform son that I've already obtained the sequence 6 notary potion formula that he wants. I also have clues to the Priest of Light formula and main ingredient. He can temporarily not pay me and treat it as a debt that will be paid in the future." This was to prepare for his advancement to sequence 4. The City of Silver had rich resources, and it was possible that there were some main ingredients or supplementary ingredients that were currently difficult to find. Therefore, since he didn't have any urgent needs for the time being, he planned on letting little son owe him. The reason why he didn't mention that he had obtained the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredient was that he found it too exaggerated. He planned on telling little son after he was almost done digesting it. After examining the conjured image twice, he transformed it into a stream of light and cast it into the crimson star corresponding to Sunday afternoon town. Derek, who had just finished patrolling the borders of the newly built camp, suddenly saw a blur. He saw the boundless grayish-white fog and the blurry figure praying within the crimson light. Right on the heels of that, he heard World's voice and knew that he had the notary potion formula. Mr. World is so efficient. He did as many days as he promised. Furthermore, he also obtained clues to the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredient. Derek was surprised, but it was soon followed by joy. He couldn't help but admire World, hoping that he would possess such abilities and style in the future. And above the gray fog, the busy world began praying again after Mr. Fool confirmed that the Ocean Songster potion formula was correct. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the Hanging Man that I've already obtained the Ocean Songster potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient. I'll give it to him on the next tarot and ask him to consider what he can use in exchange." Chapter 718. On the undulating sea, inside the ancient and gloomy sailboat. Alger Wilson was standing by the window, thinking about what he needed to take note of when he returned to Pasu Island. Suddenly, a boundless gray fog and a figure that loomed over everything appeared in front of him. He immediately saw a dark red beam of light and a blurry figure that he suspected to be the world. He then heard the other party's calm and indifferent voice. After listening carefully, Alger's eyes widened bit by bit. He couldn't contain his joy, but he also felt a strong sense of surprise and shock. He remembered very clearly that back in the tarot, the world had only promised to help Son obtain the notary potion formula in 3 days. He didn't mention anything related to the Ocean Songster, but in just a few days, this gentleman had obtained the rarely circulated Sequence 5 formula. Furthermore, he had obtained the main ingredient. What did he do? Alger muttered silently to himself, as he couldn't help but recall German Sparrow's cold and unyielding look. He increasingly felt that he couldn't see through him. Is this the benefit of being a blessed? I just received news yesterday that German Sparrow boarded the Future at Nas last week. On the one hand, this means that Admiral of Stars is indeed the Hermit. On the other hand, does it mean that what the world did last week was very important? For example, entering the dangerous waters in the east and obtaining some item? That's why he had no choice but to seek the Hermit's help. As a result, he advanced and became a Sequence 5 Beyonder. This can explain why he obtained the Ocean Songster Potion formula and main ingredient in a few short days. But what did he do? Don't tell me he killed a quasi-high-ranking member of the church? Alger couldn't help but frown. He quickly calmed his emotions and shifted his focus to something else. Although obtaining the formula and main ingredient in one go had indeed left him abnormally happy and excited, making him feel that becoming a member of the Tarot was a turning point in his life. Correspondingly, he had to pay a sufficient price. What can I give the world? Alger fell into deep thought as he tragically realized that he didn't have any items or money of equivalent value. He subconsciously paced back and forth, circling the window again and again. Above the gray fog, the busy world vanished. Klein cast his gaze at Roselle's travels, which he had brought above the gray fog. This book, which was bound with yellowish-brown parchment paper, was quietly placed at the end of the long bronze table. There was nothing special about it, and it was so ordinary that only people who liked to study history would pay attention to it. Klein conjured a pen and paper and carefully wrote down the first divination statement. This is the spectator pathway's uniqueness. This was what he was most worried about, because it meant that he couldn't seal the book above the gray fog. It might bring about unexpected accidents, and if he carried it with him, Klein might be sucked into the book again. That would be very troublesome. Removing the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, Klein calmed himself down and attempted divination. When he opened his eyes, the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise. This meant a negative outcome. From the looks of it, this strange book isn't the spectator pathway's uniqueness. Then, I don't have to be too afraid. Klein thought for a few seconds and attempted to divine if Roselle's travels was the corresponding item of the spectator pathway's Sequence 1 or Sequence 2. To his surprise, he received a failure. He pondered for a long time before writing a new divination statement. Its origins. The reason why Klein dared to make such a divination was that he knew very well that the spectator pathway's Sequence 0 had long perished, and the uniqueness was likely in the hands of the Twilight Hermit Order. The possibility of it having a corresponding true deity was almost negligible. Putting down the pen and holding the paper and book, Klein leaned back in his chair. As he muttered the statement, he entered a dream with the help of cogitation. The gray world suddenly cracked open as the sky turned extremely dark, as though a strong wind was sweeping up the dark clouds. In such a dark environment, a point of light first appeared in the horizon before growing bigger and clearer. It was a floating continent. It was a continent that could accommodate several normal cities. The continent's periphery was grayish-white in color. Gigantic rocks revealed their outlines, and above them, there were magnificent stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood alone or propped up towering ancient palaces. Dragons that were either grayish-white, scarlet-red, or made of brass, or formed from ice crystals flew above the city. From time to time, they would land on top of a stone pillar to rest, overlooking everything. At other times, they would enter the tall and majestic palace and disappear from Klein's line of sight. Among them, the smallest was the same size as the king of the north, Ulysses. The largest reached 100 meters. The scene quickly zoomed in as a palace that was more than 200 meters tall began to occupy Klein's vision. Inside, stone pillars stood erect, propping up the dome. The space was large enough for any dragon to move freely. The camera kept zooming in, and Klein soon saw a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin. Its cover was blank as it floated in midair. Compared to its surroundings, it was unbelievably small. Behind the book, a gigantic shadow appeared. Just as the shadow's outline was outlined, the thoughts in Klein's mind instantly exploded. His eyeballs spewed out with blood. 2 black holes were left where his ears were. Milky white objects that were dyed bright red kept spewing out of his mouth and nostrils. The mysterious space above the gray fog trembled gently, calming everything. Klein quickly returned to normal as he grimaced and rubbed his head. It hurts. It really fucking hurts. This isn't any worse than the eternal blazing Sunday. I didn't even get a clear look at his appearance. I didn't gain any knowledge. He is the dragon of imagination, Inkwelt, right? According to Little Sun's information, he perished at the end of the second epoch. I've been separated by several epochs, 2 to 3,000 years. All I did was peek at it, and I ended up in such a miserable state. If not for the gray fog's isolation and help, I would definitely have died on the spot. Isn't this Mark II powerful? There's no way to make a concrete comparison because the damage isn't as great as the eternal blazing suns. However, one is long dead, while the other is still alive. This makes me suspect that ancient gods are stronger than the present true gods. After taking nearly a minute to recover from a pain, he cast his gaze back on Grozel's travels. He rapped the edge of the long, mottled table and muttered silently. That's right. He tapped the edge of the long, mottled table and muttered silently. The author of this book is the Dragon of Imagination. Inkwelt, a storybook written by an ancient god that can automatically deduce the ending? What's his goal? When this book was formed, the Dragon of Imagination likely hadn't encountered the ancient sun god yet, so there weren't any problems. After all, for a book to travel from the City of Miracles, Liveseed, to the Giant King's court, it took a considerable amount of time. And before Roselle was swallowed by the book, the Giant King was clearly still alive. Purely a prank? A plaything to pass the time? Or could it be that the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination, foresaw a certain future and specially created this book to leave a way out for himself or the dragons to revive? However, because he misjudged the strength and terror of the ancient sun god, he completely perished, causing this book to be unable to be of use for thousands of years? All he did was naturally absorb characters to act out the story. Klein made some guesses, but he wasn't able to obtain any further confirmation. All he could do was consider finding a chance to enter the book and slowly gather clues. In the future, I can enter as a spirit body above the gray fog. Once I encounter an accident, I can immediately return. I'll try again after separating from Edwina and Anderson. I have to be sufficiently careful and cautious. Klein nodded and attempted to divine if Roselle's travels would bring any negative changes to the mysterious space above the gray fog, but he still failed. As for the reason, he actually understood a little. It was because this place was intrinsically higher than the spirit world. Matters that involved this place naturally couldn't use divination to obtain revelations from the spirit world. After deciding to frequently head above the gray fog to take a look to prevent any accidents from happening, Klein threw Roselle's travels into the junk pile and waved his hand to summon a partially flattened golden wine cup. The wine cup had complicated and exquisite patterns. Engraved on it were the 2 elvish words Calamity Kohinum. There was nothing special about it. With it in hand, Klein quietly rubbed it for a few seconds. Knock, knock, knock. Klein politely knocked on the door to the captain's cabin. What's the matter? Edwina, who had already let her hair down, looked at the German sparrow outside. Klein handed over the elf queen's golden wine cup and said, "Place it in Ciadaz's tomb. Place it in Ciadaz's tomb." All right. Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding and receiving it. She habitually studied the inscriptions and symbols on the golden wine cup before retracting her gaze in embarrassment. She turned her head to look out the window and said, "They're holding a bonfire party. They're going to have a bonfire party. Are you going?" "No." Klein shook his head. "I understand. I won't be participating either. Not everyone is like Anderson, who can quickly rid themselves of their depressed feelings," Edwina said with pursed lips. Actually, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. As for Edwina, apart from attending classes, she wasn't good at conversing. The 2 immediately fell silent. About 10 seconds later, Klein silently drew a breath and broke the silence. Are you still selling the key that originates from the giant? Yes. Edwina thought for a moment, glanced in the direction of the collection room, and added, I can lend it to you for research. You can decide if you want to buy it before we leave the ship. Chapter 719. There's no need for me to mention it myself. I was a little embarrassed to say it. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After figuring out the persona of the German sparrow, he calmly said, I don't take advantage of others. I don't take advantage of others. Just as he said that, he felt a little regretful. He was afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would really change her tune. Edwina's light blue eyes darted around slightly. The only condition is that you tell me the answer if you figure anything out. Phew! Klein didn't waste his breath as he nodded slightly. All right. Nearly a minute later, he carried the iron-black key that was the size of a 7-string zither and returned to his room. And at this moment, an excited singing voice sounded from the front deck. Your eyes are so mesmerizing, just like the morning sunlight. Every night, when darkness descends, I wander around alone, my heart filled with sorrow, stubbornly waiting for the light. Oh, your eyes are so mesmerizing, just like the morning sunlight. Note 1. Klein subconsciously came to the window and looked out. He saw that the bonfire had already been lit, and the Golden Dream's idle crew members were surrounding it. They were either roasting meat and fish, gulping down alcohol, or dancing a regular but sufficiently lively dance to singer Orpheus's singing. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful. The alluring fragrance of roasting fat emanated as wisps of it drifted upwards. Klein saw that Anderson Hood was among the group of pirates. He was drinking happily and eating happily. From time to time, he would shout a few words or crack a few jokes. It was as though he had become a member of the Golden Dream and wasn't ostracized like before. Instead, it was Donis who didn't appear outside. At the very least, Klein didn't discover him beside Iron Skin and Bucket. As long as he doesn't provoke me, this fellow's social skills are rather strong. Perhaps this is the ability of a conspirer to gather information? He might have transferred all his hatred to me. I wonder if Donis will work hard because of this matter. If he can improve step by step and obtain even greater strength, then I, the fool, will no longer only have myself as a subordinate. I won't have to constantly act as a trinity. I, a secret existence, finally have a believer in reality. I have an employee that I can directly instruct, even though I only have Donis alone for the time being. I have to say that it's rather shabby as Klein sighed. He prepared the ritual to sacrifice the giant's key above the gray fog. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively activated his spirit vision and looked to the side. White bones were tossed out and condensed into messengers with black flames burning in their eye sockets. Most of the messenger's body was one level below, so it was almost at the same level as the German sparrow. It didn't penetrate through the ceiling, but the hand that held the letter was still huge, as though it could directly wrap around Klein's head. Mr. Aztec replied rather quickly this time. As Klein nodded politely, he received the letter and unfurled it. Just as he was about to read the contents, he suddenly realized that the skeleton messenger was still in its original spot. It didn't disappear after delivering the letter like it usually did. Is something the matter? Klein asked in surprise. Just as he was about to speak, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind as he hurriedly added, If there's a need for a reply, I'll summon you again. The skeleton messenger's huge head nodded as its body suddenly disintegrated, falling down like a waterfall and returning to the underworld. Emrionette Tinker was waiting for a reply the last time. It's the same for the skeleton messenger this time. Could this be the new rules and regulations of the messenger world? Pooey, there's no such thing as a messenger world. They're all recruited by themselves. Furthermore, most messengers are considered part-time jobs. Yes, the skeleton messenger gave me a feeling of being aggrieved. Klein shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He turned his attention back to Mr. Aztec's letter. To put it simply, from the moment one obtains godhood and advances to sequence 4, it's a gradual process of evolving into a mythical creature. This process only ends at sequence 2. Therefore, there's a fundamental difference between angels and saints. In ancient times, the former could even be called a subsidiary god. Every demigod, including saints and angels, has their own mythical creature form. This is a non-human form that combines complex knowledge, godhood characteristics, and secret symbols. Just a glance from an ordinary person will cause them to suffer serious damage, even to the point of losing their minds. And the higher the level of a demigod, the stronger the damage, and the more irresistible it is. Therefore, creatures at this level have to constantly control themselves and not reveal the corresponding form. Otherwise, just their existence will bring disaster to their surroundings. To a demigod, one of the main characteristics of losing control is that they lose their rationality, making them unable to restrain their mythical creature form. However, the saint's mythical creature form isn't complete. There are obvious characteristics of their original race. Strictly speaking, they have to reach sequence 2 to be considered a true mythical creature. I wonder if the blood Ma Hermit wants is the blood of a mythical creature in the true sense of the word, or if it could be more relaxed. I wonder if the umbilical cord blood left behind by Will Septon counts. He is a sequence 1 snake of fate, an absolute mythical creature, but his condition isn't right. When I accumulate more matters, I can write them on a paper crane and ask him. Yes, I only have 2 more chances to write. I have to be careful. However, I'm about to return to Bakeland. With this in mind, Klein silently calculated when the snake of fate, Will Septon, would be born. He didn't accurately recall, but based on his impressions, he believed that Will Septon was conceived in November last year, and it was already mid-April. Therefore, he will be born in July? It might also be a little earlier, Klein thought without much confidence. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend or wife in his previous life, much less a child. He quickly reined in his thoughts and temporarily placed this matter aside. He began setting up a ritual and sacrificed the giant's key to himself. The reason why he didn't use a spirit body to carry it was because the key was too heavy. Klein still couldn't move it. Soon, he arrived above the gray fog and made the huge iron-black key fly to the surface of the long bronze table. He carefully checked it a few times. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. This key corresponds to the place. Holding the piece of paper and hugging the key, Klein leaned back into his chair and fell asleep as he recited. This time, the first thing that appeared in the hazy gray world was a distorted translucent barrier. Following that, the scene zoomed in, and a heavy door that was more than 10 meters tall appeared. The door was mainly bluish-gray in color. Both sides were engraved with symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was both solemn and mysterious. The light of dusk shone over vaguely, dyeing the door with a clear sense of decay. It was as if the entire world's day was approaching and eternal darkness was about to descend. Right on the heels of that, Klein noticed that on the left side of the door, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black hole. It was equivalent to an adult's fist. The scene quickly shattered, and the dream ended. Klein opened his eyes. A door similar to the black cloister, but with a different color. The light of dusk. My interpretation is that this represents a door in the giant king's court. Yes, the distorted translucent barrier in the beginning should be a symbol of the forsaken land of the gods being isolated from the outside world. Therefore, without the gray fog's interference, no matter how I try to divine, I won't be able to see the scene I want. Klein tapped his fingers on the edge of the long mottled table as he made a judgment. He had already decided to buy the giant's key. After busily bringing the 5,000 pounds back to the real world, Klein packed up the items on the table. With a thick stack of cash in hand, he left the room once again and headed for the captain's cabin. The bounty for a desire apostle like Curtius is equivalent to a key and 1,000 pounds. Klein glanced at the cash in his hand and knocked on Vice Admiral Iceberg's door once again. With a creak, Edwina appeared at the door. When she saw the cash in Gehrman Sparrow's hand, her brows twitched slightly as her eyes widened. Suddenly, she lit up. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly said brightly, "You have an answer?" Klein tersely acknowledged. I've already obtained an answer. It's suspected to be related to the Giant King's Court. The legendary Giant King's Court? Edwina's eyes sparkled as she returned with a question. Klein nodded slightly in affirmation. Edwina's lips moved slightly as though she wanted to ask something, but she ultimately didn't say a word. She directly took the 5,000 pounds. She looked back at the rows of bookshelves in the captain's cabin and pondered for a few seconds before saying to Klein, "If you're interested in these books, you can borrow them any time in the day. My only request is..." Klein silently guessed what Vice Admiral Iceberg was going to say next. My only request is... Klein silently guessed what Vice Admiral Iceberg was going to say next. My only condition is for you to have an exchange of history with me when you're free. Edwina paused as her eyes sparkled. Klein chuckled inwardly and thought for a moment. All right, but I won't answer every question. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart. I hope that Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection has a higher-level charm creation method. No problem. The corners of Edwina's mouth twitched as her expression turned a lot livelier. See you tomorrow. Klein immediately took off his hat and pressed it to his chest, bowed, and bade farewell. Edwina also returned the bow seriously. See you tomorrow. Bakeland, Iron Gate Street, outside the Brave. Emlyn White left the carriage, pushed open the wooden door, and walked in. He was immediately agitated by the mixed smells inside as he pinched his nose in disdain. He hadn't made much progress in the competition to hunt the primordial moon believers, so he planned on coming to the Brave that Sherlock Moriarty often mentioned. He planned on finding the black market arms merchant, Ian, who seemed to be well informed. The latter's name was something Emlyn had learned from other sources before he came. Note 1. Adapted from the lyrics of my Sunday P.S. There will be additional updates in the wee hours of the morning. I'll update the wee hours 5 minutes earlier in the future because I'm often stuck at midnight. Chapter 720. After turning his body to the side and avoiding a drunkard who was barging in, Emlyn flicked his clothes with a frown and continued squeezing towards the bar counter. During this process, he didn't seem to do anything, but he was always able to prevent the customers around him from touching him. Be it his speed, agility, or his balance and coordination, they had reached a rather terrifying level. Finally, Emlyn came to the bar counter and rapped on the wooden board. "Where's Ian?" The bartender glanced at him and didn't say a word as he continued wiping the glasses with his head lowered. Emlyn stood rooted to the ground, feeling that he had done something wrong to not receive the answer he expected. This made him a little angry out of humiliation. He had the urge to reach out his hand and pull the bartender out. However, he believed that it was ungentlemanly, so he suppressed his emotions and looked around, only to discover that everyone was drinking. After some thought, Emlyn probed, "That's right, a glass of Ormer red wine." The bartender stopped wiping the glasses and looked up at the black-haired, red-eyed handsome man with an odd look. No, this was the best red wine in the world. The price was astonishing. Emlyn wasn't a fool. From the bartender's eyes, he realized that he had ordered something he shouldn't have. He carefully recalled and said, "A glass of Southville beer, 5 pence." The bartender finally put down the glass and rag. Emlyn took out a 1 solely note and said, "There's no need for change." "Thank you. Thanks." The bartender pointed to the left and said, "Ian is in card room 1. Emlyn immediately smiled, feeling happy and proud that he had solved a real problem. Without taking the glass of Southville beer, he turned around and walked to card room 1. Knock, knock, knock. He politely knocked on the door. "Please come in." A slightly immature voice came from inside. Emlyn adjusted his collar, pushed the door open, and found that the scene inside was different from what he expected. In his mind, since it was a card room, there would be a bunch of people sitting around the long table playing Texas, who knew that there would be 7 or 8 people, but there were no poker cards. In front of each participant was a piece of white paper, messily recording something. Other than that, there were only pens and multi-sided dice on the table. Emlyn instinctively cast his gaze at the youngest person. He was a handsome boy with scarlet eyes who looked about 15 or 16 years old. "Ian?" Emlyn asked in confirmation. Ian nodded with a smile. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" Or do you want to join us in this game? Game, Emlyn instinctively asked. Ian chuckled. Yes, games. I don't like to play cards, nor do I like billiards, but I have to find something to do here every day. I found inspiration from Roselle the Great's biography, which is to organize a group of people to sit together and try out a paper adventure. In this game, as long as you follow the rules, you could be anyone. A doctor, an adventurer who likes to eat vegetables, a private detective who always carries a wrench and a pipe with him, or an archaeologist who loves to have whimsical ideas. Then you can go to an ancient castle together, search for the story hidden in history, and fight all kinds of monsters. Sounds interesting. For some baffling reason, Emlyn felt that such a game suited him very well. Haha, do you want to participate? We're involved in a conspiracy this time, and we're about to face a powerful ancient vampire. He may have a handsome face, but beneath his skin are blisters formed by boiling blood. Ian warmly invited. Thank you, vampires. Emlyn's face twitched indiscernibly. I have something to entrust you with. All right, let's go to the room next door. Ian stood up with his round hat and old satchel. Next door was a billiard room, and there was no one inside. The boy closed the door with practiced movements and looked around before looking at Emlyn. Sir, I don't know you. May I know who introduced you? Emlyn raised his chin slightly and said with a smile, Sherlock Moriarty. Just as he said that, he suddenly looked around and pinched his nose. So it's the great detective Moriarty. Ian didn't hide his relief. Then I'm relieved. By the way, didn't he go to Desi Bay for a vacation? When did he return? Emlyn lowered his right hand and said without a change in expression, he didn't return. He didn't come back. I went to his rented place to look for him. To be frank, a normal vacation should end in late January, and it's already April. Did something happen to him? Ian asked worriedly. Emlyn thought about the abilities and mysteriousness Sherlock Moriarty had displayed and shook his head. Maybe he's just involved in a complicated case. Ian didn't say anything else and asked instead, How should I address you? What can I do for you? Just call me Mr. White. Emlyn took out a piece of paper that looked like a wanted poster and said, Help me find these 5 people. Ian took it and looked at it carefully for a while. An effective clue costs £20, and a confirmed location costs £150. Is that acceptable? No problem. Emlyn felt that the price was too cheap. Compared to this, the price he asked for on the tarot was too much. Ian folded the papers and finally asked, Mr. White, if there are clues, where can I find you? South of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn had already thought of an answer. When Ian heard this, he looked at him in surprise. You're a believer of Mother Earth? This is very rare in Bakeland. No. Emlyn shook his head firmly. I'm just doing volunteer work there. Without waiting for Ian to speak, he spoke first. Who did you inherit your red eyes from? When he saw Ian just now, he had wanted to ask this question because in ancient times, red eyes were a characteristic of the Blood Clan. However, in the 4th epic, humans and the Blood Clan had lived together for a long time, and they were all residents of the Empire. Therefore, there was a wide range of fellowship, and many descendants were born. The number of mixed bloods with bright red eyes gradually increased, and it was passed down from generation to generation, becoming one of the rare eye colors among humans. To put it simply, every red-eyed human had a vampire as their ancestor. Ian replied in a daze, My father. I don't know anything above that, because I was a street kid. From the looks of it, he doesn't belong to the kind that has ties with the sanguine. Emlyn paid a deposit of £20 in disappointment and left the billiard room. When he was far away, Ian didn't immediately return to the card room. Instead, he closed the door again and said to the air, Detective Moriarty hasn't returned to Bakeland. I'm a little worried about him. A figure suddenly appeared in the void of the billiard room. She had a pale face and exquisite features. She wore a small black bonnet and a Gothic regal dress of the same style. It was none other than Wraith Sharon. He's doing very well, Sharon replied emotionlessly before her figure blurred and disappeared. You say that every time. Don't tell me you've been communicating with Detective Moriarty. Ian muttered softly as he picked up a newspaper placed in a corner of the billiard room. At the top was the Tussock Times, and below it was News at Sea. The latter originally reported on the situation of the different colonies of the Kingdom of Rouen and what happened at sea, but due to the current technological conditions, the news at sea that reached Bakeland was severely outdated. It wasn't very useful to people who needed it, so its sales weren't good and it was getting worse. Later, under the suggestion of a new editor-in-chief, the style of the newspaper changed. There were many more rumors at sea, as well as all sorts of strange stories about pirates and adventurers. It looked more like a compilation of stories and not a news report. Surprisingly, this style was rather popular, especially when it involved ghosts, specters, sea monsters, and treasures. It became the first choice of the few literate people in the various bars to brag to the illiterate. After all, although it looked fake, it was sufficiently interesting. Ian casually flipped through the various newspapers, but he didn't find anything he needed to pay attention to. He only had a deep impression of a report from News at Sea. It said that on the night of the March 25th, the King of Immortality's fleet attacked a ship returning from Eastballam to Faceac. All the goods and money were stolen, and Slaughterer Curtius was just like his title. He completed a bloody funeral. These pirates sure are arrogant. Ian shook his head, put down the newspaper, and returned to the card room to continue his game. Outside the bar, Emlyn boarded a carriage and leaned against the wall as he watched the streetlights slowly recede. He pinched his nose again and silently muttered to himself, "A vengeful spirit? This arms dealer, Ian, does have many channels. Not bad." Emlyn closed his eyes as he felt more anticipation towards his commission. Sunlight shone in from a window, dyeing the captain's cabin golden. Edwina sat in a chair with a book in hand. She looked opposite her. She looked across and said, "So, you also believe that the three empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Tuluan Sostal, once coexisted? That's a requirement for the War of the Four Emperors," Klein replied simply. He was holding the Book of the Three Worlds in his hand. It originated from a member of the Life School of Thought and later landed in the hands of Vice Admiral Iceberg. Apart from describing the material world, the world of the spirit, and the world of absolute rationality, it also included some information on charms. There was no lack of profound parts. Klein's focus today was on this, hoping to find a way to make better use of the Sea God Scepter and the Worm of Time. In fact, Klein had discovered that the books Vice Admiral Iceberg collected were all sorts of ancient documents that didn't form a system. This didn't match the characteristics of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom backing her. Therefore, he guessed that within the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, orthodox and systematic mysticism knowledge was forbidden for being made public to non-members of the Church. Just as Edwina was about to ask again, she suddenly realized that the Golden Dream's cruising speed was gradually slowing down. She looked out the window and took a few glances before saying coldly, "We've arrived at Byam. P.S. 60,000 monthly tickets plus updates." Chapter 721. Byam has arrived? Hearing this, Klein stood up and looked out. He saw the familiar Resistance Army's private harbor. He did not show any surprise, but calmly said, "Faster than I thought." This was at least 3 hours earlier than he had expected. "It's also faster than I expected." Edwina retracted her gaze and agreed with German Sparrow's words. However, these are all unimportant details. Klein lowered his head and pretended to casually flip through the remaining contents of the Book of the Three Worlds before handing it to Vice Admiral Iceberg. "The exchange ends here." Edwina looked at the book in silence, gaping her mouth before closing it again. She took the Book of Three Worlds and placed it on the table. She then stood up and bowed. "I'll look forward to the opportunity to communicate with you in the future. Your attainments in ancient history are admirable." If it were Klein himself, he would definitely say a few words of modesty and praise Vice Admiral Iceberg for being equally knowledgeable. But now, he was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. All he could do was nod slightly. "We are collaborators." It meant that there would be opportunities in the future. Without another word, he left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He easily packed his suitcase and waited for the Golden Dream to dock before heading down to the deck. At that moment, there were many crew members gathered on the deck, including gourmet Blue Walls, singer Orpheus, flowery Bowtie Jodson, and other high-ranking members of the pirate crew with bounties on their heads. They revealed sincere smiles and kept waving at him, appearing very enthusiastic. Among them, Bucket, Iron Skin, and company were filled with excitement as they sang a song to send off the guests. When did I become so close to them? Klein silently cursed as he walked past the pirates to the side of the gangway. Anderson Hood leaned against the wall. His clothes were neat and his hair was neat. They probably want to say goodbye. No, never again. Gehrman, do you know how dangerous this period of time is? I almost became the enemy of the entire crew. They wish they could drive the Golden Dream to buy 'em in 5 minutes. Klein was about to respond when he saw Donna's jog over in a black cloak. Is this fellow really working hard and preparing to leave the Golden Dream to go solo? This doesn't match my thoughts. Being around Vice Admiral Iceberg, near the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, allows him, a believer of the Fool, to have the greatest value. However, it doesn't matter. If Donna's were to mature, it would be more meaningful than this. Klein habitually weighed the pros and cons before discarding any unnecessary thoughts. He looked coldly at Donna's and waited for him to speak. Danitz opened his mouth with a serious expression, but he didn't say a word. All he could do was laugh dryly and say to Anderson, "Don't worry. Do you have the potion formula for Conspirator?" "Yes." Anderson chuckled, "But I'm not going to sell it to you." Danitz's face instantly darkened, but Anderson continued nonchalantly, "Don't worry. What's the point of you obtaining the Conspirator potion formula now? If you attempt to level up now, you will definitely lose control. Friend, play the role of Hunter again, followed by Provocateur and Pyromaniac. It's best you find an artisan to make that giant's heart into a defensive mystical item. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death at some point in time. When you're certain that you have the confidence, you can ask your captain for the Conspirator potion formula. She has it. However, I think that's as far as you can go. The requirements for Conspirator are very high." As Donna's face twitched from the mockery, he seriously memorized every word Anderson said. This was because he was known as the strongest hunter and had rich experience in this pathway. Furthermore, he also vaguely understood that the key was acting. He suspected that his captain's teachings had pointed towards this aspect, but it wasn't very clear. "There will come a day when I'll let you know what a real conspirator is," Donnas said stubbornly as he turned to look at German Sparrow. He cleared his throat and didn't dare look him in the eye. "I've already applied to Captain. In the future, I will frequently contact the Resistance and will often appear and buy him. Does that mean that he doesn't wish to leave the Golden Dream, but he will often find opportunities to train himself? Why does it feel like he's reporting to his superior?" Klein chuckled inwardly and tersely acknowledged. Donnas immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he felt a lot more at ease. If it wasn't for his companions watching him from behind, he definitely would have eagerly helped German Sparrow carry his luggage and send him to the dock. After watching Gehrman and Anderson leave, the cautious Klein decided that he would pray to the Fool once a day from that night onwards. He wanted to show his piety to prevent any bad accidents from happening. In the Resistance's private harbor, Anderson saw German Sparrow turn into a newly built road without any hesitation before walking out of the forest in the shortest possible distance. "You seem very familiar with this place?" "This road wasn't here the last time I was here," Anderson said in a half-wistful and half-bored manner. "Of course, there are many people who pray to me every day and report what they have done. Occasionally, I'll respond, such as guiding them in building this road." Klein felt smug for 2 seconds before he said with an indifferent expression, "Where does that friend of yours live?" In a manner outside by him. Anderson quickened his pace and began leading the way. An hour later, he brought Klein outside a manor. Here, the smell of all sorts of spices stacked together, creating an indescribable exotic atmosphere. After informing the gatekeeper of the purpose of their visit, the two didn't have to wait long before they saw a man of medium build, less than 1.75 meters tall, walk over. Beside him was a butler and a manservant. The man's skin was yellowish, and he looked a little tanned. His facial features were rather soft, but his eye sockets were much more sunken than those of Rouen. To Klein, he could already make a preliminary judgment of his origins. He was a citizen of the Fainapotter Kingdom a Highlander of the Fainapotter Kingdom. The man was already a little plump. His face was round, and he looked rather amiable. The moment he saw the strongest hunter, he immediately laughed. "Anderson, you aren't dead yet. I'm waiting to attend your funeral," Anderson replied, without standing on ceremony. Anderson replied bluntly. He then turned to the side and said to Klein, "Akfa Conaris, a former doctor of my team." He didn't introduce Gehrman Sparrow to Akfa and only chuckled. He only chuckled and said, "I've brought you a good business deal." Akfa instantly understood what Anderson meant. Without asking in front of the manservant and butler, he led the two to the manor's main house. Along the way, Klein saw a windmill, a bakery, a brewery, a militia training camp, and other buildings. The entire manor was like a miniature kingdom. Apart from the lack of a blacksmith shop, it was completely self-sufficient. It was more cost-effective to buy most steel products from a market than to make them themselves. This is the idyllic lifestyle. Klein sighed as he followed Akfa into the main house and into his study. Akfa didn't let the mistress come over, but did he bring his children to meet Anderson and Klein? He clearly didn't wish for them to have any contact with the dangerous and mysterious world. Hence, after closing the door, he directly looked at Anderson. "What business? Don't you wish to sell that revolver?" "He has the intention." Anderson pointed at Klein and said, "German Sparrow." "German Sparrow? The powerful adventurer who easily hunted down Wormtongue Mither?" Akfa was slightly surprised, but he wasn't afraid as he said. Although he had already distanced himself from the life of an adventurer, he knew very well that he couldn't afford to be careless. Therefore, in Bayam, he would take the initiative to grasp the necessary information to prevent any accidents from happening. Anderson scoffed when he heard that. "Your information is too outdated. This gentleman's current accomplishments are that he has successfully hunted slaughterer Curtius and survived to this day." "Curtius? The second mate of the King of Immortality?" Akfa's expression changed instantly. He couldn't hide his shock, but he was secretly wary. "That's right," Anderson said in a self-deprecating manner. "In a pirate's playground, he's publicly recognized as the strongest hunter." Akfa gulped a mouthful of saliva, looked at Klein, and revealed an uncomfortable smile. He revealed an uncomfortable smile and said, "I believe you have the ability to buy Death Knell." "Death Knell?" Klein asked with interest, but he didn't show it on his face. "That's the name of the revolver. It's an old partner that has accompanied me for 10 years. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that it overlaps with another mystical item I have, and that it isn't of much use to me in my present situation, I wouldn't even be willing to sell it," Akfa replied with a sigh. At this moment, Anderson chuckled and said, "That's not what you said in the past. That's not what you said before. You said you preferred farming tools." "A planter," Klein made the corresponding judgment after combining Anderson's words and Akfa's appearance. At the same time, the corresponding potion names flashed in his mind. Sequence 9 Planter, Sequence 8 Doctor, formerly known as Healing Priest, and Sequence 7 Harvest Priest. It's no wonder Anderson introduced him as a doctor from his former team. Klein thought, "Do you know Frankly? Haha, I don't know him. Although I'm a Fainapotter, my formulas and ingredients were all accumulated by myself. It has nothing to do with the Church of Earth Mother, so I don't dare return to Fainapotter. However, I've heard of Frankly. He's a fellow who gives the church quite a headache," Akfa answered frankly. "He's only a Sequence 6 biologist, but the church values him so much. Sometimes I really wish to meet him." "No, you'll regret having such thoughts." From Akfa's answer, Klein could tell that he believed in Earth Mother and was very likely a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Anderson's face visibly twitched when he heard Akfa's words. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Don't worry." He said with lingering fear, "He's indeed a fellow who gives people a headache. To a certain extent, he can be called a devil. His powers and thoughts exceed the level of a Sequence 6. All right, let's not talk about him. The moment he's mentioned, I'll be reminded of the milk that spewed out." Akfa looked at the two in front of him in puzzlement. He restrained his curiosity and walked to the table. He opened the drawer and took out an iron-black pistol with a barrel that was slightly longer than a normal revolver. "This is Death Knell," Artfa introduced it solemnly. Chapter 722. Death Knell? Every shot is a death knell for the enemy? I like that name. Klein controlled his facial expression as he approached without any anticipation or excitement. He extended his hand to take the iron-black revolver with a slightly longer barrel. He was originally worried that if he expressed his great desire, the other party would raise the price at the last moment. This was a common occurrence in business, but on second thought, German Sparrow was already famous, and with Anderson, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, as a witness, Ocfaconarchris might have once been a Sequence 5 Beyonder, but he had already retired from the adventurer circle. All he wanted was a peaceful life, so he definitely wouldn't dare offend him. He was afraid that the crazy adventurer might sneak into the manor at night without flaring up in front of him. Therefore, his efforts to maintain a calm attitude turned into a need to maintain his persona. Seeing German Sparrow seriously scrutinizing and studying Death Knell, Okfa explained in detail, its ability is actually very simple. It's to harvest the lives of others. There are a total of 3 methods. First, it's a weak point attack. There's no need to activate it. Just inject spirituality and pull the trigger to use it. It allows you to discover the target's weakness from a mysticism point of view, which is where the defense is weak. Then, you can provide the corresponding precision, allowing you to deal terrifying damage beyond normal. Second, it's a lethal attack. You have to pull the hammer before shooting to use it. Its unique characteristic is that no matter where you hit the target, it will be equivalent to a weak point attack. And if you really hit the true weak point, then you can deal a fatal blow to an enemy with weak defense. Against a target that's good at defense, you can finish them off in 3 shots. This includes Guardian. Of course, the premise is that the interval between the 3 hits isn't too long. It's best if it's less than 5 seconds. Third, Massacre. On the basis of a weak point attack, it will provide more than twice the amount of spirituality. This will allow ordinary bullets to produce the effects of buckshot. At the same time, it will attack a large number of enemies in the direction the muzzle is aimed at. It's considered area of effect damage. To increase the damage, it will provide more than twice the amount of spirituality on top of a lethal attack. This is quite a burden on the user. It can also be combined with bullets with different characteristics to target different types of enemies. From the sounds of it, it corresponds to Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Klein glanced at Anderson and asked thoughtfully, "What's that? If the target is a Sequence 4 Dragon, how many shots would it take for a lethal attack to kill it?" Okfa was stunned for a second before he shook his head in a daze. "I've never met a dragon. Not to mention a colossal dragon whose body had reached the level of a demigod. Did the German Sparrow want to use this gun to slay a dragon? Or a demigod giant dragon? Isn't this a little too crazy?" Ukfa suddenly felt that adventurers nowadays were completely different from when he was active. They didn't even consider the possibility of dying. Anderson coughed twice and cleared his throat. "It depends on luck. Really, believe me, luck is very important. If you encounter a dragon that has been beaten to the brink of death, you can finish it off with a single shot. If not, my suggestion is to run away quickly. Well, staying alive is more important. Of course, if the demigod-level dragon doesn't put up any defense and just stand there for you to hit, then about 5 fatal shots should be enough to kill it." Okfa looked at Anderson before looking at German Sparrow. He decided not to continue the topic and switched to saying, "I'm not sure." He changed the topic and said, "Anderson told you about the negative effects of Death Knell, right? Every time you use it, you will obtain a weakness that didn't exist before, or it will strengthen an existing weakness, making it even more extreme. This effect will last for 6 hours. Once I became extremely afraid of dogs, so much so that I, who had just hunted a famous pirate, knelt to the ground in front of a newborn kitten. I cried for help and begged for mercy. It's not a big problem if it's just carrying it around. It's just easy to get thirsty. Drinking more water and going to the bathroom will solve the problem. I keep feeling that having an additional weakness will cause many accidents. But relatively speaking, it's something I can bear." Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "Name your price." "Name your price." £9,000. Anderson should have mentioned it. That's my bottom line. Akfa looked at the death knell in German Sparrow's hand and said, "This is already cheap enough. If I wasn't worried that getting to know more Beyonders would negatively affect my present life and was actively promoting it, I would definitely be able to sell it for 12,000 pounds. Indeed, a mystical item of this level, as long as the negative effects aren't too serious, can be sold for an astronomical price if it meets a suitable buyer. Normally, 10,000 to 12,000 pounds is reasonable. Although Klein had the intention of bargain, the price offered was so low that he couldn't bring himself to take advantage of it. He tersely acknowledged and said, "I'll give it a try. If there aren't any problems, we'll have a deal." Of course, he didn't really want to test the gun, as it would give him an additional weakness out of thin air. His method was to use spirituality, probing, and divination to check. He did it rather calmly, not minding Akfa and Anderson's gazes. "I'll go above the gray fog to confirm it later. However, Akfa probably wouldn't dare lie to me. He's definitely afraid of revenge from crazy adventurers. After all, he's already returned to a stable and peaceful life with a wife and child." Klein placed death knell on the table, picked up his suitcase, and took out the 9,000 pounds that he had brought from above the gray fog to the real world. Akfa took the money and quickly did a count to confirm its authenticity and the total amount. As expected of the most famous adventurer recently, it's rare to see someone able to produce 9,000 pounds in one go. "Even some tycoons don't have that much liquid funds," he said wistfully as he put away the stacks of cash. "I even spent 5,000 pounds to buy a key." As Klein watched the 9,000 pounds enter Akfa's drawer, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. "I've been out at sea for so long and saved up so much money, but it's gone in such a short period of time. Now I'm only left with 2,683 pounds and 6 gold coins. I can't even afford a slightly better manner." Klein sighed inexplicably as he took out the ordinary revolver from his holster, removed the bullets from it, and stuffed them into death knell one by one. Anderson watched the entire transaction as he'd sked and said, "Akfa, you've changed. In the past, you would check the authenticity of the bills one by one. If you find it troublesome, I can't help. No problem at all, but I'm worried that Gehrman will shoot you." Akfa clearly knew the strongest hunter's provocation talent very well. Counting the bills against the light to verify their authenticity, slow movements, and an infuriating posture was a scene he could imagine. "That's right," Klein silently agreed as he placed the iron-black, long-barreled revolver into his holster. As for the original one, he had thrown it into his suitcase. "Thank you for your generosity. I don't have to worry about this matter anymore." Akfa smiled as he pointed at the door. "I'll get my manservant to send you off." Anderson opened his mouth and chuckled. "Akfa, aren't you going to keep us for dinner? When you get married and have children, I'll treat you to the most luxurious restaurant to share delicacies." Akfa didn't mind his companion's accusation at all. After leaving the manor, Anderson narrowed his eyes and raised his head. He looked at the setting sun and chuckled softly. He chuckled and said, "When I knew Akfa, he was only a doctor who was good at growing strange plants on the ship to improve everyone's lives. I thought that he would die early in his adventures, but I never expected his luck to be so good that he even became a druid. Why do your wistful words sound so infuriating?" Klein deliberately said, "Indeed, it's not bad. As your companion, surviving requires sufficient luck." Anderson turned his head in surprise and scrutinized the German Sparrow. "You know how to mock people now? Have you been infected by me?" He didn't pay too much attention to the matter. He straightened his clothes, took off his hat, and said with a smile, "All right, I've obtained the mystical item you need. All right, I've obtained the mystical item you need. If there's nothing else, I should embark on my own journey. Don't forget that demigod's mission." Klein only used one sentence to successfully make Anderson's expression turn bitter. "I already have an urge to complete that matter as soon as possible. All right, there's no need to say goodbye. Perhaps we really will meet again one day." Anderson gave a self-deprecating laugh, shook his hat-wielding hand, and turned onto another road that led to Byam. After calmly watching the strongest hunter leave, Klein slowly exhaled. Carrying his suitcase, he walked towards Byam under the fiery red glow of the setting sun and the unique palm-like trees. Inside by him, after finding an ordinary hotel to stay in, Klein began considering what he should do next. I'm finally free. I can attempt to act as a marionettist and refine the corresponding rules. This is currently one of the most important things for me. Yes, the focus of a marionettist should be on the marionettes. I've never truly created a marionette and controlled it to fight. I'll first start with that. This matter has to be completed before I return to Bakeland. Not only are Beyonders hiding there, making it difficult to encounter them, but no matter what I do, it's possible for me to provoke the church or some important figure. I have to be extremely careful. It's not a good place to choose and create marionettes. The sea is better. I'll head to a bar later and find a pirate who has committed enough crimes to be hanged for my experiments. With this thought in mind, Klein immediately got up and left the room. Like he was withdrawing money from a bank, he headed straight for the nearby seaweed bar. It was a place where famous pirates often appeared. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the bar, adjusted his clothes, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Many pairs of eyes subconsciously swept past his face. At first, they naturally moved away without any abnormalities. Then, someone shouted in a low voice. Following that, someone shouted softly, "German Sparrow." With a whoosh, many figures in the bar quickly ran to the back door. Before Klein could react to what was happening, the place became a lot more deserted. Chapter 723. Upon seeing the bar so quiet that he could hear the breathing of some people, Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before he strode in. As though nothing had happened, he walked straight to the bar counter. I'll have to change my appearance the next time I come, he thought in frustration as he nearly covered his face with his hand. Previously, Akfa didn't know that German Sparrow had successfully hunted Slaughterer Curtius. This made Klein believe that the latest news about him hadn't reached the city of generosity. Therefore, he boldly came to the seaweed bar. To his surprise, the problem lay in the fact that Akfa was far from adventurer circles. News of the crazy adventurer's infamy had already spread among the pirates around the Rorstad archipelago. With a silent sigh, Klein sat in front of the bar counter and rapped the wooden board. A glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. The bartender swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Klein took out a few copper pennies and placed them in front of him. Without a change in expression, he asked, "What's the situation recently?" The bartender accepted the penny and carefully delivered the beer to German Sparrow. Then he squeezed out a smile. Then he forced a smile and said, "Admiral Emerius Revolt has been transferred back to Bakeland. Admiral Robert Davis has replaced him, becoming the highest commander of the kingdom's navy in these waters. The situation in the archipelago is a little tense. Many pirate crews have sent people to gather information. Admiral Emerius was ultimately implicated by his younger brother and lost his current position. However, as long as he doesn't directly participate in it, with his status as a demigod, nothing worse can happen. At the very least, his treatment as an admiral can be maintained. Nothing will happen to his family. Once things calm down, he might even have the chance to continue being a high-ranking member of the Navy." Klein gulped down a mouthful of beer and casually asked, "Which family is Robert Davis from?" "No, he's not from a noble background. He's one of the few people who went from a low-ranking officer to an admiral. In the Berserk Sea, Sonia Island, and East Ballam, he has earned countless meritorious deeds." The bartender recalled the recent newspaper praises of Admiral Robert Davis and paused. "But I heard that he is sponsored by many nobles." In the present Royal Navy, at least 80% of the generals are from the royal family or nobles, or have close ties with the royal family or nobles. The remaining 20% are basically at the level of brigadier and rear admiral. Klein had long learned of this situation from Emerius Revolt's documents. In comparison, the army was much better. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't ask any more questions and seemed to be focused on drinking, the bartender changed the subject. In the past 2 to 3 months, the resistance has been very active. They have been constantly attempting to destroy the railways or block the roads, giving the Governor General's office a headache. They have no choice but to send a large number of troops to protect the traffic, but the resistance seldom clashes with them. I know that. It's all according to my plan. In a place where the ratio of natives and mixed bloods is as high as 80%, it's not too difficult for the resistance to obtain accurate intelligence. Together with external funding, it's not a problem for them to survive for a short period of time. The reason why they were in such a dangerous situation in the past was because of that sea serpent Cavitruus's lack of reason. He always made them attack cities to occupy key points and fight the Ruan Kingdom's navy and army head-on. Klein mumbled as he drank another mouthful of beer in a good mood. He also warned the resistance not to be too active. If they forced the Governor-General's office into an extremely difficult situation, the Ruan Kingdom might very well send a Sequence 5 Beyonder who was good at tracking, or even a demigod Beyonder to assist them. With the Resistance's strength, it was impossible for them to resist. Under the instructions given to them by Klein in the name of Sea God, they were to maintain and slightly improve the situation, waiting for the situation in the world to change. This wasn't too far off. According to the feedback given by Miss Justice, the hanging man had made a certain judgment. That was, as long as the Ruan Kingdom completed its internal reform of the bureaucratic system, allowing the original and newly added ironclad fleet to form a combat force, a war against the southern continent's colonies would be inevitable. After quietly drinking and listening to the bartender's recount, Klein put on his hat, got up, left the bar counter, and returned to his hotel. Along the way, he saw a bronze-skinned child with slightly curly hair and a native dressed in a brown jacket and wide-legged pants. These people either avoided him in fear, not daring to raise their heads, or shrunk to the side as they looked at Klein with complicated gazes. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up helplessly as he returned to his hotel room in silence. He didn't immediately change his appearance and head to the various bars to search for pirates, because those fellows would definitely be in hiding tonight and wouldn't appear again. Just as Klein planned on exploring Roselle's travels, there was a sudden knock on his door. Without asking, all he did was grab the doorknob, and the visitor's appearance naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a dark red coat and white trousers. He wore a boat-shaped hat, and there were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, forehead, and mouth. He was none other than the captain of the White Agate, a member of the military, just Erland. Impressive. Just as the news of my appearance in Byam spread, you managed to find out which hotel I'm staying in. Of course, it's also because I didn't conceal myself and directly used my identification documents to register. Klein twisted the doorknob, pulled the door open, and politely said, "Good evening." "Good evening. I'm very happy that you're back in Byam." Erland took off his hat and entered the room without any reservations. "What's the matter?" Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. Erland immediately sat opposite him and chuckled. "Isn't visiting friends the most important thing? He really knows how to talk. It's a pity that Anderson has already left. Otherwise, I would have gotten him to learn from him." Klein was inexplicably touched. He maintained his usual posture and looked into Erland's eyes. "All right, you've already visited." Erland seemed to have expected such an answer as he smiled. "Do you still remember Donna?" "Of course. She and her brother are both very cute. I wonder if they've walked out of the shadow of being threatened by me and have lost the curiosity of the mysterious world." Klein calmly replied, "I don't have amnesia. Forgetting some unimportant things is good for the health of our minds." "Heh. Didn't Roselle the Great say that?" Erland explained simply. "Didn't you tell Donna's father that if he needed help, he could place an advertisement for Demir's special cured meat in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days in a row? He did so during this period of time. Unfortunately, you weren't in Byam or the nearby waters." And then, seeing how relaxed Erland was, Klein intuitively believed that Donna's family hadn't encountered anything too serious. Erland chuckled. "I heard your conversation back then, and after I discovered the advertisement, I went to visit their family according to the address. As you know, Donna is an adorable young lady who always reminds me of my daughter. The matter isn't complicated. Erdy, who's also Donna's father, had a batch of very valuable goods stolen by Crazy Captain. This made his financial situation very bad. Although it wasn't to the extent of bankruptcy, his life would definitely be a lot more difficult. Therefore, he wanted to entrust you to retrieve the goods." I knew you weren't in Biome back then, so I could only use my own channels to get Erdy to retrieve the goods at a relatively low price. Crazy Captain? Klein first found the nickname familiar before he recalled where he had heard it before. According to the red-haired Elaine, the slaves that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy transported for the Demonist sect were all handed over to Crazy Captain Connors Victor. The latter seemed to have close ties with many slave merchants and human traffickers in the Ruan Kingdom, and this involved the truth behind the disappearance of the colonial population and the Great Smog of Bakeland. I've always wanted to investigate this matter. Back when I attacked Tracy, half of the reason was because of this. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Later on, I was busy acting as a digestive agent and searching for mermaids, so I temporarily gave up the investigation. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked, without a change in expression, "Where's Crazy Captain now?" Erdy has already retrieved the goods. Erland hissed, emphasizing that the matter had been resolved. Klein looked at him and repeated, "Where's Connors Victor now? Where's Connors Victor now?" Erland shook his head in exasperation. "I don't know, but his subordinates are still in Biome, trying to gather information. As you know, Admiral Emirius has returned to Bakeland. With Admiral Davis here, many things will change. The pirates also need to keep abreast of the latest situation. Therefore, I'm guessing that Connors' ship is anchored in the shadows of a nearby island, but it's only a guess. There's no way to confirm it." Klein clasped his hands and listened in silence. "Thank you." Erland exhaled and looked out the window. His expression quickly turned solemn. "I came to you today to tell you that your performance was too outstanding. The higher-ups are beginning to pay attention to you. A powerhouse who can easily kill Curtius won't be ignored. It's best you don't use this identity to register for lodgings. Otherwise, there might be trouble that's hard to deal with." Klein nodded seriously. All right. He was very grateful for Captain Erland's warning, but he didn't show it. After Captain Erland left, Klein immediately changed his appearance and changed hotels to ensure that his whereabouts weren't locked onto by the military. After doing all of this, he began considering the matter of finding Crazy Captain Connors Victor. To others, this would be extremely difficult, but Klein had a trick up his sleeve. That was to use the Sea God Scepter to communicate with the underwater creatures in the nearby waters. As long as Connors Victor was in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, he wouldn't be able to hide from Klein. Of course, that was under the premise that he had enough time to search for him. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 724. After entering the world above the gray fog, Klein reached out to summon the Sea God's Scepter from the junk pile and browsed through the countless points of light that lingered around the sealed artifact. Every point of light corresponded to a believer's prayer. As the light swirled, it was holy and ethereal. Soon, Klein used his mind to do a preliminary screening. His goal was to focus on the parts that originated from the sea and not the island. After isolating the Sea God Scepter above the gray fog, he was no longer able to directly use this divine artifact to sense the surrounding sea and perform effective operations. He needed to use the scenes of the believer's prayers as a base to expand it by 5 nautical miles and influence the corresponding seabed creatures. Klein's spirituality spread out and touched one of the points of light. He saw the daily prayers of the natives on a fishing boat before it returned to port in the evening. With the change in Klein's mind, the scene's perspective rapidly increased. The surrounding clouds accumulated, and the dark scenes of the undulating waves were included more and more. There were already signs of a storm brewing a few hours ago. That's right. When I went out previously, I found the environment rather repressive. That's why Erland said that Crazy Captain Connors' ship was likely parked in the shadows of a nearby island. He's trying to avoid the storm. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered to himself. With such an inference, his subsequent search would be much easier. This was because he didn't need to search the vast sea. All he needed to do was pay attention to the vicinity of the different islands in the sea. With a thought, a blue gem suddenly lit up at the tip of the Sea God Scepter in Klein's hand. In the sea that no longer had any fishing boats, the crimson moonlight illuminated the dark blue waves that were nearly black. Suddenly, water splashed up silently as a pair of exaggerated eyes that looked up at the sky appeared on the surface of the sea. Beneath the eyes was a massive silhouette. At the same time, fish floated to the surface of the water, all of them of different species. They received the blurry light that scattered down from the sky and circled around before sinking down and heading off in different directions. About 10 seconds later, the waters within 5 nautical miles returned to their previous state. The dark blue waves that were nearly black grew taller, waiting for the final eruption. Phew, that's a little exhausting. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed his temples. Just now, he was not simply driving the sea creatures. He had endowed them with a certain degree of extraordinary spirituality so that when they discovered the ships docked near the island, they could transmit the images they saw back in the form of prayer. This wasn't something too difficult or complicated for the sea god scepter, but for the controller, Klein, it was a huge burden and consumed a lot of energy. Then, Klein selected prayers around different islands in the archipelago and used the same method to issue orders to the marine creatures in the corresponding areas. After doing all of this, he couldn't be bothered to throw the sea god scepter back into the junk pile. He returned to the real world, took off his coat, and fell into bed. Having exhausted his spirituality to the extreme, he thought he would fall asleep, but to his surprise, his head was empty and painful, making him unable to open his eyes and enter the dream. Klein could clearly feel that his skin was protruding as if he was having an allergic reaction, and hidden beneath them were countless granules. Indeed, just as Mr. the Hanging Man had said, if one's spirituality is in a state of exhaustion for 2 consecutive days, one will definitely experience auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. I only reached my limit once, and I didn't maintain it for long. My body is already a little abnormal. Of course, this is also because I've just advanced and haven't digested it. Furthermore, I've consumed extra potions from the previous sequences. Klein recovered his thoughts bit by bit and attempted to cogitate the stacked spheres of light to calm his body and spirit's exhaustion. After his condition was slightly better, he finally fell into a deep sleep. He slept until the middle of the night. At this moment, the wind howled fiercely outside and the rain poured down. The storm that had been brewing for a long time had finally arrived, and this wasn't a rare occurrence in Biome. Apart from that, the night was rather peaceful. Klein went to the bathroom to deal with his personal hygiene. After washing his hands, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and once again went above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god scepter that was placed at the end of the long bronze table and began browsing through the images sent back by the sea creatures. There were ships in these scenes, located in different harbors, docks, and the shadows of different islands. Although Klein had never met crazy Captain Connor's Victor, he had previously learned about his characteristics and the various symbols of his pirate crew. Images flashed as Klein patiently distinguished the details of his ships. 10 minutes later, his eyes revealed an unconcealable joy as he quickly zoomed in on one of the images and zoomed in. He had found a ship that he suspected to be the target. The ship was anchored in the lee of Serene Island at the farthest end of the Rorstad archipelago. Behind it was a towering stone cliff, and beneath it were undulating waves. Its sails and flag had been retracted, but on each side of the ship was a white skull wearing a monocle. This was the symbol of the crazy Captain Pirates. Klein casually removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff and used divination to confirm it. The answer delighted him. It was indeed Connor's Victor's ship, and this crazy captain only had one ship. It's no wonder most adventurers at sea know that crazy captain has connections with the human traffickers and slave merchants of the kingdom. But the Church of the Storm's investigations into the disappearance of the colonies didn't point to him. A guy with a bounty of only 3,300 pounds and a pirate crew with only one ship can only do a small business, no matter how I look at it. He can't afford such a large-scale human trafficking operation. What should I do next? Klein sighed silently before he began considering how to investigate. His first reaction was to directly summon a massive undersea creature and ride something similar to a whale ship. While the storm was approaching, he could head straight for Serene Island. Then, he could disguise himself and use his powers as a marionettist to control crazy Captain Connors Victor without causing too much of a stir. But after careful consideration, he felt that this method was too rash. It wasn't a problem to deal with other pirates that weren't at the admiral level, but since crazy Captain Connors Victor was involved in a terrifying matter like the Great Smog of Bakeland, he had to consider the fact that what he usually showed was only a disguise and that he actually had another identity. Furthermore, his ship was likely hiding quite a sizable secret. Therefore, there was a high chance that there was a trap that could deal with a pirate admiral. If he were to rashly sneak in, even if Klein was armed to the teeth, he might not be able to walk out alive. I'll summon myself in the form of a spirit body and head over with the Sea God Scepter. This will prevent any accidents. If there's a problem, I can immediately end the summoning and return. However, the Sea God Scepter is essentially a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the Storm Pathway. As long as it appears in the real world, it's very likely that it will attract Sea King John Cotman. This will prevent the matter from proceeding any further. Klein looked at the storm in the scene as he had a preliminary idea. Before that, he conjured a pen and paper once again and wrote a divination statement. Dealing with Connors Victor will be very dangerous. Picking up the silver chain of the spirit pendulum, Klein gathered his thoughts and focused on the divination. Soon, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise at a very fast speed. This meant that dealing with Connors Victor would be extremely dangerous. Indeed, it's as I expected. Thankfully, I didn't rashly head over. Klein picked up the Sea God Scepter and decided to carry out the plan he had just come up with. That was to take advantage of the cover of the storm and use the scene of the prayer to directly use the Sea God Scepter to attack Connors Victor's ship from afar, alerting him and forcing him to reveal his secret. Once he grasped the corresponding situation, he would end the attack before Sea King John Cotman sensed any abnormal fluctuations or arrived at his destination. If Connors Victor were to unfortunately fall into the hands of the Sea King, Klein wouldn't be disappointed. This was because after he investigated the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland, he had to think of a way to pass the information to the three churches. If Crazy Captain were to successfully escape, Klein would use the secret he had gleaned from alerting him to come up with a follow-up attack plan. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled as he looked at the ship that was rocking in the dark waves. He raised the Sea God Scepter in his hand. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems that circled around it emitted a bright light. P.S. It's a little awkward. There aren't many words, and I haven't corrected any typos. Chapter 725. On the leeward side of Simeem Island, under the towering stone walls, the deep seawater was affected by the surrounding waves and undulated with a considerable degree of undulation. On Crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull, a few pirates put on their cloaks and pulled up their hats. Drenched in the painful rainwater, they walked out of the cabin against the wind that could push a child. They checked around to avoid any accidents. Their cloaks were made of linen, but the surface was smeared with a sticky liquid that had already solidified. The rainwater was unable to seep through and could only flow downwards onto the deck. The liquid was the sap of the Donningsman tree. It was produced in the southern continent's rainforest and was a natural material to shelter from the rain. As it was relatively common, its price was originally very low. However, last year, a research team suspected that it had an obvious effect of promoting hair growth. Such weather is perfect for the Red Theater, drinking hard liquor, smoking marijuana, and hugging women. A pirate looked out of the ship's railing and grumbled. His companion echoed as he tugged at his cloak's hat. I heard that the Red Theater recently received a new batch of goods. I really want to have a taste. How did you know? Another pirate asked casually. The pirate from before chuckled. I heard it from a boss. It's not like you don't know what kind of business the captain does. That's why the boss knows quite a number of human traffickers. They like to call themselves slave traders. Speaking of which, I recalled that time. The pirate who spoke first revealed a reminiscing expression. Among the goods that were delivered, there was actually a noble lady who ran away from home. That skin, that figure, that look. It's. I don't know how to describe it, but I can't forget it to this day. Unfortunately, she committed suicide. As they spoke, they felt their vision brighten. They subconsciously looked up into the sky and saw an abnormal silver bolt of lightning amidst the dark clouds that hid the crimson moon and stars amidst the torrential rain. Suddenly, a gigantic bolt of lightning that illuminated the surrounding waters cleaved down, heading straight for the upper deck of the single-eyed skull. Boom! Electric snakes began to scurry about, and when the wooden cabin burst into flames, the deafening thunder reverberated in the ears of the pirates. Right on the heels of that, bolts of silver lightning that brandished their claws and fangs struck down densely. The single-eyed skull, which was rather large in size, instantly entered the forest of lightning. At this moment, the thick bolts of lightning that were almost intertwined suddenly split apart in violation of the laws of nature. They missed the single-eyed skull and struck the pitch-black surface of the water around it, causing the nearby sea to light up. Tiny electric bolts sizzled everywhere. The pirates on the deck were affected. One was already charred black like a piece of burnt wood. Two fell to the ground, twitching all over. There's indeed a problem. Above the gray fog, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw the scene of his lightning storm being neutralized. He was certain that this was the power of a demigod. If he had rashly infiltrated the single-eyed skull, even with creeping hunger, death knell, and Roselle's travels, he wouldn't have been able to put up any effective resistance against this strange power. And when that happened, he wouldn't have the time to pray to himself or respond with the sea god's scepter above the gray fog. Taking a deep breath, Klein made the blue gems on the white bone scepter's tip light up one after the other. Around the single-eyed skull, the sound of the storm suddenly split into two. One was sharp, as though it could tear through one's eardrums and penetrate one's brain. The other was deep, as though it was pounding at one's heart, questioning one's spirit body. This brought about an extremely unpleasant experience for the pirates. One or two of them had the urge to vomit blood, but this was only the prelude. The sound of crashing water intensified, and in the direction of the stone wall, a deep black wave surged up, nearly 10 meters high. This wave was like a wall created by a deity. It was pushed by an invisible hand as it surged towards the single-eyed skull. This was a tsunami created by Klein. This could already be considered a natural disaster. The splashing sounds sounded like an explosion as the pirates inside the ship looked at the dark sky, the churning dark clouds, and the gigantic wave. It was as though they had arrived at the apocalypse in myths and legends. All of them lost the will to save themselves. However, as they waited in despair for the final judgment, a chaos that didn't conform to logic or scientific laws appeared in the gigantic wave created by the tsunami. An indescribable vortex rapidly formed as it tore at the entire structure, causing the terrifying wave to collapse at a rapid speed. Amidst the rumbling sounds that sounded like a collapsing mountain, the subsequent waves tossed the single-eyed skull high into the air. As for the splashes produced by the disintegration of the gigantic waves, they splashed onto the ship, breaking one of the masts, leaving the cabin in tatters, and completely drowning the deck. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly turned intense as it spontaneously engulfed the surrounding companions, turning into a hurricane that exceeded its limits. It forcefully pushed the single-eyed skull out into the open sea. Then, the ship rode the strong winds and flew several nautical miles in one go. Furthermore, it didn't land on the undulating surface of the water. It was as though it was an airship as it continued moving forward steadily. As Klein was surprised by the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level in the single-eyed skull, he was surprised that his sequence wasn't high enough. Even though he had used some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, he was unable to create a tsunami like cavituses that could destroy a port. On the other hand, he controlled the hurricane to make the single-eyed skull lose its support and plummet, preventing it from escaping the 5 nautical mile range he could influence. His current goal wasn't to destroy the single-eyed skull, nor was it to capture crazy Captain Connor's Victor. Instead, he wanted to force the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level to appear. Experts and items of such a level could be counted on the entire world. By seeing them, He would sooner or later know who they were and which organization they belonged to, and this was the direction of the follow-up investigation of the Great Smog of Bakeland. I only hope that it isn't from the seer pathway. Otherwise, who knows if it's his real face. However, this is also a good thing. I can investigate the truth behind the Great Smog and figure out what Zangwill is up to. I can make preparations for my future revenge, and I can also find the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula and main ingredient. As Klein sighed silently, he made a gem at the tip of the sea god's scepter emit a pure green glow. With a hum, the single-eyed skull's flight changed. It plummeted like a rock, unable to even glide. Suddenly, it became very, very light. Its landing on the surface of the sea was like a feather brushing past a human's face. At this moment, Klein, who had expended a great deal of his spirituality, was about to muster his remaining strength to create another tsunami when he suddenly heard a loud explosion from the scene. It was a terrifying sonic boom. Furthermore, it was different from ordinary sonic booms. It seemed to be mixed with the whimpering sounds of the wind domain. It came from Sea King John Cotman. Although he was still a long distance away from this place, he, who controlled these waters, could exert his influence across space while rushing over. This was a Sequence 3, a saint that was close to the level of an angel. The terrifying sonic boom sent the single-eyed skull flying. There was no need to ask if it was a victim. After all, there was nothing wrong with hitting a pirate, and at the same time, Klein felt a terrifyingly powerful psyche scan his surroundings, searching for any spot that could possibly be abnormal. It was so much so that the scene in front of him was affected and turned blurry. Resisting the urge to strike again, Klein calmly and rationally ended the response and closed the corresponding prayer scene. Then, he casually threw the sea god's scepter into the junk pile. If Sea King didn't appear, I wouldn't have complete confidence in forcing that demigod out. It's still because my sequence is relatively low, so it's a little difficult to use the scepter. The burden is very heavy. However, at sea, the storm pathway is really powerful. It's like a moving calamity. The powers that the demigod displayed just now had the elements of distortion, chaos, borrowing, and defying convention. It's very similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Others might not feel it, but I have the corresponding card of blasphemy. This definitely isn't a Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion. An Earl of the Fallen? Yes, the military has a portion of the Black Emperor Pathway's potion formula, but it seems to be limited to the first 5 sequences. There's nothing above Sequence 4. Although Klein failed to force out the demigod or the corresponding sealed artifact, he had grasped certain clues from the other party's performance. He suspected that a particular faction of the royal family, apart from cooperating with the demonist sect and its Zangwill, had also secretly contacted a faction that controlled most of the sequences of the Black Emperor pathway. A descendant of Solomon or Sostal. Is King of the Five Seas Nast involved in this matter? Just as Klein was in serious thought, he suddenly heard the echoing sounds of prayers. This interrupted his train of thought, making him instinctively spread his spirituality and touch the halo beside his seat. Then he saw Donis. This famous pirate had his eyes closed and was piously praying to the fool. Klein took out his pocket watch in a daze and checked it a few times to confirm that it was 2 or 3 in the morning. Is there something wrong with his head? Why are you praying in the middle of the night? Can't you let me sleep? Klein looked carefully again in exasperation and amusement. He realized that Donis looked drunk, and there was faint singing echoing outside. The crew of the Golden Dream is holding another bonfire party? This time, it's to celebrate the departure of German Sparrow. It actually lasted until midnight. Klein instantly understood why Donis was only praying now. He took a deep breath and extended his consciousness into the circle of light. He said in a low voice, he said in a deep voice, "Recite my name in your heart." Sea King John Cotman flew to Simeem Island and searched for the place where the abnormal tsunami had appeared, as well as the ship belonging to an unknown pirate crew. He was very certain that there was a demigod on the ship. This tall, burly, dark blue-haired cardinal of the Church of the Storm, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, clenched his fist and the dark clouds in the sky split apart as crimson moonlight scattered across the surface of the sea. After identifying the location of the stars, John Cotman flew in a certain direction. Suddenly, he slowed down because the pirate ship with the symbol of the single-eyed skull was floating in the sea in front of him. The ship was unmanned as it drifted in the wind. There were many scarlet flames burning on it, and charred corpses were everywhere. In the middle of one of the masts was a middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and a black eye patch. His single eye was wide open and filled with horror. His chest had been stabbed deeply by a wooden club, and blood had dyed it red. His life and spirit body had completely dissipated. Chapter 726. The golden dream was outside the storm, and the crimson moonlight shone through the thin clouds, illuminating the dark room without any candlelight. Donna stood by the bed, motionless. It was as though he had encountered Medusa's gaze or some petrifying beyond her power. His teeth couldn't help but chatter as his legs trembled indiscernibly. His mind was filled with the boundless grayish-white fog, the blurry figure that towered over everything, and the deep and authoritative voice that said, "Recite my name in my heart." There's really a response. There's really a response. Donna's lips quivered as he silently muttered to himself. He felt his calves clearly go limp. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where his prayers were answered. This gave him such a fright that his soul nearly left his body. Although he had long known that the Fool was an unknown existence, one that the secret organization behind German Sparrow believed in, and because he had recited his honorific name, he had already established a connection with him. Once he showed any signs of disrespect or betrayal, he would immediately die for some baffling reason. This understanding stemmed from the knowledge that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had imparted to him. In fact, he had never encountered such a situation, nor had he ever imagined that an unknown existence would respond to him. When the fog, figure, and voice suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and ears, this was the first time he knew that a mighty existence could directly respond to a believer. Yes, Donna's had unknowingly changed the unknown existence to a mighty existence. After calming down from his shock, he hurriedly took a deep breath and attempted to pace back and forth to dispel the remaining horror in his heart. However, just as he took a step forward with his right foot, he realized that his legs had really gone limp. All he could do was fall to the side of the bed and barely turn around to sit down. It's really a mighty existence. It's really, Donna's muttered as he clearly realized that he was in deep trouble. Back when he was in the book, he had only recited the honorific name and didn't discover any abnormalities. Therefore, he was only afraid because he knew what the consequences would be. Now, he was facing a hidden danger that had finally revealed its outline, as well as more unknowns that he couldn't see clearly. How could he not fall into extreme fear that he couldn't extricate himself from? After an unknown period of time, Donnas exhaled and comforted himself in his heart. This is not necessarily a bad thing. At least, not only is the German Sparrow alive, but he is also living very well. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and silently said, "From now on, I will also be a member of the secret organization. I will be protected by a great existence." As his thoughts raced, Donnas decided that he would pray once he woke up in the morning. He believed that there was no existence that disliked the devotion of their believers. Of course, he would remember the oracle and pray only in his heart. The next morning, Klein, who had expended a lot of energy, woke up naturally. He slowly got out of bed. Outside the window, the sky was blue, the ground was wet, and there were water stains on houses. The world seemed to have been washed by water. It was unusually fresh, but the messy leaves, broken branches, and all kinds of rubbish showed that last night was not peaceful. After washing up, with his ordinary Rouen face, Klein ordered a cup of guru sap from Simim Island and a tiativa, which was relatively thick for breakfast, to make up for last night's consumption. Drinking the drink that tasted like lemonade with sugar and milk, and eating the delicious and fragrant mixed fish and mutton meat that had the sweetness and sourness of fruit, Klein leisurely picked up a few newspapers provided by the hotel. Starting from the Sonia Morning Post and the news, he browsed through every page. At the end of breakfast, he flipped open the last copy of Strange News, which was popular among adventurers, and he saw an eye-catching report: bloody infighting in a storm. According to a valid source of information, a fierce internal strife broke out among the pirates on crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull last night. They executed the crazy captain and killed each other. It seems like no one survived. All of this evil was concealed by the terrifying storm. No one knew the truth, and it was only discovered when the single-eyed skull drifted near the Simeon Pier. There was a blurry photo attached to the report. It seemed to have been taken secretly from the pier. In the photo, the single-eyed skull's distinctive features were obvious and could be recognized at a glance. It was severely damaged and charred everywhere. Only one mast remained intact, but there was a figure wearing a triangular hat nailed to it. It's Connors Victor. He died just like that? Klein's pupils constricted as he thought solemnly. It's almost certain that there was a demigod on the ship last night. He saw that crazy captain had been targeted, or that he was being chased by Sea King to the point where he could only care for himself and couldn't take Connors away. So he decisively silenced him and destroyed all the evidence. Klein, who had planned on continuing his pursuit of crazy captain, felt depressed. He realized that although the clues hadn't been completely cut off, there wasn't much left. The only thing he knew at present was that the demigod likely belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. With the intensity of last night's storm, the single-eyed skull should have been sent to the pier by Sea King John Cotman for subsequent investigations. I wonder if they had any additional gains. Yes, I can get Mr. the Hanging Man to inquire within the Church of the Storm. There's no need to relay the message. It's tarot in the afternoon. The world can directly make the request. Klein quickly came up with an idea as he drank the last bit of the gurgle tree sap. Then, he returned to his room and planned on taking out the radio transceiver that he had placed above the gray fog for a long time to contact a Rhodes to see if it had any other clues to the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. After leaving the waters east of Orvie, which was also the spot where he had previously been targeted by the Aurora Order demigod, Klein already dared to use items with the gray fog's aura. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do it too frequently, nor could he maintain it for too long each time. Otherwise, there was the possibility of being captured by the true creator. Due to this reason and his wariness toward a Rhodes, he planned on doing whatever he could and seeking advice from others. If there was really no other way, he would only play a question-and-answer game. At the Resistance's private harbor, the Blue Avenger docked inside. Alger planned on making one last resupply before returning to Pasu Island. After instructing the crew what they needed to buy, he changed into native-style clothes and headed straight for Byam. After circling a few times, he arrived at the Cathedral of Waves and planned on reporting to the diocese bishop, Chogo, on what he had recently done. Although he was returning to Pasu Island to report to the upper echelons of the church, he knew very well who his current superior was. He knew that he had to put on a good front, and he couldn't give the impression that his subordinates were bypassing him and directly establishing contact with the higher-ups. Chogo was still in high spirits. He was very satisfied with Alger's report. After hearing it, he quickly said, "This is a normal report. You don't have to worry about anything. I've already informed His Excellency Cotman that you are pious to the Lord and loyal to the Church. You are one of the most trustworthy captains, and His Excellency Cotman will inform the Council of Cardinals." He paused and didn't give Alger any space to speak as he continued. In addition, there's another mission. Investigate those who have close ties with crazy Captain Connors Victor. This is a mission that His Excellency Cotman has directly given you. You have to take it seriously. Investigate the people related to crazy Captain. Alger was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask. He punched his left chest with his right fist. He directly punched his left chest with his right fist and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The gray-haired Chogo nodded, thought for 2 seconds, and asked, "What's going on?" He then asked, "Do you know German Sparrow?" This question was like a bolt out of the blue. It left Alger's pupils constricting as he nearly lost control on the spot. Thankfully, his mental fortitude was excellent, allowing him to barely maintain his normal state. "I've heard of him. He's been very famous recently. Not only did he hunt Wormtongue Missile and severely injure Tracy, but he also boarded Catlia's future. Alger used his garrulous words to hide the stirrings in his heart. Chogo tersely acknowledged and said, "I've heard of him. You're at sea, so the news is a little slow. German Sparrow killed Curtius in Toscarter last week and collected the bounty. Ha, that pirate is indeed a devil, a Sequence 5 devil. Curtius? Agalito's second mate?" Alger asked in a very genuine manner. He knew that Curtius was suspected to be a Sequence 5, but he didn't know that he belonged to the Devil pathway. And when Sequence 5 and Devil were added together, it meant that he was powerful and difficult to kill. This also meant that German Sparrow might have killed Curtius in a sudden encounter. This meant that German Sparrow was already standing at the pinnacle of Sequence 5s. If he wasn't seeking to purchase the Sequence 4 potion formula, I would have suspected that he had become a demigod. Alger thought in turmoil. He was surprised to discover that in just a week, the world had obtained the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster Potion formula and main ingredient. He had killed a Sequence 5 devil, and it was very likely that he had already obtained the Sequence 6 Notary Potion formula in his hands. How'd he do it? Alger realized that he was a little afraid of the world, German Sparrow. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't accept such matters. This was because he knew that the world was the representative of Mr. Fool's blessed, and Mr. Fool clearly didn't only have one blessed. If one was responsible for the Notary Potion formula, and the other was responsible for the Ocean Songster, then German Sparrow would have only killed Curtius. Although this was equally terrifying, at least it wouldn't appear as though he was making up a story. Chogo nodded solemnly. Yes, Agalito didn't react. This means something. Pay attention to gathering information on German Sparrow. All right, Your Excellency. Alger bowed respectfully as he decided to try his best to bluff this mission. Inside the inn, Klein placed the radio transceiver on the table. Not long after, rapid tapping sound could be heard. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Chapter 727. Ta, ta, ta. The radio transceiver spat out an illusory piece of paper. On it was written in Rouen, "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has finally caught up to your footsteps. Don't be so agitated. Yes, Rhodes' speaking skills are as professional as ever. He didn't express the bitterness of not being able to contact me for so long, nor did he ask why I haven't sought him out. He directly blames himself for the problem, believing that he hasn't caught up to me. It makes me feel a little guilty. However, I still have to be on guard." Klein was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Rhodes didn't wait. He used the radio transceiver to produce an emoticon of carefully peeking out from the illusory piece of paper. "Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant feels that you are one step closer to returning to the Holy See. Right? This fellow has evolved really quickly. It's already gone from using emoticons to creating the prototype of an emoticon. In Rhodes's understanding, I'm a true god that's slowly finding myself. Therefore, even though it clearly knows that I'm only a Sequence 5, it doesn't treat me lightly at all. Instead, it's even more humble." Klein understood that the magic mirror was deliberately asking questions as he nodded frankly. "Yes, you have already answered my question. In exchange, as a rule that I have to abide by, you can ask me a question." Rhodes quickly typed a reply and added a smiley face at the end. Klein didn't hesitate as he directly asked, "Where can I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula?" A long section of the illusory white paper was spat out. It was filled with countless complex symbols. It then formed into a mirror, and a real scene appeared. It was a dark hall without any natural light. Inside, there was a gigantic squirming object. It was so blurry that it was like a pencil drawing that had been erased by an eraser. There was no way to see any specific details. However, Rhodes attached a large paragraph of text at the bottom of this scene. "This is Zeradol. He lost control during his advancement to Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries and turned into a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He's a very crafty fellow. Perhaps all of this was deliberately done by him. I can't look at him directly. This will bring me harm. Apart from him, you are unable to obtain the potion formula from any demigod of the Secret Order. This is because Zeradol directly provided the high sequence Beyonder potion, and there's almost no way to reverse divine it through Beyonder characteristics. What a detailed answer. Furthermore, it also let me know that the corresponding sequence of the sequence, one of the seer pathway, is attendant of mysteries. It means that it is an angel that serves the mysteries of the mysteries. From the path, the illusory piece of paper erodes as out Zeratol, and can of Zeratol to Zeratol to Zeratol, and soar. Who de dragon ata of de god it, with king kamachindono arita of. Rogad, I give it long and amidst crisp, clicking sounds, the illusory piece of paper grew out again, revealing another scene. It was a towering mountain with a dilapidated palace on it. Inside the palace, one could vaguely see a gigantic stone throne. Klein was extremely familiar with this scene. He didn't need a Rhodes's annotation to know what it represented. The Antigonus family's treasure hidden on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. The piece of paper continued to be spat out as a new scene appeared. Just like a movie, the camera's angle changed. The first thing that entered Klein's eyes was a towering Gothic bell tower and a gorgeous palace around it. The former represented the Bell of Order, while the latter represented the Sodila Palace. They were iconic buildings of Bakeland. The camera panned, and soon, a new building appeared on the white piece of paper. It was a pure black cathedral with two symmetrical bell towers. The cathedral grew larger and larger in the scene. Soon, its interior was revealed, and it was fixed on an iron black door that swung open somewhere underground. The door was abnormally heavy. Engraved on it were 7 dark, sacred emblems, like the guards of the tenebrous heaven. Cheney's Gate, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the familiar door, and based on the architectural characteristics, he determined that the cathedral was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Bakeland Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral. The white piece of paper was spat out as the scene changed. In the deep darkness, on an empty bookshelf formed from white bones, there was an ancient notebook. Its cover was made of hard paper that was dyed black. Klein recognized the notebook at a glance. It was the Antigonus family's notebook that had caused the death of the original owner of this body. After so many twists and turns, everything had returned to square one. Klein looked at it silently for a while. Only when the scene disappeared did he find his thoughts. That's right. Back then, the members of the Aurora Order saw the clown potion formula in this notebook. Having obtained its recognition, when I flip through it again, the content presented on it will definitely be different from before. It should have the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, but it's lacking in ingredients or characteristics. So this notebook has always been sealed behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate. To obtain it from such a place, the difficulty wouldn't be any lower than finding Zeradol and facing him directly. Back then, the Great Smog of Bakeland, which involved high-sequence Beyonders, was quickly quelled after I reported it to the Church's Bakeland Diocese through misjustice. This is enough to show how powerful the Bakeland Diocese is. Be it demigods or sealed artifacts, there's definitely no lack of them. Yes, no matter what, I'll return to Bakeland first and see if there's a chance. In comparison, I don't wish to go to the Hornacis mountain range. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the radio transceiver that had turned dark and deep. Last night, who was the demigod on crazy Captain Connor's Victor ship? With a light tapping sound, the illusory piece of paper in front of him vanished, and a new piece of paper was spat out. The content on the piece of paper was also a real scene. On the delicate brass lampstand, 5 candles of different heights radiated light and heat. A middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and a black eye mask stood in front of the cabinet where wine, champagne, and distilled liquor were placed, looking at the opposite side humbly. Across him was a tall figure draped in a black cloak. His face was completely hidden under the hood. This figure didn't seem to have a real head, only a blob of deep, distorted darkness embedded in his neck. With the portrait on the bounty notice, Klein recognized the one-eyed man as crazy Captain Connors. His hair was messy and oily, covering his neck. Opposite him should be the demigod, but he had deliberately disguised himself and done the corresponding anti-divination. It's quite impressive that Rhodes was able to obtain a picture of this level. Klein wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he seriously memorized the figure's figure. More than 185 meters, but less than 190. His arms are slightly long, and when his hands hang down, they nearly reach his knees. His shoulders are broad, holding up his cloak. His legs are slanted to a certain extent. As an expert in the field of disguise, Klein believed that when a person concealed their looks and did a certain level of anti-divination, it was very likely that they wouldn't pay attention to disguising their figure, especially when there wasn't anything special about it. Therefore, this could provide a certain amount of clues that would help Klein find his target familiar when he saw it in the future. Very good. It's your turn to ask. After memorizing it, Klein stopped sizing up the figure and waited with interest for Rhodes to ask. He was very curious if the other party could break through his imagination this time. The tapping sounds turned a little slow as it revealed some hesitation. Illusory white paper was spat out bit by bit. Great master, can I say something to you? Sure. Klein answered the question in surprise as he looked forward to what Rhodes would say. The tapping sounds suddenly sped up, filled with obvious passion. On the illusory white paper, lines of words appeared one after another. Great master, happy birthday. This is a belated blessing. Your present body was born on the 4th of March, 1327. I originally wanted to be the first to wish you well in the morning, but I failed to keep up with your footsteps. It really is a topic that breaks through my imagination. I even forgot about my birthday. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he was at a loss for words. He had received the memory fragments of the original owner and obtained some of his emotions. He still knew about birthdays, but he was alone in the world, so how could he remember these things? That fellow, Rhodes, is actually the first to wish me a happy birthday. Banson, Melissa, and the rest are probably feeling upset on this day. The interview ended in February. I wonder if Banson successfully became a government employee. Klein felt wistful as he looked at the radio transceiver with a much gentler gaze. He thought for a moment and calmly said, "The third question, your background." The tapping stopped for 2 seconds before it started again. He spat out the white paper and a new scene appeared on it. A large amount of black viscous liquid gushed out of the holes in the ground. It twisted and stretched outwards, growing different numbers of arms and legs. Then, it turned into strange monsters and rushed forward. During this process, a point of light was spewed out along with the black liquid. It landed on a rock and rapidly fused with it, turning into a silver mirror with ancient patterns and black gems on both sides. What kind of strange scene is this? Rhodes was born in such a manner? What's that point of light? Where did it come from? It's a little suspicious of a beyonder characteristic. Klein made a preliminary interpretation of the scene he saw. The tapping sounds didn't stop as another line of words was spat out. Great master, do you have any other questions? After doing a count of the time, Klein shook his head. No, you have completed your answer. It's time for me to leave. Great master, the ruler above the spirit world, your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, looks forward to serving you again. I look forward to following in your footsteps. Goodbye. The illusory white paper finally produced an emoticon of a waving hand. P.S. It's the last week of March. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly vote. Chapter 728. In the quiet hotel room, the dark radio transceiver instantly returned to normal. The surrounding light was no longer eerie. Klein busied himself with preparing the ritual and sacrificing it above the gray fog. Only then did he have the mood to consider the answer he had just obtained. According to the clues provided by Rhodes, combined with Mr. Aztec and Snake of Fate Will Septon's answers, Klein had a preliminary plan for the next stage. It wasn't only to return to Bakeland after a short rest, but also to treat this huge city as his main activity spot for a long period of time. He wanted to see if he could steal the Antigonus family's notebook from the Church of the Evernight Goddesses, St. Samuel Cathedral. If he was certain that there was no other way, he would attempt to switch to a neighboring beyonder pathway. If that didn't work, he would have to take the final path and head for the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. I definitely can't openly use the identity of Sherlock Moriarty when I return to Bakeland, unless I want to fish out in Zangwill or a particular faction of the royal family that's hidden in the shadows. However, when contacting people I know or using the resources of the Church of Steam and Machinery, I can transform back into Sherlock Moriarty. In short, I have to use a new identity again. Furthermore, I have to be completely different from German Sparrow. I won't directly return to Pritz Harbor this time. I'll circle around Desi Bay and make sure no one can figure out my origins. Klein's thoughts raced as he quickly came up with a clear plan. After confirming the direction, he originally wanted to extract blood and head above the gray fog to use his spirit body to explore Roselle's travels. However, considering that he still had the tarot in the afternoon, he lay back in bed and tried to relax while resting. The future steadily cruised through the undulating waves as Admiral of Stars Catlia stood by the window, looking at the endless scenery. And on the front deck, Nina's exasperated voice could be heard from time to time. She was cursing Frank Lee for creating a bunch of beef-flavored mushrooms that reproduced rapidly and loved eating fish. Catlia sighed silently as she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. At this moment, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. She looked down at the desk and saw that there were a few pieces of yellow paper there. The Diary of the Empress. She finally sent a messenger. Catlia turned around happily and picked up the small piece of paper that seemed more like an initial test. At 3 in the afternoon, she, who had already memorized those symbols, saw the illusory crimson light drown her like a tide. Under the towering dome, propped up by stone pillars, Catlia saw similar crimson beams of light soar up, turning into blurry figures. She didn't take a closer look, but found that the familiar pair of glasses had naturally appeared on the bridge of her nose. It seemed to be a perfect copy of the outside world. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw Miss Justice elegantly stand up and greet the seat of honor at the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey had been in a good mood recently. After returning to the family castle, she had successfully helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve some of the psychological problems that stemmed from her actual age and physical condition. She received excellent feedback, allowing her to conclude more rules for acting as a psychiatrist. Among them, the most important rule was to help others resolve their psychological problems. She suspected that this was the reason why the potion's name was psychiatrist and not psychologist. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein seemed to be infected as he nodded with a smile as a form of response. During this process, he realized that Mr. the Hanging Man appeared to be troubled. He seemed to be hesitating and struggling, as though he hadn't made up his mind. This means that Mr. the Hanging Man can afford the Ocean Songster Potion formula and main ingredients, but he'll have to pay a huge price. I thought he would apply for payment in installments. The Fool Klein retracted his gaze without any abnormalities and surveyed the area. After Miss Justice finished her greeting, the hermit Catlia looked towards the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic will contain very valuable information. For example, the location of the card of blasphemy that corresponds to the seer pathway. This can provide me with another possibility." Klein was filled with anticipation as he spoke in a calm and natural manner. "I'm not sure if it's true." "Very well, you can think of a request." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Catlia replied in an impeccable manner before requesting to conjure the diary's contents. Upon seeing her performance and recalling how she looked in her dream, Klein felt rather gratified. It was like a form teacher who had successfully made a student become obedient and sensible. This is the first time Ma M. Hermit has provided Roselle the Great's diary. With the standards and abilities she's shown, it's impossible for her to have been unable to gather it in the past. In the past, she was mostly observing. After being punished by Mr. Fool, she is truly integrated into our tarot? Audrey made a judgment based on Catlia's performance last week. At the same time, she also sensed that Mr. the Hanging Man wasn't in the right state today. It was as though he was looking forward to something, but he was also unwilling to part with something. She was momentarily curious. Klein didn't have to wait too long before the 3 diary pages were conjured and landed in his hands. Derek and the other members instinctively quietened down, not wanting to disturb Mr. Fool's reading. February 9th. Today is Bornova's birthday. He's already a healthy, strong, honest, and kind young man. He's so pious that he's valued by the church. Everyone is congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a blessed and a holy spirit. They're praising how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't help but feel sorrow in my heart. I wish that my child can be more humane and have more feelings. He can be himself more and not a believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Bornova is in a good state. Matilda is the same. Charles is the same. My nobles and my ministers are the same. Only Bernadette has the same feelings as me. She told me in private that she believes that people should be more self-centered, as long as they don't hurt anyone. Thinking back to what Zeradol said when Bornova was born, as well as the increasing premonitions I have after stepping into the demigod realm, my heart is even heavier. Adorable angel. Heh. Truly an adorable angel. Is this how you're guarding against me? Is this how you're trying to control me? No, you probably can't understand the pride in my heart. From my point of view, so what if you're a deity? I can replace you. February 11th. I failed to contact Zeradol again. Ever since I obtained the Antigonus notebook, the frequency at which this leader of the secret order appears has been decreasing. I have no idea what he's secretly plotting, but he definitely won't tell me. February 12th. I made a mystical item for Bernadette that's very suitable for her. This can allow her to effectively avoid the hidden sage's nagging, as long as she doesn't take the initiative to pray and ask for a response. Yes, this item seems to be able to help saints enter the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea, where the ruins of the Battle of the Gods are. They won't be affected by the true Creator's ravings. There's a high chance that the secret of the forsaken land of the gods is hidden there. I just casually made a small gift for my daughter, and it has such a powerful effect. Bernadette, your father is indeed the most outstanding artisan in the world. The most outstanding artisan. Does this mean that when the Emperor wrote this diary page, he had already reached sequence 2 of the savant pathway and become an angel? With the existence of the god of steam and machinery, this level is the pinnacle that an artisan can reach. It's no wonder Queen Mystic can freely enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. So it's a gift from the Emperor. Indeed, a child with a parent is like a treasure. Klein sighed inwardly. In addition, he had also read between the lines of the first diary page Roselle the Great's repressed and indignant feelings. He had also used his comprehension skills that he had honed from his previous life to figure out some of the information hidden beneath the content. After becoming an angel, the Emperor seemed to be restrained and guarded against by the Church of Steam and Machinery. The god of steam and machinery had exerted a certain amount of influence on his youngest son, Bornova, making him the most devout believer. In the future, he would be able to enter the land of perfection and become an angel. And not only did this not make Roselle the Great submit or have any qualms, it even stirred up his rebellious heart. The Emperor later became the world's public enemy because of such a rebellious heart. Klein nodded inwardly. At the same time, he had noticed Zeradol's matter. He suspected that this miracle invoker had begun to strive for sequence 1 after obtaining the Antigonus family's notebook. For this, he had planned many things, but something happened during his advancement, turning him into a monster. Of course, just as Rhodes had said, perhaps Zeradol hadn't lost control. He was only hiding something or plotting something. After a quick scan, Klein flipped the page and read to the end. It wasn't continuous and was a new piece of content. October 5th. A few believers of the primordial moon were captured by the Men in Black organization I established. They failed to complete the corresponding sacrificial ritual. The things they showed piqued my curiosity. The power they obtained seemed to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, A large amount of data indicates that the crimson moon is really an asteroid. It's really orbiting our planet. Then, how does it combine physics and mystery together? With my current abilities, it's not impossible to head to the crimson moon. At most, it'll be a little more troublesome and difficult, but it doesn't seem necessary. October 7th. I finally made up my mind. I'll attempt to switch to the neighboring mystery prior pathway. Only then can I become a sequence one. I've always suspected that the hidden sage was originally a conceptualized uniqueness. Later, due to some accident, he gained sentience and completely awakened. Therefore, there's a high chance that the sequence 1 spot of this pathway is still empty. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 729. I've long obtained the Knowledge Emperor Potion formula from that most ancient organization. Now it's time to seek out the corresponding ingredients. It might already belong to an angel, or it might have fused with something around it, turning into a twisted and evil monster or a chaotic and terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best if I can find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This sequence 1 potion's name is really interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the Blasphemy Stone, I would have thought that it belonged to the Reader Pathway, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. What's even stranger is that these two pathways aren't interchangeable. I once discussed this matter with that mysterious leader and old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to a consensus that the Reader Pathway represents the omniscience of omniscience and omnipotence. As for Mystery Prior and Savant, they correspond to knowledge itself. They belong to two different aspects. One is more mysterious, and the other is closer to reality. When I become Knowledge Emperor, Bernadette won't have to worry about the hidden sage's indoctrination, nor will she have to be afraid of the pursuit of knowledge. The Emperor eventually turned to the Mystery Prior Pathway. I wonder if he successfully became Knowledge Emperor. Perhaps it's because of this matter that he completely severed ties with the Church of Steam, resulting in him being unable to find any helpers with the entire world as his enemy. He ended up placing his hopes on the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein thought wistfully and speculated. Apart from that, he was rather interested in the Emperor's explanation of how the Reader Pathway couldn't be interchanged with Mystery Prior and Savant. He believed that if he deepened it further, he might be able to find the rules and principles behind the interchanging of Beyonder pathways. From the point of view of ordinary Beyonders, Reader, Mystery Prior, and Savant belong to the domain of knowledge. There should be a strong connection between them. But in the end, the first one is a heresy. Reader belongs to the omniscience of omniscience and omnipotence. Then, the secret suppliant, which is also the shepherd pathway, belongs to the omnipotence of omniscience and omnipotence. Then, there's a certain degree of overlap between the two. For example, being knowledgeable leads to being versatile, and being versatile leads to being knowledgeable. Therefore, they can be interchanged from this point of view. The storm pathway is omnipotent in the sea, land, and air. The spectator's corresponding domain of the mind is a powerful complement to the storm. So, why can sun be interchangeable with them? Considering that the last person with the title of omnipotent and omniscient was the ancient sun god, did it mean that the sun god was the cornerstone that contained the title of omnipotent and omniscient? According to this line of thought, mystery priors and savant are different aspects of knowledge, which is why they can be interchanged. Then, what's the difference between assassins and hunters? What about the Evernight, death, and god of combat pathways? Klein thought a lot at once, but he had neither the time nor enough information to analyze it in depth. He could only temporarily put the corresponding problems at the back of his mind and use his mind to move the third diary page to the top. With a glance, Klein's attention was suddenly focused because this diary entry was very different from the previous ones. There was no date on it, and the spacing between the words was large. Because it was the original version, it was obvious that the weight of the pen was extraordinary. Klein's gaze swept over it, and the contents of the yellowed paper were reflected in his mind. No, impossible. How could this be? If my guess is correct, I'm not the only one who had that experience. No, No. How could this be? What I saw is telling me that everything will be destroyed. Everything I created will be the same. No, I can't accept such an outcome. I have to work hard to save myself and stop pinning my hopes on the 7 deities. Only by ascending to the throne of Sequence Zero can I and what I value be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Door back into the real world? No. Although he claims to be a Sequence One, I believe that he is definitely not an ordinary Sequence One. It's very likely to bring me an unexpected disaster. Chinese characters that were much larger than the first 2 pages filled the yellowed paper in a sparse and messy manner. There wasn't much content, but it made Klein's head throb. When he wrote this diary entry, Roselle the Great was very likely already a Sequence One knowledge emperor. The content he wrote with intense emotions had a powerful sense of mystery. This also meant that if Klein were to read this content in the real world, he might very well lose his mind and go mad on the spot, or even lose control. Thankfully, my hermit doesn't know Chinese. Otherwise, she would have mutated when she forcefully memorized the content. Even if she doesn't know it, she would have found it especially tiring and draining. If she were to come into contact with it or stare at it for long periods of time, it's inevitable that she will hallucinate. There's a high chance that she will show signs of losing control. Klein thought in relief. His attention quickly turned back to the diary as questions surfaced in his mind. What did the Emperor see that made his emotions so intense and his attitude turned so extreme? No, the agitation and impulsiveness between the lines is a little abnormal. It doesn't match the image of a person who has been in a high position for a long time, much less the level of an angel. Even in the final days, when the Emperor said that he wouldn't care about the deluge after his death, he didn't lose his composure or be that agitated. Who influenced him? Or was he corrupted by something? Also, he mentioned that he wasn't the only one who encountered such an encounter. What is he referring to? Transmigration? Back on Earth, he wasn't the only one who transmigrated due to some baffling matter or object. There was me, or maybe even more. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein didn't waste any time. He made the 3 diary pages vanish and smiled at Katlia. Have you thought a request? Katlia bowed as though she was prepared. I want to know why Roselle the Great went crazy in his later years. In the same row, Audrey blinked, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. She never expected Hermit to ask such a serious question the moment she opened her mouth. Furthermore, how would she know that Roselle the Great went crazy in his later years? Also, she had only submitted 3 diary pages. To ask such a high-level question doesn't conform to the law of equivalent exchange. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in Audrey's mind, but she didn't stop Hermit from asking. Instead, she was very interested and excited as she waited for Mr. Fool's response. The hanging man Alger, Emlyn, and Magician's Furs also held their breaths as they cast their gazes at the end of the long bronze table. Only Sun and the world didn't seem too concerned. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and chuckled. First, let's confirm a fact. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent. He said those words in a self-deprecating tone, but the hermit and company didn't show any signs of abnormality. They even appeared a little more respectful. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool wasn't omniscient or omnipotent. Even without mentioning their guesses of Mr. Fool's state, just the fact that this secret existence's honorific name didn't have such a description was enough to prove this problem. Furthermore, all the true gods and evil gods at present didn't have an omniscient and omnipotent honorific name. After setting the tone, without leaving a trace, Klein began answering the hermit's question. I also want to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, what can be confirmed is that due to some unknown stimulation or influence, Roselle has cast his sights on Sequence Zero. He didn't explain what Sequence Zero corresponded to. In the tarot, those who knew more than those who didn't know could guess a little. Sequence Zero. The Emperor wants to become a god? It's no wonder he went crazy in his later years. Audrey knew what Sequence Zero represented and felt wistful. The hanging man Alger was the same. Katlia clearly understood the meaning of Sequence Zero. She expressed her gratitude thoughtfully and retracted her gaze. Sequence 0. Emlyn and Magician's furs ruminated over the two words, as though they had just learned that there was another level above Sequence 1, and that it belonged to a true god. Son Derek looked at Mr. Fool in confusion. He didn't understand what was wrong with Roselle the Great, who had a strong sense of existence, attempting to break through to Sequence 0. In the City of Silver, if there was a chance, every resident wished to become a Sequence 0 true god, so as to create a more suitable environment for everyone to live in, or to lead everyone away from the abandoned land. Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back in his chair and surveyed the area. You may begin. With that said, he controlled the world to look at son Derek and chuckled. The notary potion formula you wanted is here. Thank you, Mr. World. According to our agreement, I will note down this debt and await your request, son Derek said sincerely. All right. As Klein controlled the world to answer, he made him pretend to request Mr. Fool to appear. It didn't take long for the potion formula to arrive in the hands of little Sunday. Derek happily took it and quickly scanned through the contents of the goat skin as though he was hungry and thirsty. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients: 1 crystallized root of the elder tree, 5 tail feathers of the spirit-packed bird. Supplementary materials: 100 milliliters of radiant spirit-packed tree sap, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of water fern sap. Without waiting for the others to speak, the world looked at the hanging man Alger and spoke again. You know, we already have the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredients. Huh. Audrey and company were momentarily dumbfounded. Catlia couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at the world. She remembered very clearly that German Sparrow had hunted slaughterer Curtius last week. Where did he get the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredients from? Don't tell me he killed another ocean songster? In the Church of the Storm, he would be considered a quasi-high-ranking member. It's only been a week. Catlia didn't think it was realistic.